and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here on Sunday, and we're here to bring you KT Rolster up against D plus Kia. I am Valdez, with me is Krani Wani to bring you these awesome games. And this one, Chronicler, is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. This first one could be very close.
I can't wait. We have had our fair share of one-sided matches this week, even though, as per usual, we did get caught off guard in the predictions, because we're never 100% right.
I didn't.
10 out of 10 so far, or I guess 8 out of 8?
I think 9 out of 10, maybe. I got the Kwangdong one right.
Okay, well, you did get that one right. Yeah, imagine having faith. No shit. It was me. But this one, I think we mostly went for KT, and even though these two teams have the same score, strength of schedule is really to be taken into account. Because as we can see, right now DK ahead of KT. But KT, yes, that's a free loss streak, but that was against T1, Gen.G, and Hanwha Life. Whereas the victories of DK came against some opponents that many would consider not so good. As they're more towards the 2-win territory as opposed to
on the right
so
bottom side.
It is genuinely an almost 30 game score difference between teams like DRX that DK did beat.
That's the way it goes. And we do have the BDD Classic #1 Azir versus 4 consecutive POGs with Grasp Azir, Showmaker with a different font. Pretty cool.
I loved your rendition of BDD Classic. I also loved that the Korean meme for a couple of these really good Azir players is the Azir Fraud Squad.
The Pigeon Fraud Squad.
The yeah, there you go. Which I think is one of my favorite memes ever, because they're so good at the champion that something's
they must be
wrong.
Fraudulent.
Yeah.
In a positive
way.
Yeah. It's
which
like,
I love.
How are these guys so good at the pigeon?
So good. And there's the fact that Azir truly is also, there's so many variations. We've seen Comet Azir, we've seen a lot of Fleet, we've seen Halo Blades in some matchups. Obviously now we have Tank Azir, which to me looks to be the most broken of it all. And I'm sure that whichever team is going to B1 it is going to feel great about it.
We do need to talk about our AD carries down in the bottom lane. It does feel like Deft and Aving have been struggling a little bit compared to, the top 3 teams, you could say, the ones that are kind of above in terms of tier lists. So definitely looking for a bit more from Deft and Aiming. Aiming did recently pick up a POG, but Deft, even though he does have that high kill participation and damage percentage, hasn't necessarily been the clutch factor that he has been in some other weeks. So definitely looking for him to come back here into this matchup against Aiming, where I feel like that bottom lane should be favored, speaking in favor, of course, of Deft and Barrel.
Aiming on his picks has obviously been great. It is telling though, and I'm wondering if we're going to continue seeing this trend for DK, that in terms of gold invested in him, the payout isn't really there, as Mark, unfortunately, I imagine, stayed up late watching LCS. Just remembering his region, watched his old team unfortunately lose, which, an umpty loss, it never feels good. As we all know.
Yeah.
Also, all of these guys are gamers, and we don't really know which time it is right now, but based on these
honestly,
looks,
I don't even know where I am.
Well, I do know we're in Lowell Park. Probably, right?
That's what they tell us.
That's what they tell us.
I am not 100% sure, to be honest.
How did you get here?
I don't know. I just woke up and I was here. I may have fallen asleep here, or I... Beats me, to be honest.
We do know it's Sunday.
Know.
Or at least
we do. I think so.
Probably.
That is what the schedule said. So I would imagine the players are in a similar position. And we are going to be ready to jump into this first game. As KT Rolster is going to be starting on the blue side. And we'll see what they go for. Obviously, in recent weeks, the main thing in the pick ban phase has been ban Senna. And I would assume that DK can start off with that eventually. They will take away the Pigeon as well.
Unsurprisingly, given that both of these teams do love it, we have seen the Taliyah counterpick be very popular on this patch, but not be very successful. Part of that is the teams that have played it don't think that it's necessarily all up to the strength of the pick itself. But it is important to note that neither Showmaker nor BDD, even though we know they can play it, things like Akali, Yone, we don't necessarily associate it with them quite as much as we do with players like Zeka. So not too surprising to see them just take it away instead here. Orianna, once upon a time, absolutely top of the line when it comes to draft priority, has really fallen off. A Varus pick here is the obvious one. Kalista is another that I think should be taken a look at here, and I'm pretty sure that that is what KT might be looking towards. The Renata ban gonna dissuade the opponent from picking up maybe like a Varus in response, and I think that DK themselves see as well that they don't want the Kalista to be picked up. So Varus, win rate, not the best, but it is really one of those situations, again, where it just gets picked by everyone. So it doesn't really tell you that much about the strength of the pick.
The ban rate is very high, so that tells you what the teams think about the pick.
Yeah.
The fact that it gets banned ahead of these other picks that we have seen banned in this game at times definitely shows that it is quite strong. And certainly going to be on the mind of aiming, what do we want to play into this in the bottom lane? The Smolder is available, but that's kind of been a little bit wishy-washy in terms of trying to get to the late game on an even footing. Karma is going to be picked up here, also having a pretty low win rate, but generally thought as still a strong pick.
Showmaker has also been quite successful on this. There's, of course, an opportunity for Kellen to play it. Can go for a, now not really. Lucian Karma is not really what comes to mind when you talk about successful bot lanes. So the Nami lock-in, seemingly a no-brainer here on the third rotation. Karma, a lot of prio. So very early on already, DK trying to opt into a lot of early aggression, as this is a hint towards what variety of Varus we are going to see. And Varus and Nautilus go way back, quite a strong combination. And we'll see what BDD wants to lock in here against the Karma.
Yeah, I'd say I wouldn't mind going for a tank pick either, like a Sejuani or a Cassante even, just because you're playing into the Lucian, he's going to have a hard time getting through the tanks. It is Pyosik, so it looks like he's actually instead just going to lock in the Lee Sin and look to make some plays in this game number 1.
Now there is basically unless they do actually want to play, but I think Showmaker's just hovering, one of his favorite old champions. My expectation here would be a jungler for Lucid. Rel is the one that really comes to mind. Those are not champion Showmaker, come on. But instead, you have to pick up the Nami here, unfortunately, for Lucid. Probably going to get banned away, as Rel was already taken away. So, never mind. On that one, it's Lucian Nami. We know what it does. We've seen it countless times. And maybe that's what lulled me into a little bit of a dizzy here in the early game of this draft.
Taliyah going to be taken away from BDD. Taliyah, another one of those picks that has kind of a low win rate, but in the hands of a guy like BDD, it is a totally different champion. And same with Faker we saw yesterday. Obviously, that was kind of a one-sided matchup, but still a strong pick in the minds of these strong teams. Is TF also going to be taken off the board, and Udyr. So potentially looking for that Cassante, which still hasn't been looked at or banned or anything just yet.
That's 100% the pick up here if it doesn't get banned away on R4. As so many of the drafts have gone, this really is the same kind of flowchart. Nocturne going to get taken away even without the Orianna, who probably will get picked up by KT Rolster here, I would imagine, as one of the top tier picks that is still open, even without the Nocturne ban going to come through.
It's very interesting that they banned Nocturne. You mentioned, the synergy with the Orianna, but Lucid hasn't played one game of Nocturne. He's played a lot of Vi, which was available, and Poppy is also available, saying, okay, we can play a jungle, but also if you're going to pick Cassante, we can play that in the top lane. So a bit of flex. You don't know what you're going into here on the side of KT Rolster.
Orianna already has 2 ball delivery systems, Lee in particular, quite strong. Although into Poppy can be a little bit more tough. Orianna still a great pick on the patch. Has dropped somewhat with the rise of the tank Azir, and I think team's getting a little bit better at playing around her as well. A blind Rumble would be something, and there must be something else that they don't want K'Sante to get picked into, because I don't feel like many of the counter picks we've seen really have been that oppressive. You might even go for it here. If you do what we've seen the Aftershock variety get picked up a decent amount, King can also just play one of his two most iconic champions, and we'll just lock in the Aatrox.
Yeah, Aatrox very strong nowadays, and K'Sante just totally ignored. I do think that Aatrox can be very oppressive when it does come to the team fights, in the fact that he builds a whole bunch of damage and doesn't die. And as you mentioned, it's big comfort for the side of Kingen. It is a big threat in terms of damage. When you're already running the Karma, not a bad choice, I would say. The Rumble, definitely very interesting, especially when it was potentially blind, even though the Poppy was hanging there. It's like, well, this can easily get countered, and to have the Aatrox come out as the counter, in quotes, is pretty interesting.
Might be the main reason, as you point out, the Poppy flex. It's a rough matchup for K'Sante, but I don't really feel like it invalidates him. We've seen K'Sante actually do perfectly fine in that matchup. Don't want to go for it nonetheless, instead opting into having even more damage, and that does leave the KT composition without a reliable front line. Whereas DK, they have Poppy and they have Lethality Aatrox, which really is also just front line, even though you know, he probably should be a bit squishier. Do you think KT have a lot of early game power though? Nautilus, Lee, and Varus can skirmish with the best of them. Add a Rumble to that if Perfect can make his way out of the lane. D+, gotta be careful because they need to do well in the early game as well with this type of comp.
Absolutely. I got my eyes on that Lucian as we are ready to jump into game number 1.
KT roster, 하나, 둘, 셋, KT, fighting!
소환사의 협곡에 오신
D+,
것을
하나, 둘,
환영합니다.
셋.
D+, Kia, fighting!
미니언 생성까지
Got the
30초
clappies.
남았습니다.
Came
A little lackluster.
a little bit late, yeah, you know, it is what it is. But this game number 1, I think is really going to set the tone for this series, because we all kind of voted for KT Rolster, right? But D+, winning streak, maybe getting some confidence back. I'm not a big fan of the Lucian Nami nowadays, but must be doing pretty well in scrims to see it banned away very often, even on red side, saying, okay, we cannot deal with this. You see a lot of like Senna Lucian bans on red, plus, you know, X, whatever champ you want to go for. In this case, it was the Azir for D+ that they banned away.
It really is a scrim pick as well, so I think it makes sense that teams continuously value it in scrims. Obviously, teams play a bit more fast than Lucian. Lucian with a lead can be obscenely oppressive. Some of the tech that we do see here is King going for Comet. I think it was triple or quadruple Scourge coming through from DK as well. So really going all in on the laning, and they do have to. Both of these two compositions are going to have a really tough time when they get towards later stage of the game if they lose early control. More so DK, because their engage is truly dreadful. It's Poppy. That's really the best that they got, which isn't really engage, it's more so of an opportunity to get an early pick. Whereas for KT, they do have Nautilus, which helps a ton, as Perfect already roasting King in here early, and do know Perfect did go for Ignite, so Hooney's on the desk.
Oh
Must
boy.
have been a big part of that decision as well.
He didn't want to get punished later on by Hooney, so yeah, that's a pretty good idea, I'd say. You know, put on the pressure. Obviously, it's Aatrox, so the Ignite is going to have a lot of value in terms of cutting away some of that extra healing in those big trades that they will eventually have. But yeah, the Rumble feeling pretty good in this matchup as POG gonna hop the wall. We do have Lucid right here, and he's gonna spot him and just run straight at him, actually, and just make it very well known that POG was spotted, and just kind of escort him out of the river, even chasing him into the jungle here. Lucid not scared to take this 1v1, and he shouldn't be. POG will just run away.
POG looking for an early play towards the bot side. They're trying to punish Callan and aiming, playing really aggressive with this Lucianami. Lucid, though, actually pathed towards it as well. This wasn't them spotting him on a ward earlier on. Actually went into the river to try and either try and cover or maybe try and go for a lane gank, although I can't imagine that there was a lot of fruitful chances for him there. So does sniff out the yank, meaning that both of them waste a little bit of time.
Uh-oh, Deft getting ignited, has to flash the bubble. This Barrel kind of a desperate dredge line to potentially save his life, but Deft down heal, down flash already, and he was just roaming into the river, kind of in an awkward angle, so immediately he's just pushed out of the lane.
Deft really has been struggling, I think, the last couple of matches. Again, the strength of schedule does really come into play there, because he's placed against Paisley Hens, Viper the Light, and Guma Carrier. But this is not a great start to the laning phase here. Already being down sums, particularly against Lucianami, can be really rough. If you don't get those sums back before aiming and Callan get access to their level 6, you can be at a high level of threat. I was able to get the wave crash in, though. Is a cannon wave, so aiming should be able to pick up most of it. But it does mean the bounce back will be there for Deft and Barrel, so hopefully we'll be able to farm as Deft is roaming, caught in a ward here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to push back. He's not losing anything by doing this, but definitely very weird. You don't see like a level 3 80 carry in the bot river just hanging out. Also spotted. Generally, it'll be the support, you know, that goes on a roam because he's out there. He's got some time while his 80 carry is just farming. But yeah, Def knows that he's not going to lose any CS by doing this. So he'll just get down to the bottom lane right on time.
POG double scuttle. So thank you for that one, Deft. Some much needed assistance for the Lee. So we see the pings. They do, again, have an inkling that he is towards them here. Back they go.
Yeah, that's a flash coming in. He was going to land, but no real reason to go for it just now. After they already got the flash out of aiming. Aiming saying, well, I burned your flash. I'm going to burn mine. Nice little angle once again, returning down to the bottom lane.
Good flash there. Would probably have ended up flashing and possibly dying even if he didn't. And now he does maintain his full health bar. Lucid immediately back on shadowing POG duty. His main role here is to just ensure his bot lane can play aggressively. POG not going to be scared off by the young jungler. Gets his big chicken.
Yeah, and Lucid's just following him around.
Yeah, scamps are down.
Yeah,
so
Lucid got one
too much
little chicken, the popcorn chicken. Those are very delicious.
The downside of this, they really are, of Lucid specifically showing this much, though, is that Perfect does get to just play the lane out as aggressively as you do with the Ignite Rumble.
X-Flash coming in, Barrel gonna spot Callan, but knowing he has Flash and aiming would probably just dash a hook. They just elect to run away as POG makes his third pass at bottom lane. How about a fourth?
Was also the roam from Showmaker. It's Lucid again. It's not letting POG get over here.
And now POG's going to be put into the wall. Lucid healed up. We do have BDD making his way down as well. He is level 7. And they really want to fight. I mean, they are just... they're just so aggressive in this river. They really want to take over this part of the map.
Just want to keep down aiming at Callan. It's taken a lot of time, but because POG is getting matched by Lucid, both of them are staying relatively low when it comes to the farm. A lot of uptime on the camps being wasted. But with Poppy, you're going to feel a lot less bad about that than you would with Lee. Poppy obviously can be played the way that we see Peanut and Owner do, where you just dive level 3 and then kind of run the map from that point on. But just protecting your backline is always going to give you a ton of value. Our threat's done for Showmaker here now as well. We'll see if we're going to have some action towards the grubs. Because both junglers have been mirrored the whole time, wouldn't be surprised if we see them fight over this as well. Is on Vision, of course.
Yep, immediately pinged out. Let's see if they do want to go for it. The Karma should have a decent amount of pressure in mid, but the top lane is all perfect. As Kingen essentially is just farming under turret at this point, so Perfect even just going to come in here and try to push Lucid away. Smite does come down from Pyosik, and he's just going to be happy with the 1, as this is a 2v3 in favor of DK. As Perfect just going to run away, and Pyosik dashes the wall. Now, BDD does get here, but it doesn't feel like either team really wants to take a fight. DK, of course, in 3v2 did, but immediately answered by a retreat from KT.
KT doesn't really want to fight the 3v3, even though Rumble has a ton of power. Playing Lee in these type of skirmishes into Poppy is quite tough, and early game Karma is a lot stronger than early game Orianna, unless you can 100-0 someone. So we see KT just back off. They got the 1 grub. Might look for a second one down the line. Lucid not going to waste his time and energy on it right now. Top lane though, Perfect, maintaining this level of pressure towards King and doing a great job there. We'll see if that is going to matter as we do get towards some of these fights. That's surely any second now, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the meta has kind of slowed down a bit. Although if we do see action early on, it's always like bot dives, right? Which is not too surprising. I feel like our region doesn't do a whole lot of, okay, the grubs are up, 5v5 in the top side, such as other regions. I heard some talk on Twitter about the LPL doing that quite a lot. But yeah, just essentially, you know, trading the 1 grub, and that's it, you know, just saying, okay, never mind, we're not going to fight here. Pyosik is spotted.
He's trying so hard to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, he is Lee Sin.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily his fault. He's been trying to set up bot dives, trying to set up bot ganks, did get Amy's flash, of course. His pressure, rather, got the flash. It was Barrel actually going for it, but I don't think aiming flashes there if they don't know that Lee's behind them.
There's a ward in this bush, so they immediately react. I thought maybe they would try to make a move at this Ocean Drake, just because Lucid was on the, or rather, Pyosik was on the top side of the map for so long. But
I wish
he does
they
back.
would. Yeah, could have done that. King can play it a little bit farther forward, try and bait them in.
Seems like they didn't have a lot of control over the bottom lane as they were pushed in at the moment.
Yeah.
At that moment. And now, with Pyosik here, maybe KT's going to go for the streak. They're at least going to go for the scuttle. But yeah, it feels like both these teams very cautious of each other. Even though they're trying to like go for the play, if it's not 100% in their favor, they're just not going for it at all.
This is going to keep happening as well because, again, I want to reiterate, the only reliable form of hard engage on this entire map is Barrel. That's it. Everyone else, like, oh, am I going to poke? Am I going to dash in? Mantra Q?
Yeah.
Lee Q?
Base Nautilus enjoyers.
Throw my orb out. The only one that's like, we will fight now to the death, which is very fitting for him as a player, is Barrel. Might have something happening here, though. King and STP available. Don't forget, Perfect has Ignite.
Oh, this is late. Okay, it's going to be Orianna that does come in. The teleport is being utilized. KT got to get out of here as the Aatrox is coming in from behind. As a 3-man knockout comes in from Barrel. That's from Lucid. That is the engage you were looking for, Chronicler, as everybody is going to get away on low health, though they only do get the 1 kill. It looked really cool. I almost called him Barrel, but, you know, ends up only getting the 1 kill. The Ocean Drake will go the way of KT Rolster.
I think you take that trade as KT. You do get the early Dragon, which is quite valuable. A lot of resources have to be invested. I wonder what happened to Kingan's flank there. I thought that with Lucid's triple knockup, that was going to be the end of it. Maybe BDD, like, shockwaved him back. Gotta check that out because initially looks like the setup on the play here is a little bit slow. The Drake goes down to 59. It's actually the Orianna BDD that ends up picking it up. And then Barrel ends up going very low. Here you think it's done, and we don't get to see.
Showmaker's dead. Just straight up. Looks like no flash. Used it in the earlier play, and he just dies. Just equalizer on top of the Karma. And that's all they need. No kick utilized from Pyosik either.
Yeah, DK, they really invested so much in that bot play, and for it to only get 1 kill just isn't worth it. If you get like 3-4 kills there and all of your lanes all of a sudden have a lead, I do think you're going to feel great about it. We can see as well the plates towards the top side really paying off. As, yeah, it's very straightforward. He gets hit by the Q, ends up, even if he doesn't, I don't know if there's ever a way that you really make it out there with Rumble, with Ignite, and his ultimate available. Leandri's early up perfect. He did go for Swifties,
yeah,
but I think into Aatrox, I know Huni might not allow it. I will. Do think he went for a great first item.
I think it's a nice little middle ground. You know, you're going to be doing a nice amount of damage. You've got Scorch, you've got Ignite, you have
a lot of
Leandries.
slows on the enemy team.
You don't have the penetration into the Hex Drinker, which is definitely a problem, but you are able to get in range to do the damage instead. So, bit of a trade-off, of course, and we'll see how early on he does get a Grip Bloom or a Void Staff to throw that one up.
He gets to dodge sweet spots.
Yeah.
Gets to walk out of chains.
He's pretty far ahead, so I would imagine he can kind of get into that item at least second or third, probably, in this case. But we'll have to wait and see what his itemization does look like for the sake of Huni.
And with the pace of the game being this low, I think KT is going to be feeling really, really good, because when it comes to range, they will have the advantage. Obviously, Showmaker will be able to do a lot of very, very substantial poking once he finishes his Malignance. But we have seen teams struggle to get the most out of that when we get to the later stages of the game and more items start to come through. And additionally, Lethality Varus is going to be really good in these type of stalemates that I think if DK don't start building a lead anytime soon, they're going to run into...
There's amount of damage in the barrel, and now he's gone as they are trying to go for some kind of dive, but POG is here and everybody just flashes away. The wave was cleared so quickly. Definitely kind of a lackluster play there from the side of DK, trying to set something up, but very forced and answered very well by the side of KT.
I imagine Lucid wanted to... So the idea there, because they don't have POG there, is you knock away Beryl, who, even though he was low, had ult, flash, and is Nautilus with Aftershock, so you don't really want to go for that. It's perfect is soloing Herald, and no one will stop him. So you knock away Beryl, and then you dive Deft, but because POG shows up, and BDD is on the roam, they just have to immediately invest double flashes. KT really reading every play, and it's really interesting because there hasn't been a lot of action, but not for both teams' lack of trying. Like, they're continuously trying to do something, and the team's like, I
mean, just not a lot of engage. Lucid got a nice little engage on the last one after KT got pretty severely out of position, and we were surprised that they didn't get more kills, DK. So, yeah, they're trying, but it's not easy. I think that KT with the lead, and as you mentioned before, definitely utilize the Nautilus, you know, do the combo, get an equalizer on top, change of corruption, shockwave. You have a lot of nice follow-up to that one hard engage you've got in your team. So, especially from ahead, I think KT will be very comfortably playing this one out. But certainly the question of if D+ can get something going with their lack of engage is yet to be seen. It's still just 1-to-1 at 16 minutes.
Yeah. And on the flip side, everyone in KT is squishy, even Beryl if he doesn't start off of a hook because he is not a farming Nautilus. So the lethality Aatrox is going to do some serious heavy lifting, and even for Lucian, there shouldn't be a problem cutting through some of these members. It looks like they don't want to contest, instead opting to go for some aggressive wave shoving, but the timing on this, not that great. Immediate counter Herald comes through, and I don't think Kingen is really threatening to stop some turret.
Okay, Def says, I'm going to take it into my own hands. I am now the engage with Flash, Chains of Corruption.
Hey.
Which Showmaker does flash away.
Someone has to start a fight.
Yeah, as now Shockwave coming in, Aiming's in a lot of trouble. He's just out of the fight immediately. The Lucian doesn't do anything with this low of range, as now Kingen gets in from behind, but he's just kicked away from Deft. Although Deft will go down, and Kingen survives after all of that. And now Showmaker making his way back into this play. Keep in mind, KT, they got the Infernal Drake as well. So pretty okay with this one, although Deft is definitely biting the bullet for his team's plays.
He did also flash forward.
He did, yeah.
Which you do have a Nautilus. If the Varus was on the enemy team, I'd feel a little bit better about it. As we're taking another look here, a lot of damage will be thrown into the Poppy, but Lucid is Poppy, so the lower he gets, the resistances are going to feel quite strong. Great cancel on his ultimate, just walking up like that doesn't really end up working out for him, but he gets the taxi out. And then we're still early in the game. Kingen gets a lot of value from his Hex Drinker. It's also big that they get the kill on Deft, because otherwise I don't think he would have actually been able to stay alive.
Can they kill him here? I mean, Beryl tanking up quite a bit as he will go down. It does feed the kill over to Perfect, who is immensely fed. And does look like he is going for the Proto Belt next, the Rocket Belt. But, yeah, second kill on your Rumble is feeling pretty good. I do feel like the Equalizer could have been a bit better in that last fight. He did try to hit aiming. It kind of just hit the very edge of the Lucian. Could have done a bit more damage. Not sure if it would have gotten a kill, though, so pretty inconsequential at the end of the day. As turrets traded, but the mid-outer does go the way of KT.
Aiming, just shoving to his heart's extent in the side lane here. Trailblazer for Lucid. I actually quite like it, given the fact that, again, they don't really have great engage. But a sped up Poppy with a Karma shield and a Trailblazer, not going to feel too bad as Barrel sets this one up. If he drops aggro before he hooks back in, which he definitely could if he wouldn't have died. But he didn't.
It's the thought that counts.
He gave his life for the kill on his Rumble.
Good hustle, Barrel.
Good hustle, Barrel.
Yoshik in an awkward spot, but easily Sin has to kick Lucid away as the entire team is here. That's that speed up you were talking about. Mantra, Inspire, plus Trailblazer. Everybody's sprinting at you. The one issue with this, of course, is that the Poppy is not going to be nearly as tanky as he would be if he went for the OP tank items.
Yeah.
Such as a Frozen Heart.
Hey, can Godo's next?
You can. I think especially against Varus and double AP solo laners, you want a Canic Recurrent as soon as possible. Like, next item, please. He did go for the Mercs, which is going to help a little bit, but if you go for Trailblazer at this point in time, yes, you can get some nice engages off, but maybe you just get burnt to a crisp immediately, especially from behind. They're not necessarily behind. I mean, they are down a couple of Drakes, and it does feel like KT are controlling the flow of this game, but the gold is relatively similar, and DK absolutely still have a chance to win this one.
Yeah, I'd favor KT slightly. The Drake is unfortunate for them. If this was Hextech Drake and you have Lethality Varus into such a short-range comp, I think you're going to be feeling amazing.
But who doesn't love a little bit of RNG, Chronicler?
You don't.
In my skill-based battler game.
Hey, as long as crit exists, we don't get... At least Aphelios doesn't matter anymore. The amount of games I've seen flipped on, hey, let's see if we crit on the ultimate. Not a thing right now. The saving grace for DK is that KT doesn't necessarily scale all that well either because they don't have a front line. So yes, Barrel, again, if he starts a fight, will definitely be kind of okay at dealing with stuff. Pioshik is going to go for this type of bruisery build, but Lethality Aatrox doesn't care about any of that.
Does he care about anything?
No, he doesn't.
Here comes the Lucian as trying to bait it almost was deft. He does have to flash again. Or no, he didn't flash, he just healed away. And aiming did, yeah, just to get away from the bait that was a scary Nautilus over the wall.
But Deft is looking pretty healthy already again. That's now aiming. Summoner's gone. But so is the ultimate of Barrel and Deft. That might be enough to give it over to DK here, the next dragon.
Nice bit of poke damage put in from the side of D+. The Lucian Karma duo is sometimes just more than enough to push the enemy team away. Especially if you get the majority of those culling hits into a Rumble, let's say, in this case. You're going to be feeling pretty good. And even though aiming did flash, he also kind of pushed Deft out of the fight just a bit for a while, allowed them to take control of the river, and D+ will get the first Chemtech Drake. So they get plus 6% tenacity, Chronicler.
The main story of this game for me has just been aiming and Deft, like flashing into people. And it kind of working. Well, for Deft, not necessarily. The engage.
Yeah, nice equalizer. That's a hook onto the Poppy, and the chains in the backline as well. It's going to hit the Poppy again, and the kick comes in as Deft very nicely set up there alongside a Barrel, as now that hook is going to be pretty interesting, but Kingen trying to run away from this one. Not sure he's going to be able to. The rest of the team just abandoning ship and will leave their Aatrox out in the ocean. As KT Rolster, couple of kills, now angling up towards the Baron.
Some overinvestments there from DK, trying to make the earlier play work. And Barrel, with some clutch hooks, finding his way onto Lucid, chaining these engages. There is still a lot of power available in Showmaker and aiming. Lucid also on his way, and he is zooming Valdez.
He's so fast. I'm not sure it's going to matter, though. Showmaker could get a nice amount of burst damage in here as the Tidal Wave comes in as well, but the Smite is going to be, of course, better than the Mantra Q as a lot of damage comes in from the side of aiming, but Beryl just flashes the wall and a Mega Cone to save everybody and deny any more kills as KT get the Baron and they get out.
Really big win there from KT, losing, getting picked off. That was one thing, but Kingen then trying to salvage the play, going in super aggressively, investing his flash, but not on the same page of the rest of his teammate is gonna cost DK heavily. As we take another look here, they got the Dragon already. Perfect starts it off, does a ton of damage. If they give up Lucid, that by itself, as he does end up going down, really nicely done by POG extending the play. That could have been salvageable, but Kingen flashes in, doesn't actually kill POG, then gets ulted away by BDD, meaning that he goes down. More defensive summoners have to be invested by DK.
By the way, POG, he did go down to aiming, it looks like, as Jonas Strong was trying to show us that in live while we were watching the replay. Now BDD is trying to, no, I think it was, oh, I guess it was the two of them together. Well, now Showmaker goes down as Beryl picks up the shutdown.
Could have given that one over.
No,
maybe.
Beryl is the carry.
You know, we have so much evidence of Nautilus with farm being OP. I'm okay with it.
It's true. Just glad the Senna was banned. But Virus Nautilus still looking pretty good. But yeah, the Karma's pretty huge at this point in time. Was able to get some value in this play as well.
So they kill Perfect here. How does POG end up dying? Disengage ends up being nice, obviously heavy investment, but not going to be the end of the world. As
let me just clear this little control ward here. Surely it's fine. And I say that sarcastically, but he's definitely not the first one. Nor will he be the last to do that.
Well, I think we have a silly game on our hands.
It's been there's been a lot of trading back and forth between these two teams. Let's just say.
KT's still going to come out ahead on this one, obviously, with the Red Bull Baron power play. Not amazing, because POG died trying to clear a ward. But they did end up taking down Showmaker, and now ending up getting an inner as well. So still going to not feel too bad for KT. Also should put him in a great position already on this half of the map to get in some quick backs, and then have the tempo advantage going into a possible soul point setup.
You see the pings on the map there. They want to get vision in bot and near mid, try to set up for this Drake that's coming up in 45 seconds. BDD STP, so can easily just clear this and probably just go over and join his team to fight the Drake anyway. So we're really zooming in onto BDD. He has gone for the Crypt Bloom here.
Hey, Lucid might be listening to you, Valdez. That's a Spectre's Cow in his inventory.
Yeah. I mean, if he didn't build Canic Rooker next, I mean, any kind of MR item, just at least, but...
Wait, I don't remember what the exact build path of Force of Nature is, because it's not a real item. But what if he goes... I actually, like, Trailblazer, Force of Nature, I kind of be down. He's going to be so fast, Valdez! He's going to be running at them!
And he's going to die even faster.
Hey, yeah, we'll call... I don't know about that.
Well, I do hope it is the OP Canic Rooker, but we'll have to wait and see on that. He does not have it for the moment. As a bit of a 5v5 brewing here. Some nice Mancer Q action, a big Poppy ultimate to get the jungler away, and now Beryl is just biting the bullet for this one. He's going to go down. So that slow from the Tidal Wave was pretty huge. And DK, they staked their claim on a second Chemtech Drake here, stacking their own set of Drakes.
Big win for DK, making sure that this game is not reaching a resolution anytime soon. And this is great because these two teams are very evenly faced. I think DK has gotten a lot of very justified criticism for how disjointed they have been looking. And my expectation was that KT should be a lot better coming into the day, just given the fact that KT's losses were against some really good teams. But momentum can't be understated. Even if you get wins against weaker teams, it still is going to help your synergy, it still is going to help your confidence. And you can rationalize, hey, we lost to really good teams, we lost to really good players, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you did still lose. And got pummeled in those games as well. I think KT didn't get a single game, if I remember correctly, against T1 Hanwha or Gen
I don't
G.
think so. Yeah. Why is Beryl buffering his E after dredge lining walls in his base?
Because it's cool.
Does he have a tier? I don't see a tier. I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, it's
Not sure if
fine.
there's anything in his kit that I'm missing.
Who
But
needs mana?
yeah. I mean, he's certainly got enough, I suppose, at this point. As, yep, the Karma is huge. And there's not a lot of tankiness on this KT roster of champions. And I was mentioning it before, you know, you saw the Lucian, you could have gone for a tankier set of champions. And then they also had Karma as well, so...
Perfect played the early game really well, but after that he did do a lot of grouping, partially by necessity because he doesn't have teleport. But it does mean that we haven't discussed this, but he's 6 CCS behind. Kingen has just been catching side waves. Because if you go back to so many of the plays that KT made in mid to early game, it's always Kingen inside catching wave, push turret. And he's done that for so long that now he does actually have a lead. And this is the moment where like, man, I wish we had Cassante. Because you know who Cassante doesn't care about? Karma and Lucian.
And Poppy. I mean, a little bit about Poppy, but...
You don't have a W, but you have 2 of those with
Go
all out.
unstoppable. Yeah, you just do that. They do have a decent amount of damage here on this Baron. And they will get Lucid towards this pit. As he's the tanky one, he's got to lead the charge here for the side of DK. The shields are getting bigger and bigger with all of these Chemtech Drakes that are being picked up for the side of DK. So the Poppy and the Karma feeling pretty good.
Neither team can also really do Nash unless they win a fight. Because if you try to do Nash against DK, you're going to get Collinged, Poppy ulted, or hit by Mantra Qs or Tidal Wave, and it's a really nice corridor for that as well. And then on the other end, there's Rumble and Lethality Baron.
Yeah. Piosic says, I'm going to do the red buff. Culling does come down, and aiming nearly takes his head off, as the red buff will go the way of D+. And once again, the poke comes in, and KT are like, well, what do we do? Trying to get some vision here on the Baron, but this is kind of all D+ having control over this part of the map.
Credit where credit is due, Aiming has been doing a really good job on this Lucian of looking aggressively for these kills. One of our biggest criticisms of Lucians in general is that the pick in front-to-back teamfight just isn't going to have the type of value, so I'm really happy to see him go continuously aggressive. Is it sometimes a bit too much? I think the play on Deft comes to mind. Maybe. But at the same time, again, with everyone on KT being relatively squishy, there is so much threat when he does go in, as long as he has enough of his teammates to keep him safe. I do feel bad for Lucid because he has been sitting on like 160 CS and he's level 12. He's the same level as Beryl because all the gold has been pumped into the rest
Hey, here's
of DK. I do think there's some diminishing returns on that. You do, like, especially because he's the main engage. I do hope eventually they're going to funnel a little bit of farm into him, because if he's not going to be able to frontline, that is going to be quite tough. At the same time, we do have some major item breakpoints almost being hit now for DK, or already being hit. Lucid, or Showmaker already almost has his death cap available. Kingen sitting on 3 items. Aiming is sitting on 4.
Yeah, he went for the Maul pretty interestingly.
I like Maul.
I mean, there's a lot of, as we mentioned before, a lot of AP damage in this KT Rolster damage lineup, so certainly going to be nice there. He doesn't necessarily need an LDR because there's not really a main tank, again, so he just goes for the Infinity Edge and then he gets a little bit of survivability, and he's going to do an insane amount of damage anyway.
Oh, death cap. Showmaker TPing in. Reiterating, starting Baron, really, really tough. I think Baron needs to look for a hook.
Well, that's a Poppy. Could have tried to force it even if he did get Steadfast Presenced. And with Kingen on the bottom side, they really want to force his TP out. So they're going to start this one. Immediately, the Scryer's Trinket does come down. And they want Kingen to TP into this fight, as now the helicopter being charged up by the side of Lucid. He's just going to hold on to it as this one is being laced. The engage does come down onto the Poppy, and they have so much damage, but he just runs it off and sprints away from them. As the TP did come in from Kingen, he's going to try to set this one up, but Beryl is going to be able to get away as Lucid. He dies to the Baron! How did he manage that? And now KT Rolster, yes, very low on health, but 5v4 in their favor after the Poppy dies to Baron.
Really big mistake from Lucid there. Had actually made it out, and DK was in a great position there. Showmaker was doing a lot of damage to the enemy backline with his death cap now finished. And now DK, they got to hold on 20 seconds on Lucid. Don't think there's really a Baron opportunity. I would rather they play it a little bit slower, because all they need to do is make sure that KT doesn't get it. And they are able to do so. Might have to give up the Drake for this, but Lucid, he's going to be sprinting his way back. I hope we get a replay, because that is the most painful death that I've seen since Dundun lost to Gromp.
We've seen a lot of Baron snipes this season so far, but it all starts off with an engage onto the Poppy, which is not always the best target, but he's the easiest target by far, and they have a lot of damage. So they nearly take his head off, and then Lucid's like, you know what? I'll give you the kill.
So, like, the Baron is... Okay,
that's kind of...
I'm not...
that one.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know about that.
So, it must have been a burn of some sort that kept Baron engaged there, and he just walked a little bit into aggro range. Okay, that's not Dundun Gromp level.
Yeah, no.
I mean, silly.
We can give him a pass for that. I mean, he was the closest one, yes, but you're right. It must have been something that kept the Baron in combat just barely. If Baron was at full health, you know, like, what are you going to do?
We knew it was a silly game, Valdez. Baron is in on it as well.
Baron is very biased against the Poppy. They're going to get some vision here, but this one might be a bit late as Lucid is going to knock away Beryl, and he's going to get into this pit. It gets so low, they can just keep this one lead. It's just a smite fight, and it goes to POG. Went down to like 1198, and the damage is coming in now. BDD is so low, but he just flashes away from this one as aiming. Desperate to get some damage into Perfect. Will get it down, but there's already two members of DK that are in the grave as aiming. Also pretty low depth, and POG alone gotta try to win this one, but King in his full health on the lethality. Aatrox just running at them and should be able to take out POG as he kind of messes that one up.
Mega Cone!
Mega Cone. We do have BDD who tried to TP into this one. And Deft is, I think they know where he is. Yeah, Mega Cone comes in. He's trying to do some damage to kill it. They take out the Navi. He wants aiming as well, and the kill! He is saved just barely on 24 health. Okay. Well, now everybody lost the Baron buff.
Hey, BDD still has it, right?
Oh, did he live?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's fine. Let's retake another look at this fight. It's somewhat of a 50-50, but Lucid uses his W early, so he's not able to
1198.
actually keep POG out. Very close smite fight. Does end up going over to POG. Credit to him. The man has been ice cold on these smites for a good long while, and Deft sniping Showmaker from across like 3 walls, aiming, then going to King and trying to get the chains onto Deft, who then still has the field flash. It's a work of art, Valdez, as Blightstack's getting procced.
아, 까비 맞췄는데 안 죽네 이게.
I hit him, but
I wonder if he did have his W, if it would have been enough to kill him even through the Maul Shield. Because the amount of extra damage you do with it is so crazy.
Yeah.
So, the Baron power play isn't really a thing.
-30, what do you mean?
It's just
a thing.
The game's still dead even.
It exists. It's in there in the top left. I see it.
Oh, they're gonna accelerate it now. Oh, he did get spotted.
Yeah, he's spotted.
They know.
And now they know that he's not there. That's the engage once again on the Lucid, but damage comes out onto Beryl here from aiming. A huge Q
King's coming!
Into this Lucian, and now...
Wait, no, hold.
Just trying to back away, and again, they don't really have the ability to get close enough to this death ball of KT, who are just running away as a group. They don't know exactly where Kingen is, but now they're going to have a good idea as he hits that plant, and they just run away as a group. We're fine.
We're fine.
Fine. And Kingen didn't even TP for that one, so... No harm, no foul in the play.
Because of the chase, the unsuccessful one from DK, now KT actually gonna out-rotate them, get the mid lane turret here. So the Red Bull Baron power play, probably by the end, mildly positive, Valdez.
1,000 gold, perhaps?
Yeah.
It still counts. This game is still so close.
What I am worried about is with how close this game is that whichever team ends up losing just goes boom. Because it's one of these games where you get like, oh, there were so many things that could have gone slightly differently.
Yeah. It's not going to feel good for whoever does lose this one. And DK, I mean, we were memeing the Chemtech Drakes, but they have 3 of them now. They got one while we were watching the Baron replay.
Oh, yeah.
A 3rd one. So the shields are pretty massive, actually.
8, and also, oh, okay. Also, the amount of power...
Yoshik just sitting on a ward here. Nearly dies. Perfect has to tank it up for him. As Lucid's just having his fun up there on the top side of the screen. Not going to ult anyone. Does Deft go for Serpent's Fang?
I imagine you go Edge of Night. Because again, there's a lot of high value stuff that you can take with it.
Like a Mantra Q that would like one tap you.
Yeah, I don't hate Serpent's Fang though for obvious reasons. There is a lot of shielding and healing on the enemy team.
And 3 Chemtech Drakes. So
yeah.
Huge value. And for the moment, just waiting for the next Baron. We've already had 2 Barons taken in this game. Or is it 3?
Is it not just 1? Didn't they start Baron a bunch of times?
No, KT got one at 23 minutes, you remember.
No.
And it was like, you don't remember?
No. Well, I'll take your word for it.
It's been a long game already, 40 minutes. Yeah, they had like a little push in the bottom side. It was also one of those kind of lackluster Baron power plays. They got like 1,000 gold.
Oh, yeah. Because I remember what happened. Pioshik died. Pioshik died clearing a ward, and then because of that, they lost all tempo, and they only got the bot inner.
Yes, after that. And
yeah.
they survived with the Mega Cone as well. Like, Beryl like peeled for him and flashed the wall, and they all Mega Coned away. That was the first Baron. Then we had the second Baron. So I think it's only been 2. I think.
Wait. No, but they didn't get that Baron. The Baron where they Mega Cone.
Oh, wait, I guess. No, they did.
No, the Mega... Wait, did they?
They did, yeah.
No, the Mega Cone. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you're right. Yeah, because that's when Pioshik died. Oh, this game is throwing us for a loop, Valdez.
It's been a fun one already. And D+, just trying to push the waves. They really just want to get as much mid lane prio as possible and go for the Chemtech Soul. And at that point, I mean, that's going to be pretty huge. 4 Chemtech Drakes with this comp. You're going to have a nearly unkillable Aatrox and Poppy if they do pick up that Soul. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. And they're really setting up for this one. Actually trying to bait on the Baron first. As that one, of course, is alive. Not a lot of vision on that pit for either team.
DK, you can just gift this up.
No.
But they can, though.
No. Very stubborn, I think.
Yeah, just do Nash. They don't have soul point.
They could definitely threaten it. Showmaker, you're on vision. Just baiting the flash out of Beryl. Well done, Showmaker.
But now he has to flash as well.
Oh, no steadfast presence. The engage on a Lucid. He is in a bit of trouble, but now Kingen gets a massive engage here onto the backline, but he is all alone. Where's the rest of the team? But can they kill Kingen is the question. They're going to get him down to his GA. And again, everybody else on the side of DK was never really able to join Kingen on that fight. So that's just a free GA picked up by KT, but Deft still very low.
Oh, but they can still do Nash. KT?
Okay.
So, okay, my guess is that because they realized that the health bars are too low, that I guess they don't want to risk the contest. They lost some of their engage ultimates. They didn't have an equalizer.
Yeah.
And instead, they are just going to trade, give this Baron over to DK. And they didn't have a lot of vision control, so I think in hindsight, it does make a decent amount of sense. Didn't kill Lucid either this time around. Lucid did beat the Baron for the first time in this game.
Yeah. So we'll see this once again. Showmaker, he's outside of the bush. Doesn't know he's on vision. Flashes away.
If I'm not mistaken, Beryl just hooked terrain there.
Yeah, he did.
So Showmaker didn't need to flash. And then we have King and I'm really.
Where's the rest of the team when Kingen gets this massive flank? That's what I'm curious about. Because Beryl got knocked away, and the Aatrox was on top of 3 people. with full health. And then there were 3 people of DK just like in the Baron pit.
Kingen and the rest of the team just haven't been on the same page.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Kingen's fault specifically.
No, his flank was great. The timing was great.
Took a lot of damage, but now the GA cooldown is down. POG does mean he can go for some really aggressive plays.
Here it is once again. They're just going for that front target. Lucid is going to knock him away, but he's just dead. The amount of damage that they have right now, KT, is just insane. And even Lucid, you mentioned he was behind on levels. He's just falling apart like a piece of paper, is now Perfect in a bit of trouble.
There's a lot of cooldowns being soaked. We'll see if that's enough.
Yoshi trying to challenge Aatrox there. Not sure if that's a good idea, but DK even 4v5, considering getting in on this one. But yeah, just gonna eventually back away. Still have a minute 10 on their Baron power play, but not really able to utilize it without a Poppy.
Lucid is going to be back in a little bit. We haven't mentioned aiming in a while, but he is a true 6 items. No fake 6 items with boots.
Huh.
True 6 item. And so there's Trailblazer, there's Slay.
Uh-oh. Pioshik trying to be the clutch master again. He's gonna get the kick on aiming. He nearly dies for it, and aiming gets away. And now Kingen with the angle, but he's alone once again, and is just taking massive damage. But he heals so much against Barrel. Is not going to survive though, as BDD just gonna chunk him down. And once again, kind of a broken fight. No objectives though.
But this is very late into the game, 55 seconds, and this time around KT is pretty far up the lane. But because Lucid is back, they can't actually push anything.
They get the
There's
kill,
no
and they're like, okay.
Well, yeah, but what are they gonna do?
Yeah, there's nothing they can.
I feel like this is the 15th time that Barrel has hooked Lucid, and it's gone every imaginable way. If they do throw a bunch of ultimates in, we do see that Lucid dies very, very rapidly.
Perfect didn't even equalize her. Didn't have to.
As Pioshik really, if he gets the kick over the wall, that is probably at the very least aiming's GA. Still a successful play though, because it baits a response from the rest. This equalizer from Perfect looks a little bit awkward initially, but it does actually keep aiming out of the fight, which is why no one on KT ends up going down. Could have probably also used it on the main fight and just be Rumble, and I don't think aiming would have been able to approach, but 45 minutes. Soul on the table, Valdez. Everyone's alive.
And it's weird, but it feels like, even though we're 45 minutes in, the game feels exactly like it was at 10 minutes in.
Oh yeah, hasn't changed.
Where neither side can really engage. Aiming doesn't have flash here. He's going to get slowed up a bit. The equalizer comes down as the team is backing away.
Oh, they can heal up a lot though.
Yeah.
Off of the plans. Where are you going, KT? There's no objective there.
I mean, we got 2 minutes on the Baron, and we have 50 seconds on the Chemtech Drake. They push mid. It looks like they want to go for a back, I would imagine. But they're going to lose a lot of pressure on this Drake by doing this at this timing.
6 items coming through here. We did see Deft actually swap to plated steel caps there. Trying to, I imagine, reduce the damage from Kingen. If aiming is on top of you and you're Lefaude Varus, that's just, yeah, it's not going to end well for you. Crypt Bloom here for Perfect. We're reaching basically full items across the board outside of the Poppy. Pioshik does have his third item finished, so is a little bit more tanky.
Kingen's positioning once again pretty good, but look at the warding, the vision
He has
from KT.
Mercurial Scimitar as well as Showmaker on the flank as Karma.
Yeah.
Does have a lot of backline threat damage.
A lot of flanking, but now Kingen, he's here without TP. He's going to get the inhibitor, and this might be a trade nexus for Chemtech Soul kind of situation, although BDD is going to go back. As we will have to look at this 1v1. BDD looks totally fine. It's going to clear the wave, and that issue is solved. Pioshik getting so low, but down goes Lucid again as the equalizer comes through, and the smite goes down to the side of Pioshik. Showmaker going into stasis, but he's all alone in the pit, and he will be taken out. KT Roaster will take this one down. They get the Chemtech Soul. I don't know if the game is over just yet, though, Chronicler.
No, because I don't know if they have the time to push. They do
certainly
going
gonna
to
try
so much. No, but I mean, DK is going to force a response at the very least. They don't know where aiming is. Is this going to be a base race? Obviously, way more people available for. I think DK. They need to make the call.
You got to go back. They're going to make the call to go back.
Yeah, one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, 3 people pushing into 0 compared to 2 and 1.
Yeah, Lucid and Kellen are almost back though, and Katie didn't actually get the opportunity to end. I think also because they were kind of looking at, is someone on DK going to try and push here? Because if you're ever in a situation where it's just BDD against both King and aiming, and they do win that fight, they would outpush you by a pretty substantial margin because Deft ended up going down. Take another look at this. Really big there from Deft to get the kill on Lucid. I actually think Dragon also did some damage there. PvE fight not being won. Then we have Kellen flashing into it. Sure.
We gotta look at live. Lucid's here. He's got Hex Flash. There's Vision and KT also. They say, no, we're not flipping it. We will not flip.
So KT also, we didn't mention this yet, but they did get the soul.
Yes.
Yes. That did happen.
Nice. Okay. Anyway.
Was it?
The Elder Spawner was
killed. That's DK.
Do Baron? BDD does have TP, but the damage is pretty large on this Baron who's got a massive health bar. That's Equalizer comes down, and yeah, Perfect just going to help out with that one. And that is Baron given over to DK, smited at about 700. And a nice timing there from them as they knew that KT had to go back to save their bottom lane.
Do like aiming picking up the LDR? We're really getting to the point of the game where just by virtue of everyone being level 18, you get a lot of value out of shredding the armor, out of the Giant Slayer. The fact that he... Kraken Slayer as well. The fact that he gets to go...
Chronicler, Lucid still has 2 items.
Yeah, no, he didn't get anything.
He has 2 items at 50 minutes into the game.
So this I actually do have issue with. Like, why is aiming sitting at 500 CS?
He's like barely a champion.
You don't have a front line.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a good allocation of resources.
He did double Flame Horizon him, though. That's pretty cool.
No, but you, like...
I know, I'm memeing, but...
There's diminishing returns on gold, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If it was Showmaker, I think it'd make more sense, but... There's got to be a lot of heavy lifting being done here.
Even Showmaker's not on full build.
Yeah, exactly.
And we just had full build plus boots, of course, finished here for BDD. Picked up a Leandri's. Everybody's got a lot of health at this point in the game. It's a nice damage item, of course.
The same reason why the Giant Slayer is good. Just by the virtue of base stats being this late into the game. And I still don't have the faintest idea as to who's going to win this, Valdez. We might break the record for longest game this split.
It's 55 minutes, I just checked. 55 minutes and 9 seconds. So we're getting pretty close to record-breaking territory.
Because they're not going to be able to, at least for now, substantially break up the base. They have a minute left. We'll see. Trying to set up a trap here for someone to catch the wave, but I would much rather they just use their Baron buff.
I mean, they're trying.
Lucid has slightly, I don't even know, he might have had less gold than Beryl.
Beryl was very close to getting that hook, and now he's very close to dying. So now, not much of a Nautilus left over. Beryl's going to have to go base, but at the same time, the wave is cleared.
Base holds on. You have really good wave clear with Rumble, Orianna,
Varus,
and Lethality Varus, yeah.
So they're just going to go down here.
Is it just an Elder flip? Is that what we're... Hey, there's the Serpent's Fang!
There it is. Finally picked it up. Not sure exactly what he's... Opportunity, yeah. This inhibitor about to come up. Perfect in a rough spot here. He has Flash, but he's going to Zhonya's instead. And he will hold on to his Flash. Meanwhile, scrambling around the base right now is KT trying to stop Kingen from getting this one as Shockwave comes in and Kingen might have overstepped here, but this inhibitor goes down. Kingen almost nearly gone, but the base might be gone as well. DK trying to end this one, or at least threaten it. They're going to take down a Nexus turret, but also another inhibitor turret does go down. Showmaker doing work in mid lane as the bottom inhibitor did go down, and AT are holding on for dear life. They want to get another engage into Lucid as he is so not tanky. Tidal Wave comes in, and the inhibitors are being chunked.
Yeah, that's the inhibitors. DK playing this one out so slowly.
Wait, it's neither inhibitor. Wait.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Just a Fred is enough. As long as DK can get to the Elder first, they should be fine here. And this is the lack of engage. We see there. They catch Kingen in a Shockwave, and they only get his GA. as long as they know where Barrel is, they can keep pushing and prodding.
And DK played it excellently. I mean, if Kingin is going to go that hard, you have to push the other inhibitors while he's doing it. And Showmaker's doing it in mid at the same time. So it's not even just the bot inhibitor that was just going to go down, essentially. But they saved 2 inhibitors. So no super minions in mid and top.
Only bot, which you want to play towards bot anyway. Although I don't know, they don't have vision. Can they actually approach? We do have the 3-man unit from KT.
This is the only one here.
Already ready. They do seem to know.
I think we're going to break the record. We're definitely breaking the record. The question is how long it goes for, Chronicler.
Well, KT can just start up this objective.
Yes, they can.
Double TP for King and
TP's
Showmaker.
available.
BDD is standing guard.
I think they want to try to fight
Lucid
this,
has
though.
ult.
They're going to try to fight this one. Lucid, he is not on vision, but KT, they know this is happening.
They can't commit too hard because then they can double TP towards the bot wave.
And there's not a lot of vision here for KT. As Kingin gets in, and POG is going to dodge that one. It's going to come down to a flip. Is this Challenger's Chronicler? As they will come down to the flip, and it goes to Aatrox! Kingin picks up the Elder Drake, and that should be game. As POG and Deft on the run, but they're being Aatrox from a distance. And Deft, he's not long for this world. There's the execution, and POG just on the run. He's going to be very sad he wasn't able to hit that smite, and maybe we're not going to break the record. As DK will push the bottom lane.
Betraying his old teammates. Slamming them down, gets the Elder somehow. And DK is going to take game number 1.
And Lucid is emoting into them after being caught out multiple times. Doesn't matter. He did the one important thing, which is trying to help smite the Elder, I suppose, along with Kingin. That's going to be game number 1. Going over to DK in a 54-minute slugfest. Didn't quite break the record, but it was quite a long game. Good luck on POG.
Yeah, I need a moment. Truly a continuous back and forth, a game worthy of the KT roller coaster, although they didn't end up taking it. I'm having a hard time with the POG vote. I do think that in this game, the man that, even as messy as it got, even with some of his plays being over-aggressive, that achieved the perfect KDA, he's got to take it. I think Aiming played a really good game of the Lucian, but you can go for Kingin, for getting Elder, and some of his flanks.
And the pressure in the side lanes, you know? He was actually doing that, and it was a big part of this one. He was the one who took down the bottom inhibitor that put the pressure on, allowed them to get the Baron.
Showmaker's damage as well, even though Aiming's damage obviously is going to be really high because of the amount of burst he was able to do, was also essential. Kellen, I think, played an amazing Nami game. Lucid made the best with what he got, which wasn't enough.
Yeah. He certainly didn't get enough in this game, but he tried to ult people, he tried to be steadfast, presencingly, and died a whole bunch. But they did win the game, and that's what matters. Game number 1 goes to D plus Kia, and we will take a break and have the space to break down that game.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Hooney and Wolf today as we look to break down that KT versus DK slugfest. And before we dive into the draft, I just want to let everyone know that I got out my candles, I drew some circles on the ground last night, and I sat in the middle and I prayed for less one-sided games. And do you know what I learned after our first game today? Be very careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
because this was something else, boys. Let's get into it. Let's get into the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very one-sided, a lot of the LCK over the past few weeks. So I was also hoping for a close game, but yeah, Monkey's Paw striking here. In terms of the draft, we'll go through this really quick because there's a lot to discuss. I thought it was a pretty good draft from D+. I really liked how their mid-game win conditions were going to come together. They had the Poppy for controlling objectives late, and they played the laning phase extremely well as well on top of that. So I felt like going into this one, I was very positive about what D+ was going to be able to do. I did not know they were still going to be able to make it work in a 50-plus minute game. I thought the game was going to be decided much earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the Aatrox pick also into Rumble is just like pretty good, like by just like goes the longer time, and also like using the Karma with the mid prio, just be more actually having the proactive play around the mid jungle, especially. I think that helps a lot. That boosts up a lot in especially early game.
And I think that the conversation about scaling is just a weird one, right? We know Rumble is more of a mid-game champion. We know Lethality Varus more of a mid-game champion, but they did have the range advantage, right? And so you think like maybe KT are very happy to go into the later stages of the game. But it turns out that neither of these teams had an advantage moving into the late game. Let's get into our first highlight here and see what happened. Let's have a look at the Rumble check-in. I always forget about this. We need to give the Rumble check-in.
Tell us what you think.
Why is it a 2?
Honestly,
5?
the first of all, I gave it 2, but I actually changed to 1, the 1 star. But I mean, anyway, it's still kind of. It was like I really disappointed because like enemy team has so much MR item, and it's like he didn't build a voice step first of all, and no Sork shoes, and that makes me like really sad. And the swiftness, just going into Aatrox to dodge the double, just to actually escape the W. It's so insecure.
A scared Rumble.
It's so insecure. If you're insecure, just do not lock it in Rumble. You're just down 200 CS almost, and it's like, it's just so sad to watch, man.
Similar thing to, I guess, the Garen situation that we had before. You know, you got to play with gusto and play with aggression. Let's have a look at our first highlight here, which has a bit of both of those things. This equalizer was decent to start it off, but didn't do a massive amount of damage. A lot of zoning, though.
Yeah, a lot of zoning, which allows them to re-engage onto Lucid, and they end up kicking him into this fight. And this was the first moment in this game where KT did something extremely decisive, and it turned into a follow-up Baron take. So trying to grab King in here, they are successful, and Perfect doesn't take that much damage on the exit, so they rush over to Baron here. Showmaker, I really love this play. Instead of just trying to poke blindly, he wants to go all in onto this and see if he can get an angle. Does end up getting a kill, but look at how quickly and how well they can disengage here. Speed up coming through from BDD as well to give Barrel the ability to get out, and they blast Clone away. I thought that was a really good play from KT just in general. Really nice capitalization on an overextension. Equalizer comes down, get picks, go straight to Baron, exit Baron, don't try to turn the fight, just get out, evacuate. At that moment, I thought, okay, KT might have this game in the bag. That's going to give them tons of map control for the foreseeable future. That was about 30 minutes before the game ended.
Yeah, and you'll have to forgive the camera as well, getting a little bit out of focus there. Everything's sleepy over here because things are starting at ridiculous hours of the morning, you know, as usual, being kidnapped and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to dive into our second highlight here, and this one was the game decider, and obviously it's an Elder Flip.
Yeah, I mean, this is the after 30 minute, basically from the Hollow 1, and it's like probably like it really doesn't matter right now. It's like whoever just have a better damage at the Elder Dragon the last hit, it wins the fight, and that was the Aatrox somehow.
Yeah, the Aatrox gets the kill, and I think there was not enough time for KT. We saw, you know, in live, like they just didn't have enough vision for Def to really hit poke. So Barrel has to go in, he dies first, and then yeah, you secure the Elder with the Aatrox, but I feel like the fight was always being won by D+. Might have turned if you were able to secure that with the Smite, but they are unable to. They're able to push to end. A very long game, and I wanted to talk about the items a little bit here because, as Huni mentioned, there was a ton of MR actually coming through on the side of D+, and yet we still saw both players opting for Crypt Bloom over Void Staff, and with the amount of money and farm they had this game, they definitely could have swapped those. The only player who really swapped was Aiming. Swapped several items actually throughout the game to make sure he got the best build that made the most sense, got rid of his scimitar and stuff like that. So wanted to shout out Aiming for actually using the gold and an insane amount of farm he had to actually make sure he had the perfect build, whereas the AP players on KT did not.
They also didn't have quite as much money. I do want to criticize Aiming a little bit. I think the LDR could have come in, you know, more like a fourth or fifth item instead of 14th or 15th item, which is what actually it kind of was. Of course, naturally in the game, you get a lot of armor, so even if they're not necessarily building those items, it is a good choice. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG, though. It will be Aiming. He had 1 trillion CS, and he's now got 400 POG points.
Yeah, I think it's just like really big shout out to Aiming, just having no death as well. Like especially when it's like this long game and having no death, it's like actually that's really really huge. At the same time, also we did see a lot of the aggressions from him actually making of the play, and it's like the aggressive the calling, and actually that makes the enemy team like really slow the tempo, and it's like that kind of makes to be able to the DK the stacking the Drake when actually KT is a really hurry to getting the stack up Drake and spawn the Elder fast as soon as possible.
I really think shoutouts are deserved for Kingen because he had a really good game in terms of the macro. Obviously, team fighting, it wasn't really about him as much as it could have been, I think, on this Aatrox, but his macro decision making was good and he was able to secure the Elder, so he picks up a few votes. I almost voted for him, but Huni convinced me it was an Aiming vote, and I went that way.
No, I think the Aiming votes do make a lot of sense. I think a split between these two is absolutely what we're expecting. But do you know what I'm expecting, gentlemen? I'm expecting this series to go up a notch as far as tempo, to get a little bit more frantic as we move into game number 2. And I hope that that inkling is going to be the truth. Let's throw it back to Valdez and Chronicle.
Thank you, Space. It is Valdez and Chronicler here for game number 2. And yes, Monkey's Paw, we get a very close back and forth, crazy, wild slugfest between these two teams. Can only imagine what's going to happen in game number 2. Maybe more engage, more fighting, and perhaps an earlier finish than 54 minutes. Would not surprise me. KT Rolster will stay on the blue side, which is also pretty standard.
No surprises there. Don't feel like the outcome of that game specifically was decided by draft. I mean, we do know what it was decided by. It was one flip. Just a singular coin flip at the end of the game. Although, I want to give...
That's my challengers.
Absolutely. I want to give a little bit of credit for DK. I do think that Kingen in particular did a really good job of maintaining sideline pressure, which is why BDD wasn't in that fight. Because if he leaves and joins the rest of his team, then there's a double TP opportunity. So a lot of work was done before that, but it was definitely a game that could have gone many a way depending on the outcome of that fight. Senna still going to get taken away, unsurprisingly. Obviously, DK shouldn't be expected to change anything up here early on in the draft, as the Azir still not gonna be given over. And Varus, particularly as a B1, has been struggling. We'll see if that is what gets picked up early on here as well. Don't think it's a problem with the pick, but it is a pick that you can actually try and play against with the type of composition that you pick, particularly when there's no Kench, but something like a Nautilus.
Will they change their final ban? It was Callista last time. So far, all the bans are the same. It'll be Callista again. First pick, Varus on the cards for deaths. There it is. Do you take away the Nautilus this time, or are you just happy with
Lucian up.
Arma and Lucian?
Yeah, just run it back, right? No reason not to.
Aiming does have a sly...
That's a Zeri.
Grin
That's a
on.
Zeri grin, Valdez.
Oh no.
I've seen that one before.
He's like, trust me, Kog'Maw is good. No. Teemo is the way. Okay, Karma is going to be the lock-in first. So they have some extra time. They're utilizing that Karma pick that they were always going to take. That extra time to go for it. And the Smolder is going to be the choice this time.
The more I see of Smolder, the more he truly feels to me like Xayah does, which is in the right position. This pick is absolutely broken. but he has really struggled with actually getting in range enough to do reliable damage. And that is something that I am a bit worried about, particularly with the lockdown that's going to be provided here. I would love an early lock-in of Vi here. I think Vi Nautilus makes the life of Smolder so insanely hard. And it means that it's going to be a lot harder for aiming to have a big impact. Instead, Talia Blind to come through from BDD here will give him more of an impact towards the bottom half of the map. His Orianna was fine. Didn't really blow us away one way or another. Or a Blind, I guess it is probably into the Karma from Showmaker again.
Yeah. Also, Tom Kench thinking about taking this one. I was going to say they could always flex that Smolder to the top lane, as Kenyan is one of the players who has played it up there. But with Smolder, Tom Kench selected, wouldn't be surprised to just have that be the bottom lane duo. So they skip the Lee Sin pick, they take the Talia instead. And so you would imagine that Vi has to be off the cards. Because if you get Talia and Vi and Nautilus and Varus, that's CC for days. And it's not very fair, especially for the little baby dragon.
Can also ban the Viego, maybe Sejuani as well, and then just pick up the Vi on R4. We know how much it is beloved by Lucid. And additionally, it keeps the Smolder as a flex pick alive. I do agree with you. I think it's 9 times out of 10 it's going to be towards the bot lane here, with Kench in particular, but could go for some other pairing with the Kench. Yeah, try and go for a hyper carry one way or another. Aphelios is another one that we have actually seen, which obviously it's not going to be a great matchup, but it is something that they can look towards. So I would love a Vi pickup here. Although Kench does help a lot with the Vi, so if they do go for the Vi, there's a lot of added safety. But I think that the combination of Talia Vi also is so tough to play into. It's Lucid, a grin on his face. That's the lock-in Sejuani. Gets to. It's an honor to be a tank for you.
Yeah. And that does leave the Vi available, but it is a great point you do raise. Do they want to, you know, utilize more and more and more CC that could just be put into one target that then just gets devoured, and then a lot of your kit as a team is kind of just gone? Or do they want to look elsewhere? 2 carry junglers were taken away from POG. There's not that many left. I mean, you know, Xinjiao has been one that he's gone to often. He has...
Trundle?
No, that's not a champion. Jarvan is almost less of a champion.
If I remember correctly, you can't actually Smolder E out of man-made terrain. Like, terrain made by champions. I have to double-check that, but that would actually mean that Jarvan, I don't think, is as bad as it might initially look, and also lock down the Karma and the Kench. But it looks like it's going to be the Poppy instead. Poppy does obviously have pretty nice synergy with Talia. You can smash people over the rocks. Makes their life fairly unpleasant. Good follow-up as well, with Nautilus already being a main initiator. And the amount of CC available for KT, absolutely incredible. Kingen, he got pummeled in lane last time around. I expect it will be the same, and I expect he will care as little as he did in that game.
Yeah, eventually you just play the side lanes well, you play the macro well, and do become a late game powerhouse. It's what he is very good at least nowadays on the Aatrox. But yeah, that Gnar being held face up and then the Aatrox picked into it. It's not going to be too easy. A lot of control on the side of KT Rolster's composition, a lot of crowd control, and just ways to zone people away or just CC them for 8 seconds straight, even without the Vi. But certainly a lot of ways to keep your opponents at distance between the Karma and the Kench on the side of D plus Kia.
We'll see if KT can bring us to a game number 3, Valdez. The compositions, I don't think were the problem last time around. I wouldn't think it's going to be a problem this time around either. A lot of power here for KT. The one thing I'm worried about is Talia in the early game is really going to get punished by Karma. And we have seen, Faker most notably, but even some of the Chovy games, that Talia is really, really shining as a pick when she gets to influence the side lanes. That will be hard against the amount of prio that is going to come out from Showmaker, but really good 5v5, really good brawling composition here from KT. It was almost enough in game 1. See if they can bring us to game number 3.
I really hope so. After the way that game 1 went, this would be insane. But guys, let's jump out of the rift for game number 2. KT Rolster. 하나, 둘, 셋.
KT Roster, 파이팅!
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
D 플러스 기아. 하나, 둘, 셋.
D 플러스 기아, 파이팅!
예.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
So much uncharted territory that we have yet to venture into.
So
with
much
these,
room for
with these
possibilities.
mentions. So much options.
Uh-oh.
It's fine.
I think he's okay. You could just skill Q if you really want to, which is not too uncommon anyway. And he just walks it off. Totally fine, but this is going to be the jungle held now by D plus Kia. And Showmaker, he wants a mana flow stack.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
He's just going to hold on to this bush. I mean, POG is waiting until the very last moment. Ward is going to be put down at the very last moment. And POG will just start his Raptors, no doubt. Ward placed here as well. And the game will play out mostly normal, even with those early shenanigans.
Small information advantage here for DK. They didn't spot the ward, wasn't pinged, but generally that's where the ward about will be. Lucid is not going to be known on his initial clear. Might give the opportunity to some early ganking shenanigans.
No Aatrox in the top lane. Could he have helped Leash?
Yeah, could be. But it could also be... Okay, well, if he just... Okay, yeah. I was about to say, there's no way that you do that and then just walk towards your Raptors. POG with the early invade here, Lucid is going to find him.
Ward placed and
He knows.
pinged. They know.
Oh, Kellen might come over as well.
POG in a smidgen of trouble as the flail is
doesn't have
fly,
flag.
but it doesn't matter as he's just being iced down. He's going to try to flash this wall, and he will get away. But that's flashed down here for the Poppy, who has not gone for Hex Flash in this case.
Oh, that is painful. The early information advantage, it's always nice, but you don't really expect someone to get that much value out of it. They read the play very well. They avoid the ward, get spotted, then have Kellen roam over. Lucid also could have flashed there. I think with red buff actually had a pretty decent angle, but instead happy enough to just take his what is going to be a pretty substantial timing lead and his summoner advantage and leave it at that. Did have to sacrifice a little bit of Aiming's health bar as Kellen also isn't level 2 just yet, but you're smolder into Varus Nautilus. I don't think the laning phase is going to be where you look to excel.
No, probably not. Could still look for a dive here on the side of KT, but you see this wave is already being chunked out quite a bit as some extra damage trying to be put into Kellen, it looks like, as now he is quite low. No exhaust for Kellen at the moment. And no Hex Flash, but you can always just go around the back as that they will. The root comes down onto Kellen. He's in a lot of trouble as he will flash away, but his first blood given over to Beryl, taken down by the Ignite.
Really good recuperation there from POG. Not to be dissuaded. He will have to pay pretty dearly for this. Sparrow does get attacked there. Aiming, fortunately going for the Doran's Ring and extra points in W build, because if he tried to be greedy, go for an early Doran's Blade, go for Q-Max, it would have been a pretty big disaster. Would have had to take a lot more damage trying to clear the wave. Not going to be the case. POG, great early usage of the Poppy there, but aiming didn't go down, meaning he still caught the wave. They didn't have the opportunity to go for a redive. And the topside jungle is definitely in a state that POG isn't going to be very happy to see. We'll see if Lucid is able to use this advantage, because it's going to be up in both farm, double the farm right now, and also going to have a pretty sizable experience lead, a full level up right now. But that does have to be utilized, and it is an early kill, unfortunately for Beryl, not for Deft.
Yeah. And you see that aiming, as you mentioned before, he goes for the safe build, so he's just keeping up in CS. This is another look at the dive. A level 2 Tom Kent, who already used the Tongue Lash, just gets autoed once by the Nautilus passive, and even elects to go in for the flash to try to get away, but Ignite does the damage anyway, and POG just walks it off, and is totally fine.
Nicely done as well there by Beryl, not taking any risk, just walks up, hits the auto, chains that into the stun, making sure that there is no counterplay opportunity for Kellen. Right now, we do see the early gold lead for KT, so they're going to be pretty happy about that. The big change, obviously, this time around is that it isn't going to feel like KT have an advantage when it comes to the late game, just by the virtue of Smolder existing. I do want to echo again, though, I do think Smolder really needs enough frontline and enough support, and I think with this comp he has it. He has Kench, which gives him a lot of added safety. He has a great frontline in Lucid, and can't understate the value of Karma when you have a hyper carry on your team. I'm sure Showmaker is still going to go AP, which I do hope he does, otherwise this composition might struggle a little bit when it comes to these mid to late stages of the fight, because Smolder is kind of tough to get full value out of in the fights. As we do see the Drake being taken here by KT, and yeah. You have Smolder Kench. Like, post 6, maybe you can test. 3-6, absolutely not.
Yeah, and even then, probably not. And
probably not.
That can be a little bit of an issue, because if you are playing the Smolder, you generally just kind of give up bot side prio, so you give away so many early Drakes. And generally, if it's a good soul, as we see Chemtech, Drake is coming in here, by the way, so it's not going to be Chemtech soul this time. But even like a Cloud or, of course, Mountain or Hextech is going to feel so good for the side of KT. And if they stack it up extremely quickly, then even if you do have that late game win condition of the Smolder, you might be playing into Hextech Soul with the Varus, which is also a late game win condition for the side of KT, who could even be ahead with that one. So something to think about, as Smolder comps always love to try to sneak away one dragon somewhere along the way.
Makes such a big difference. Right now, still a 1-level lead for Lucid. See if he's able to actually utilize it, because POG is trying his best now to just farm up as much as he can. Lucid did get the 1 as...
Ult comes in. He is level 4, and oh god, where did he go? That is the power of the Varus. Stacks up the Blight and just one-shots him. Not much that Kellen could do. He didn't have his flash.
Yet
he just dies.
The one saving grace is that it went to Barrel again, which I don't...
Hey man, it's Nautilus. Gotta get that Nautilus fed.
I guess. We've seen enough fat Nautilus to know that they can do a lot of heavy lifting, but can only imagine Deft would have been very happy with that. And if it ends up being Smolder again getting completely run over in the early game, only for him to then not even have enough of an impact in late game.
Look at the timing of this.
Oh, Barrel reads the map beautifully. We do see the ping going down. I think that DK might have an inkling. Do they really know?
I feel like they think Sejuani's here, but he just backed as now Kingin. Might be in some trouble, has to flash this one, and that he will, just to survive against the Barrel gank.
Really good roam from Barrel. Deft was also able to maintain pressure. I haven't talked about this yet, but Deft also went for the teleport, which both is a really good way to maximize the amount of pressure that you're going to have in lane, while also maintaining max CS, but it also says a lot about how confident they feel in the matchup with Kellen.
Yeah, so he's going to place down a control ward here. I think if Barrel is here and at that bush, probably he just dies. Or maybe they get the flash out of Kellen.
Not even Barrel can teleport that fast across the map. Although, yeah, he would go.
If there were a Senna in the bottom lane, he would have teleport.
Yeah. But we learned our lesson.
That's not allowed, yeah. It's against the rules now.
Not a thing. As they feel safe, because Barrel has Hex flashed. No way that they punish us.
6.
Yeah, just a level timer thing. So much damage comes through. He was trying to go for, I think, an Abyssal Dive, and then Deft pressed his W and Q, got the Blind Stack activation. Didn't even get to use his E. Wouldn't have made a difference, though, to be completely honest.
Yeah, maybe like a tiny bit. Perfect's going to come in here. He's going to do a bit of burst damage, get the plate, and run away. Feeling pretty good about this top lane matchup, although Kingen is very competitive in terms of CS, only 3 behind, which is basically nothing at this point in time. So that's going pretty well for the side of D+. The mid lane did have some nice prio with the Karma, but you see that BDD is in fact ahead on CS. And Lucid kind of just had to go for the 1 grub consolation prize on the top side of the map. Also got challenged by Perfect earlier on, and wasn't able to get the full 3, even though KT got the Drake.
Lucid also hasn't really been able to use the max values. Oh, the gank.
Nice knockback here from the side of BDD, and in fact, they're going to try to turn this one around on the Showmaker, and that they will. The Smolder does call down his mom, down onto POG, and will, in fact, pick up an early kill.
They did know about Barrel, they did not know about POG, who comes out of seemingly nowhere. Showmaker ends up going down, but a kill onto your Smolder. I think you're going to take it if you're a DK. They'd have to pay with it for it with some CS. Kellen, crucially, didn't have Devour. If he didn't end up dying twice, could have devoured Showmaker there. That would have been a guarantee win. Oh, King, and
he doesn't have ult Barrel, but it does not seem to matter. Aftershock procced, and Barrel only takes one turret shot, just like that. Kingen is down, and Barrel returns to the top lane. He got the flash in the first place, and then he follows up on it like he's a jungler or something.
Barrel just been winning plays left and right. Really like the timing from Lucid, but a really good shove away from BDD to not allow them to actually, or Lucid to actually do any damage. And then the follow-up is there from Barrel. As Barrel, he's just very determined to win every lane. He's won bot lane. Then this is the second time he's gone to top. Gets the flash first.
Yeah.
Now gets the kill for his Gnar as well, which in this matchup obviously going to be a really big boon.
He was in the mid lane as well, but Barrel's gonna get knocked up now, maybe playing too close to the sun as, nope, he's just gonna flash away. Then he goes back in actually, but Aiming is here, and that might be a bit of a problem. Flash Q from Aiming, as now Lucid's gonna get devoured. The double seismic shove comes out from the side of KT, as now Aiming will go down. It's a double to the side of BDD, make it a triple, as Showmaker as well is being kited down into his own jungle. Perfect gonna pick that one up with his TP to come in and help out the team.
At first, I thought, oh, he's playing Smolder like Zeri, or they're playing Smolder like Zeri. And then I realized, oh no, they're playing Smolder like Zeri. And it doesn't end up working quite the same way. Really big there for me is that map impact that Perfect was able to make. As we again see that engaging on Barrel is a fool's quest. Do not do it. It is not right. It is a mistake.
He is him. I mean, like, choose anyone else.
Anyone else.
Just not him.
Don't ignore Talia. Don't ignore the fat Lethality Varus,
Yeah.
who wasn't even at the beginning of that fight. As we do take another look, the TP value actually coming in huge. And they feel good because they get the cancel, but they don't actually have the damage. So the re-engage comes through. This is where things look pretty dire, but Aiming goes over the flashes in, and then this knockback from Talia. Plus the fact that they already had used the Devour. Yeah,
Showmaker
is dead.
Looks like he's dead. He doesn't have flash, and that's one more rock from the side of BDD, who he says, you know, Barrel's looking pretty flashy all over the map, but what about me for POG? As BDD has been having some insane plays himself, as every lane is winning for the side of KT.
So how about that game 3, huh?
Well,
so Atlas's Monkey Paw clearly only worked for game 1. The game was not a stomp. It was a silly game, but I don't mind silly games that much. This game, I don't want to say it's over before it's over, but
yeah,
it's not feeling great, Valdez. It is a 5K gold league, not even 14 minutes. That is I know.
Huge.
I know we talk about Smolder and scale it. No, guys, they're 5K gold behind. That's
Perfectly placed. I mean, just on the edge of vision there, walked over a ward, and not much you can do. That's the power, by the way, of Talia with a bunch of CC. This one he sets up by himself, but like we're seeing it in these team fights already. Is like, especially if the Smolder who's not fed is going to flap and flash into last hit a kill, you just don't have an AD carry anymore because Nautilus can auto you. Talia's going to put some rocks down, seismic shove you. As now maybe Perfect in a bit of trouble here. He's nearly on Mega Gnar though, and they're going to respect that alongside of the Poppy from the river. So just a bit of chunking into Perfect, who doesn't seem to bother.
Starting to see some desperation here from DK, trying to force these type of ganks. Objective goes over to KT. And for as well as BDD's playing, I'm sorry, but something really crazy has to happen for me not to slam that Barrel though, because his early game was... He actually won every lane.
He did.
That's not fair.
He won top.
Where's the Barrel that just dies for no reason?
Yeah. He helped out in the bottom dive, right? He's kind of the one who set that one up. He picked up first blood. Helped to bait the second kill that he also got in the bottom lane. Then he went top. Then he went mid. And he is just omnipresent at this point in time. Aiming currently on 97 stacks. Not even at the 125 just yet here at 15 minutes in. He will accelerate once he does hit that, but I think this is going to be a relatively slowly stacking Smolder in this game number 2. By the way, Barrel's top again.
I don't even know if it, this is my problem. I don't even know if it matters if you get too far behind. Because Smolder needs to be in a position where he actually gets to walk up and queue people consistently. And there is... Oh, God.
Uh-oh. Okay, just a little flash forward here from the side of Barrel. He's going to lock it down with the hook, but yeah, with Kellen here and Devour available. They didn't know that, but they're just not going to dive onto that turret. Better safe than sorry. As I say that, Barrel now in a bit of trouble as he is going to hook into the wall, but he is devoured to his death, most likely, as Kingen.
Right?
One more hit would do it. Devoured to the wall. No way. Flash comes forward, and Kingen will finally get that kill, but will they pay for it as they are very deep in this one, and BDD shows up, and they take them both down.
Do not fall for it! Please! This Barrel is just like... As he should. Great response there from KT. DK trying their best to make the best out of a very rough situation. Lucid.
Well, that didn't land. And Lucid has to flash away from the chains of corruption, respecting the power of the Varus.
Sometimes trying to go for the flash predict is a worthwhile thing.
Was he
It has
predicting him to flash forward?
It has to be. I don't know why else he would go for that. Like
I think he just missed.
It might be, but I feel like it was so far up.
Flash into... No, he doesn't have wall.
Regardless, though, big mistake, because...
No Glacial Prison here.
Oh, yeah, and no flash.
Could try to dive. And the shield is coming in from the Seraphs, but it looks like BDD 1Q, and he does get taken down. That's a big shutdown, but immediately going to be traded back as Def does pick this one up. He's looking for a bit more, as Lucid was quite low. But this game has truly opened up at this point.
Meanwhile,
I mean, they have this in the bottom lane, and yes, Moom will be called to clear the wave.
I haven't talked about the dragon yet, but that is also a big problem. That, fortunately, I don't think they're really going to be too pressed about because they have more serious issues that are immediately in need of solving, such as not losing the base in the Nexus.
Seems worrying, yeah. I do think that, you know, if we do get to a very late game scenario, if KT mess something up along the way and Smolder does get to 225, 300 stacks, then maybe just the max health burn will be enough, even through the Mountain Drakes. As, okay, well, King instead. That happened somewhere along the way.
Somewhere out there.
Didn't quite see how it happened, but I imagine the gank squad is pretty powerful here. Barrel has recruited some mercenaries to join him on his quest to win every part of the map.
He came to them with news of his glorious exploits, and they were like, yes, we will follow you, Lord Guru. Take us to where we are needed. Oh, Lucid.
Yeah, that ain't it. Okay, well, now Kellen is going to pay the price. He does have a big shield, but that is nothing compared to the Fed Varus. It's now perfect. Uh-oh, we got some rocks. We got a big Gnar as well, right on top of the two of them. And that's going to be a double kill now for the side of Def. This one is well and truly over, as we're almost at 10,000 gold diff, 19 minutes in. And I don't think KT, especially after game number 1, the fact that they come back this strong, I don't think they're going to give this one up from here.
I don't think they do. I also don't know how they would. Even leaning into their worst instincts, I don't see it. There comes a point where there's just too much gold. Lucid completely whiffs on the ultimate. Again, Kellen dies, unfortunately, in with a whimper. And then here, really, I can't believe I'm not voting for BDD. You know, I can't do it.
You can. You could.
Can I really?
You don't have to. I'm no Atlas. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but I'm just saying, you know, he was pretty good.
No, he's played an incredible game. It's one of the better Talia games. He did really struggle. I think he picked it twice against, I forgot if it was Hanwha or Gen.G, and it looked very lackluster. But here in this game, impeccable impact on the entirety of the map. Really good, consistent seismic shoves, and crucially, didn't get bullied in the early game by the Karma at all. I'm over Smolder, Feldes. I think that we are learning that there is too much, unless you go for like triple bot lane bans, as opposed to just double, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think you want to play Smolder into the Gnar either. So if you pick it that early on, it's if KT pick a safe pick for the lane like a Gnar, then you don't really even have the flex potential. So it's like, well, okay, I guess we just have the Smolder now into Varus Ashe, or not even Varus Ashe, Varus Nautilus. And we saw how that went, especially with the Poppy in the jungle, which was the last pick for the side of KT, and did an excellent job of utilizing that. Even with Koshik getting found in the enemy jungle at level 2, was still able to make something of it. And then Beryl decided to win every lane from there on out. We're thinking about the Baron here.
Yeah, love it. No need to wait. Don't give DK any opening. Close the door on this game. So we'll see a Hail Mary, but no Scryer available. No approach as Beryl stands guard.
Yeah, nope, they're not even going to see this happen, as they do know it is happening. And Mom is very, very disappointed in this game, to be honest. Mom has been used for, I think, 3 times. One of them was to clear the bot wave. One of them was a lackluster attempt at stealing the Baron. Another one was on a fight at, like, way too early on in the game, where Smolder probably shouldn't be fighting. So yeah, I'd say Mom is pretty disappointed this game. She expected more.
Not a highlight game out of any of the players for DK as well. They've all had their moments in this one. I feel like the one least at fault is Kingen, because he just got barreled. I feel like he hasn't actually made, you know, any active big errors. Lucid, self-explanatory, Showmaker. It's got shoved back one too many times. Aiming. Had the moment where he thought he was there.
He thought he was playing Kiana, I think, is the issue.
There
right?
you go.
Yeah.
Kellen died level 4, and it was kind of only downhill from there.
Yeah. He died level 2, actually. And then level 4.
Wait, did he die level 2 already?
Yeah, first blood.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Remember they dove?
Yeah, the dive. Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. I've already repressed that one.
Yeah. Just pick Smolder Kench, they said. We'll be safe under turret, they said.
Yeah, no, we bullied Poppy out of our jungle early. It'll be fine. It was not fine.
It was not fine, said the narrator. 23 minutes in, we do have kind of a minuscule Baron power play, but it does open up the Mountain Soul. I did mention this before. You're going to be getting free Drakes against the Smolder as well.
Not even looking at it. I don't think they really care.
They could just get him later. After they get an inhibitor, perhaps.
Not in the rush. It's not like DK can get out of their base to take the objective in question.
Yeah. Still a decent amount of wave clear from aiming, especially. I mean, basically the only one. I guess the Karma also helps a bit. But certainly the Smolder is good at holding on to these inhibitor turrets. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, though, especially with the difference in farm. As, okay, well, what if we just remove the Smolder entirely? Just knock him away from the wave. That's a good way to take down the inhibitor, too. Uh-oh, that was very close. Heal utilized here by aiming just for the movement speed to try to avoid the seismic shove.
KT really wanting to get the most out of their Baron buff before they turn their eyes towards the Dragon.
Okay, ult's going to come down. Mom also putting in a bit of damage, but that's just about it. It's just desperation. Holding on for dear life is D plus Kia. Still down about 13,000 gold.
When you invest a double ult and like you push them off, you're like, that actually was good. That felt good. We finally punched back.
We did it.
And then they TP back.
All right, 225.
Yeah.
We did it, guys. The Smolder's online. And we get a nice little graphic here as Kingen dies. A nice Gnar into 2 of them As a bit of damage is actually going down on a perfect. Did they go too far on this one?
Valdez?
Perhaps they
Valdez?
did. Wait, no way. They went straight into the smolder. And the damage is just insane right now.
No.
Oh, and he's going to force that flash out of BBB. Guys, they were down 13,000 golds.
He has the blast cone. I think he's fine. They're trying to chase Lucida's flash.
Blast cone should save them, but yeah, you mentioned the flash forward from Amy. He's just going to assassinate them. And the burn comes in. They want to give this over to Aiming, and they will. You've got to be kidding me.
They don't get soul either. They're still up 10k gold.
11.
But Smolder got 6, what was it, 4 kills in that sequence? He was sitting at 2 before. Oh, Deft has to try and steal this. If he can. He's a hero. Okay.
He might be able to kill Lucid, to be honest. He has an insane amount of damage, but oh no, Deft, he's baited into it, and he goes down as well. Hands on his head as the objective bounty goes to
Valdez.
DK. It's only 9,000 gold now. And
okay,
the
no.
Smolder has 7 kills.
No. Don't hit me with the it's only. That's still 9,000 gold, despite everything that happened. As we memed the dragon, and the dragon roars awake.
Yeah. We're like, whoop-de-doo, okay, whatever. But the Devour, and they overextend, and King and Showmaker are doing so much extra damage that they allow Aiming to follow it up. The Devour came in, saved his life, he's full health, and everybody on the side of KT is so low.
It's the dream scenario for a Smolder where your big beefy front line is just softening everyone up, and you walk up and you press Q.
Yeah, we're gonna see a bit of that here as well. Nice flash forward from Aiming in this time, in this play.
Yeah.
I think, you know, Smolder or Lucian, he is pretty good at seeing the angles on the aggressive side, as Lucid finally hit one.
And it was one that got another kill over to Aiming, who was sitting on Haunting Guys, and then bought, yeah, he finishes Haunting Guys, and he bought Rapid Fire Cannon!
Look at that. It's like, oh yeah, I just bought Leandri's and Rapid Fire Cannon, no problem.
That was a 4k gold swing for Aiming. And
Yep.
we were joking, but this is actually a big problem, because actually killing the base now is going to be infinitely harder.
They could have just backed away,
They could have just gotten to the objective.
gotten Mountain Soul. Maybe they'll just win, and nope. Kench.
Oh,
Bauer comes in.
Might get Nash off of that though. Lucid taken fairly low. But it feels like this game should have been done. It still should be. It's still like, what, 8k gold? I still don't think they should be allowed to get near this Baron, and they won't.
They won't. They're going to let it go. That one went down to 76 health. Huh.
That's fine.
KT, they just really want to give their fans the best show
The
possible.
key KT experience. If you go to a theme park and the roller coaster only goes up, that's no fun.
Or in a straight line.
Can't have that. No.
That's boring.
Isn't there a roller coaster that just fires you off in a straight line though? Don't those
I
exist?
think that's a slingshot.
I guess, yeah. I'm no expert on roller
You
coasters.
get a little bit of whiplash. I guess you're getting some of that here in this game too.
Well, I
Uh-oh. No, he's fine. I just get scared, man. That dragon is scary.
yeah, now he really is. Aiming also opting into the arm guard right now.
The correct tech.
Definitely. He doesn't need more damage. He just needs to stay alive and Q people.
Yep.
Can they hold on to their base though? Mid lane inhibitor, obviously the easiest to defend.
Uh-oh. Well, Kingen is alive somehow.
Might be the inhib though.
Yeah, they don't have an Aatrox anymore, though. He didn't quite go into the grave, but Weaver's Wall and a push should be enough. In a 5v4 situation, Inhibitor will go down. As we're trying to do some max health burn.
Oh, 10 seconds on the mid inhib. Ideally, KT want to stick around. If they can get free inhibs, doesn't matter that Smolder's there. And I still think KT very firmly in control of this game.
Oh, the flash ult comes in, but the follow-up is just not there. Lucid, way ahead of his time, perhaps, and way ahead of his team. It was a cool angle, but it's 3 inhibitors down now, and KT Rolster looking at this one. The seismic jump comes in, and the Devour is here once again, aiming is safe for now. As that front line, though, it is being chipped away at by KT Rolster.
Left's back.
Mern is coming in, and ult onto the Tom Kent's very confusing, as that's not going to do much of anything at all. Kellen just presses Z. Nice damage being put in from Deft. He's got the target on the right target.
Another TP to come through.
All right, let's see if they can hold on to this one. Flash away from the seismic shove, flash forward. Hook is going to sail wide, and KT Rolster with the Baron buff.
Just leave. It's fine. It's fine. You can get Dragon. You have triple in it.
No.
You don't have to keep going.
You know, honestly, I think they should be able to end this one here, but let's see if they actually do as they engage onto the Aatrox, and that is another kill for the Smolder, but Showmaker is going to go down, and aiming is so low. The Sonya's timing is perfect, but I just don't think it matters as the flash comes in, and KT finally, we will be let off of their roller coaster as they take down game number 2. We have a series on our hands.
A little bit of a bait and switch there from KT, but the map control remains firmly in place. Some sullen faces on the side of DK. They were given an opportunity to do a little bit of stuff in that game off of the one play, but they were already set so infinitely far behind that it didn't end up mattering. Full credit to KT for about 95% of that game. Really clean, great job in snowballing the map, utilizing your pressure, winning all the early skirmishes. And there's 5% of which we will not speak.
Yeah, it's just, you know, as you mentioned, if you only go up, it's boring. Just a little bit of fun gaming, happy times, not getting Mountain Soul, giving Smolder 225 stacks and losing the fight against him, plus 5 kills. But it was fine in the end. They had a 13,000 gold lead, and they went down to 9K, and then it went back up to 13K. So no harm, no foul. Clean win from KT Rolster, and we will have a third game. I have no idea what that one is going to look like.
Who knows? We don't!
We just have to be along for the ride, as it should be quite a lot of fun either way. Guys, we're going to take a break and have the space, and then we'll come back for game number 3.
있다 생각해. 너 맞지마. 카르마 돌. 오케이. 카르마 못 가비.
나배 타고 가도 되나 이거?
타고 와. 나 계속 가자. 아 이거 스몰드한테 좀 맞지 말아봐. 알아서 할게. 신경 쓰고 있어.
배 탔다.
위로 각거리면서. 볼게. 봐볼래? 끌었어. 나 먹는 거 없어.
여기 위에 봐줘.
나 죽었어. 나 카르마 너플. 나 카르마 잡았어.
위에 봐줘.
야 먹는 거 없어. 노플. 나이스.
크랑. 아 미안합니다.
상관없어. 구해줄게.
어휴 박대냐.
요즘 링 나오나 했네. 재밌게 합시다 오늘.
재미만 있었는데.
내가 진짜 그럼 재미 보장해줄게. 진짜 재밌게 해줘 나를. 오늘 해탈하는 거야 다 같이. 가보자. 재밌게 열심히 하는 겁니다. 야 알리 스킬 빠졌다. 알리 스킬 빠졌다. 천천히 보자. 천천히 맞아. 천천히. 저기 조심. 바이 빨렸어. 바이 빨렸어. 바이 먼저 바이 노플이야. 아 바이 잡았다. 천천히 해봐. 천천히 해봐. 알리 없어. 천천히 해봐. 아. 야 알리부터 볼게 내가. 알리 스킬 다 빠졌고. 알리. 안돼 노플이야. 빼야돼 나 빼야돼. 야 스몰도 노플. 야 빨리지 마. 여기까지. 자못 빼. 버리자. 버려. 알리야 노플이고 버릴게. 살아야 돼. 알리야 잡았고. 살았다. 나이스. 스몰더. 와 세긴 하다. 아이 스마트 하지 말고 스마트. 야 맞아. 너무 좋아. 스몰더. 너무 빨리 가. 너무 빨리 가. 번호 천천히 바꾸자. 나 궁 5초인데. 야 못 간다. 야 잡았어. 얘네도 내 딜 못 버티긴 해. 천천히 가야 돼. 그러니까 빨리는 쪽이 질 것 같아. 50분 게임이고. 이거 집중 한 번만 하자. 야 한타 한 번이고 집중해보자. 이거 골드가 의미가 없다. 그만 먹고 싶어. 이거 자리만 잘 잡으면 우리가 이겨. 야 보자. 봐달래. 천천히. 알리 먼저 얘들 빨리지 마. 알리 빨렸어. 알리 잡아줘. 알리 노플이야. 아. 바로 보면 돼. 이제 나 01초. 괜찮아. 바로 또 공차니까 천천히 해. 야 좋다. 천천히. 빨린다. 나 가임. 스몰더 노플. 야 장로 먹어. 아트 노플. 스몰더야. 아 이겼어. 맞다. 게임 레전드 내는데. 야 내가 먹었는데. 아 먹었잖아 한잔해. 아니. 힘들다.
3경기가 되게 오랜만이네.
오랜만이지.
그렇지. 봐줬으니까. 맞긴 해.
스몰더 나오면 스몰더 먹을 거지. 네. 뭐가 될 것 같아요. 스몰더 노틸이긴 해.
스몰더 뽑을게.
받아.
이거 바텀 나무 찔러볼게. 어때?
삐졌어. 풀까지 써봐.
잡았어. 나이스. 잡았다. 먹어라. 나이스.
이거 마오 카르마 노플에 이거 나가올게. 걸어올게. 살려서 올게.
빼면서. 한 빼.
살려 노플.
마부터.
나 됐다. 완성됐어. 야 보자. 야 보자. 앞에 그렇게. 맞아. 잡았고. 여기 봐줘. 여기.
이제.
아깝다.
못 맞추겠는데?
야 이거. 오 다행이다. 자. 피 따기는 너무 아쉽다. 근데 이때까지 오면 얘들아 한타 절대 안 지거든. 그냥 즐겨.
끌래?
그렇게. 한타부터 끌어올게. 야 싸움봐 얘들아.
야 이제부터
앞라인부터.
끝났대.
사트.
살았어.
앞라인.
장로.
먹어.
야 그래. 야 맞아. 아 노플인 줄?
괜찮아. 까비.
몰랐다. 아무도 몰랐어.
괜찮아.
이번에 여기 끌어올게.
야 근데 달렸다.
빼. 야 먹고만 빨리지 마.
야, 저 여기 봐줘.
다 잡았어. 야 캐리했다 이거 마지막 왔다. 얘들아 고생했다.
제발요. 나이스.
잘했다.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen, where we have a series on our hands. It is all over them. KT managing to bounce back here against D+, and I didn't have a lot of faith after a certain moment in that game, but perhaps what we can do, gentlemen, is ignore that completely. Let's dive into the draft here and go over what changed moving into game number 2.
Bar's first pick comes through. You got the Talia in here for BDD this time around, so he's going to be able to make a lot of plays in the early game. He has a lot of agency with his flips, right? And he has the Weaver's Wall to make impacts around the map because you need to win the game before Smolder comes online. And the Gnar I really, really liked because I think what D+ wanted to do was actually flex Smolder top here and then end up playing something like an Aphelios or a Jinx and actually change the draft completely. But the KT Rollster coaching staff was able to suss that out, and the Gnar pick here, which was blind, actually forced them to play Aatrox, which also kind of narrowed the win conditions of D+ with how they're going to play around this Smolder. It made it very difficult to play out mid-game, and obviously, as you guys know, you just watched the game, Kingen had a rough time because a lot of attention was put there top side by Beryl. Really smart drafting from KT.
Yeah, I mean, as what Ella said, like, I think it's like, you know, like we were kind of worried about like after the first game is over, like what if the second game just falls off from the KT, but it was like actually really good bouncing back, which is from the draft, like KT is like we kind of known as like the early game kind of shaker. Like when they're actually having good time, they like the fast tempo game, but it's like game 1 wasn't definitely. So I think by picking like also Talia with like the Poppy, it's like actually just could increase the tempo from the early game. That makes like really helpful for the KT roster draft that they can just accelerate it, and I think that's what they really good at it, and that's what they how executed this game.
The thing that I saw was KT saying 1 teleport isn't enough, let's bring 3. And what D+ said was we struggled in the late game, let's bring something that scales infinitely. And you can understand both schools of thought. The teleports were what won out in the end. But actually, what really won out was this gentleman here on the bottom side of the map. Beryl took matters into his own hands, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, what's really cool about this play here from Beryl is he just goes up, gets turret aggro, and flashes mid-hook to make sure he doesn't get hit by that final turret shot here. It's a really clean dive setup. And then he just continues to make plays, obviously down here on the bottom side, looking for a Hex Flash here, getting tons of value. And then Deft's going to hit level 6, and then follow-up here comes in. And a really rough game for Kellen, to be totally frank, on the Tahm Kench. I mean, I think expecting he was going to be able to do a lot more there, but you got to remember he's playing with the Smolder. And then the Roam's top side to take Kingen's Flash, and then to follow up and actually secure a kill on him. Beryl was everywhere in this game.
Yeah, I mean, just to me, it's still kind of crazy that the Poppy jungle diving bot is like still kind of works. Like we've seen that more than like 10 times actually LCK already, and it's like the enemy jungler is actually just completely opposite side of the map that is like not prepared. Like those kind of things are, it has to be done. You know, like they have to be. There has to be the action, the prepare. Otherwise, they're gonna keep diving bottom.
Yeah, and this is something that, you know, Owner is especially famous for doing, constantly diving that bottom lane out of turret. It shouldn't be a secret for anyone at all. But the other thing that is kind of crazy in this game was just how well KT managed to navigate fights in the mid game as well. This fight especially, just all KT the whole time, and it began with Beryl seemingly getting caught, but then going back in.
And everybody kind of funnels in here on D+, and BDD is just untouched, has the ability to look for this massive shove. He had like 3 different opportunities to shove, but he knew that D+ were priced into actually forcing their way through that choke, and he waited till the maximum value shove he was going to get there, and then is able to come over here and secure another kill. BDD played phenomenally. I think it's going to be between him and Beryl for POG, but even though there was some stuff that happened after this, not really. Like Smolder got 2 kills. Before, not the big kill when he went up to 7 kills, but he got 2 kills in a fight. He got money, but Smolder actually uses gold so poorly in the early game that it doesn't actually matter that he was able to get some stuff back because the map control was always KT's, and they cleaned the game out cleanly from there. Nothing, no disasters.
Yeah,
no accidents.
Nothing happened
at all.
basically.
Let's just cut straight to the POG. Let's ignore the fact that there was that horrendous fight where Smolder almost came back into the game. Beryl is going to pick up the POG. Extraordinarily well deserved here. 300 points. Something tells me that should be 400, but never mind. I believe that is actually correct. So Beryl going to be able to pick that one up, and he just ran the map, and hopefully KT are going to be able to use that for some momentum, and we get ourselves a good game for game 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like actually become like Beryl just impacting other side of the map. I think that's so huge, especially like it's because like he just like knowledge of the, you know, just understanding the League of Legends, how it works as a support role. He's just like, he completely knows like where it has to be in. And also like from the highlight too, like it's just like he observes so much all the ability, and then it's like he actually leap one time, I'm going in back. It was pretty good.
I like this. BDD getting a couple of votes, 5 of them going over to Beryl, which is why he's the one that does claim it. But I think that BDD getting a bit of a shout out, certainly making some sense, and perhaps he can continue to have an extraordinary performance as we move towards game number 3, but they'll be on the other side of the rift. We'll see what that actually does for the game. But to get us there, it's going to be Valdez and Chronicle. Take it away.
Thank you, Atlas, Huni, and Wolf, for that awesome breakdown. We will certainly take it from here to bring you guys through the last game of the series, because game number 1, slugfest, 55 minutes basically, and D+ barely went out with a Aatrox Elder flip steal. And game number 2 was mostly KT, as they said, you know, nothing crazy happened, just ignore that. And they did win the game pretty handily. So what does game 3 hold in store? As Atlas did, of course, hint at, TK will move over to the blue side.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy they ignored it, because even though in the moment we were like, oh, it also didn't end up mattering at all.
Only 9,000 gold diff.
Oh! Yeah, because they got a bunch of kills, but they got no map control. Yeah, it just wasn't enough. However, for the first time in this series, DK will be on the blue side. That should be a big win for them. I also imagine that after last game, they're like, maybe we shouldn't have picked Smolder. Maybe we could have just gone for Lucianami again. We don't love the Lucianami, but we do know that teams are going to prioritize it, so we might as well make our peace with it. As long as they ban Senna, we'll be all right.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it does feel like blue side has transitioned into being the just stronger side in general. Nowadays, you have a lot of very strong picks in the meta, and also diving bot has become a very common thing, as Huni was talking about, maybe something that teams should try to counter a little bit more often, especially with the Poppy on the Rift. But yeah, it feels like also you don't have to ban away certain crazy picks such as the Senna or the Lucian, which is apparently a big one to ban away, at least from aiming, who did look good on it in game number 1. Let's see what these final bans are going to look like, though. Is Callista taken away on the blue side, so they just don't want to play that one.
Imagine they feel kind of forced into this because you don't want to give over the Azir, but now you force KT to ban it, and then you can pick up the Varus himself. It's gotta be.
Azir.
It has to be.
And BDD doesn't have Talia to play into it.
Exactly.
It's gotta be Azir, right? I mean, unless they want to play Smolder or something like that, but aiming gives him the nod. He says, no, you take your Azir.
You don't be one Smolder. Really, the more of Smolder I see, either pick him in a position where you can flex him, or pick him late in a draft when you can guarantee that the type of composition you're playing into allows him to actually be a dragon. Tristana comes through for BDD here. Probably going to be Pioshik on the Maokai, but we really don't know. I hope that KT leaves this ambiguous as well. Actually uses the power of the flex pick. Obviously, Beryl does like to pick a decent amount, as this time, Rel wasn't banned. Lucid's Sejuani play did not inspire a whole lot of confidence. His Rel has been great, so just going to lock that one away. Let's lock in Aatrox. We all know it's happening.
Look at King's face, too. Even production's like, yeah, they're going to pick the Aatrox for this guy. Doesn't have to be that, of course, if you did want to get one pick for your bottom lane, but that can always be risky because you can get banned away from your second pick of the bottom lane. But I say that, and they pick Zeri. So it's just a straight-up Zeri by herself for now.
Really upping the value of a possible Nautilus picker if they do go for Kai'Sa. With Nautilus already being taken away, though, thank you, Valdez. Not going to see that one come through. Kai'Sa works really well with Maokai, both in support and just Maokai being in the game in general with the amount of pressure he provides. And I don't hate the Zeri pick here. Obviously, you do still need to get something that goes with it, but you can ban Vi as a real precaution if you do. Obviously, Maokai can be both support or jungle. If you ban Vi away, Vi and Nautilus already being taken off the board. And aiming after the last game, realizing if I was Zeri, that early play, that would have been fine. It wasn't fine.
Yeah.
Pick was the problem. Get me back on the Zeri. The Rakan ban really interesting here, because I think that Zeri Rakan is such a weak lane. Don't really get a lot of opportunity to do anything into that. You also have Maokai already. So that to me is a bit of a waste of a ban.
That doesn't really do anything at all. Yes, Rel Rakan together is a lot of hard engage, but I think, as we've already mentioned, there were better bans than that one, let's just say. A lot of them. The Jax ban, though, coming through here.
Yeah, good ban. You already have double AD, and you might be looking towards a Twisted Fate lock-in, which has been passed over thus far, but can pick that up here if you want, particularly on R5, but banning a Jax gives you the opportunity to pick it here, and then you still don't give away what your jungler/support is going to be. Yeah, DK, I think that does make a ton of sense. Do respect it. Perfect can play both Cassante and Udyr. Maybe they are going to end up giving him the counter pick instead. So Leona, if you do hit against Zeri, can be quite big, but it's tough. It's tough to reliably get everything that you need.
We have Nautilus at home. Nautilus at home. Point and click CC like it's Leona Q. It's pretty difficult. You're going to have to flash on top of the Zeri. Your Zenith Blade, your Solar Flare, all is very difficult to hit onto such mobile targets. Not just Zeri, but also Rel and Azir.
God.
Definitely can be good on the disengage, as Braum was considered there for a moment. Instead, looking at the Aatrox here.
Kind of love it. You already have such good engage with Rel that you're not prized into playing for an engage support here. Kellen also has had great performances on Enchanters. It's going to be the Lulu with me saying that.
I thought maybe the Renata Glass could have gotten a
I actually was thinking the same thing. It's a melee comp outside of Tristana on the enemy end.
Yeah, I think it would have been really good into what they're looking at. I'm not sure how that lane plays. We don't see a lot of Zeri Renata, but potential to bail her out and stuff like that. Could have been interesting. Not going to happen. Wasn't banned in this game, as Gnar will come through. And now you've got 380 carries. Obviously, Gnar does a bit more than that, but certainly the Jax would have been strong into this comp, so it was always a good ban. The Rakan wasn't. But I think they still end up with a nice matchup for the top lane once again with the Gnar into the Aatrox.
Biggest saving grace this time around is the bot lane for DK. Zeri Lulu actually can have a large amount of lane pressure. Obviously, all lane of KT is going to have to be respected, but PO shaking out playing the Poppy this time around instead on the Maokai. Also Lucid on Rel. He's going to feel and looks a lot more comfortable on that than he did on Sedge. Interesting game number 3 here, Veldes. I think that KT again have a very cohesive comp. They've really been favoring these kind of bulky, group up S5, go for the big CC style of compositions. Probably going to see a lot of Merc threats on the end of the team, though. I do always worry a little bit when you go both Leona as well as Maokai, because so much of the value of them gets mitigated somewhat if everyone on the enemy team heavily incentivized to stack some tenacity, which they most definitely will. Also, probably tank Azir to come through here if he thinks he could get away with it. Against Tristana, that might be a little hard.
Tank Azir, Aatrox, and Zeri. Sign me up. That sounds pretty good in terms of threats, but guys, we're ready for game number 3.
Boskia, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Boskia, fighting!
소환사의 협곡에
KT roster, 하나, 둘, 셋.
KT roster, fighting!
Yeah.
미니언
Alright.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Love the fan chants. Always great to have so many people supporting our league, even through these hard times.
Don't tell me you've lost it, Veldes.
Well, you don't see them? No, we're feeling pretty good about this game number 3 at least. I think this should be a fun one. I hope it's not as one-sided as game 2.
I agree. A repeat of game num would be wonderful.
Yeah.
I actually really enjoyed it. I know it wasn't necessarily the highest quality of gameplay, but
We had 2 different kinds of roller coasters. The first one was very long, but it was like very back and forth, up and down, you know. Not too many loops, but kind of just fast and furious, but went for a long time. And then we had, of course, whatever game 2 was, some kind of giant drop, maybe a slingshot, right?
Disaster.
They get like shot off after being put all the way up into the sky, or they like, it's one of those drop machines, right? Like get all the way in the sky and then you like drop down, but then it's kind of over because you just win the game, I guess. Maybe it's more of a slingshot. Either way. Many different kinds of KT roller coasters.
I'm no roller coaster expert. Neither the KT variety, although I don't know if there's many people that claim to truly know KT. I think they've been very true to both the organization as well as the core of POG, Deft, and Barrel. Now they've played out, as we do see the pretty substantial early threat of Lulu and Zeri being double ranged into Leona, who just doesn't do that much level 1, unfortunately. It's just kind of there.
Remember when we thought that support Amumu was the answer into old, busted Zeri?
Hey!
Good times.
I wouldn't hate if it makes a comeback. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, it might be fun.
Think okay, but hear me out. Think about Senna Amumu.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Nautilus and Tom Kench and Ornn and Leona and Maokai, Rel, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Heimerdinger, Hui, Seraphine, forgot that one. If they all get bans, I'm with you on that one, Chronicler.
Cooking a little bit too much.
Well, this is the series to do so, I guess.
I also didn't remember to check if Barrel picked his own skin or not. He has not picked his own skin.
Nope.
Didn't choose to do so. Yoshik going to think twice about trying to go and get us. We actually told by G-Sun that he specifically uses only the Iron Solari skin because of how smooth the animations are.
Interesting. That is a thing.
Makes sense. That's why a lot of people pick skins.
Yeah. It's true.
Kagan is a big fan of just the flexing. Although he didn't go for his own skin in this one.
Sometimes he does. He did in game 1.
He did, yeah, it was the Prestige Edition.
How about game 2 of Atriox? Did he go it there?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. There wasn't a whole lot of gameplay in that one.
Yeah. Not a lot of time for Kingen to do things. It was oftentimes just dying to Barrel. He was on screen a lot, right?
He didn't even play that. Yeah, I feel like he played the best out of his team.
Yeah.
Just didn't really... It wasn't good and also didn't mean anything, but he got that award. You know, it's when you lose a game and you go to OPGG and it's like... ace. And you're like, yeah. And you're like, 2 and 5. It's
yeah.
Like, well, I guess I got that. Which, it's something.
Counts for something. Also, minus 20 up.
Yeah, that's really what gets you.
Yeah, that's normally the number I look at. And that's just the way solo queue works.
That's not too bad.
Actually, recently I'm like on minus 18.
Minus 8? Oh, the man is climbing.
Yeah, on a bit of a climb, on a bit of a tear recently.
18? Oh, well, plus 28?
Do you know the secret? Play Zach. That's the secret.
That's the secret.
That's it. That's the end of the secret.
He's getting,
it's a very short one.
Getting nerfed on next patch, but it's only top lane Zach.
Yeah.
They're not nerfing. They're trying to keep him equal, so it wouldn't surprise me if jungle Zach ends up being even better as possible dive here towards the bot side of the map.
Imagine that. Wait, they're diving the bottom lane?
Who could have...
As the blue team?
Shock. Oh, but they got grubs, though. That's good, right?
They did get the grubs. Barrel has elected to stick around. BDD maybe thinking about TPing in here. He's going to get here after his support dies. And I don't think that even saves Deft, because they were already disengaging. Maybe they were disengaging because they knew the teleport was coming in. And either way, it's a big win for D plus Kia early on in game 1. 3.
Now you're sounding like you're talking about Phoenix Wright case, where it's like game 1, case free.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I just looked at the top of the screen and it was like 1-0.
Although I guess this would be case 2 free, because it's the second series between the two. As we take a look, I don't know. Barrel probably thought that he wasn't going to get away, but I feel like that's not actually true. Really good polymorph there from Kellen to not allow him to do anything, so he doesn't get to Eclipse, he doesn't get to proc his Aftershock, which means that he just takes full damage throughout all of it. And then by the time that he gets out of it, he's already dead.
Yeah. And keep in mind, you know, going back to the draft, we saw that Kaisa Leona was picked before the support was picked on the side of DK. So the Lulu selection here from the side of D+ feels very nice because you win the lane, the Zeri gets a free lane. That's not always the case. And you have Kaisa, who alone is not very strong in the lane herself, plus a melee support that's honestly not very meta nowadays for a good reason. And so Aiming and Kellen just kind of freely, very far ahead in terms of CS. They're winning all of these trades, plus they're getting dives, because they're on the blue side and they have a jungle that can easily dive the bottom lane. And it's just feeling very free early on here for D+ on the bottom side.
Been able to build up some pretty substantial leads as a result as well. The only win for KT is the triple grubs.
Oh boy.
As Rel has found... Oh, Kingen might be in some trouble though.
Oh yeah, he's getting flashed on. Ooh, he flashes away, but there is a tree running at him anyway.
He might be fine though. This is Mini.
Maybe he is. Yeah, the flash magnet storm, and that's just the end of Perfect, as down he will go. And POG is not in a better spot. He does have flash himself. Will he elect to use it is the question. Q comes in, and he just says, nah, man, I'm dead. This is over in this top trade. It's 2 more kills to the side of D+.
Starting to see why the Rel was bandoing 2 games in a row from KT. Lucid's his experience on Sejuani was one that I think many Lucid fans would rather forget. But here, really crisp timing. Arrives in time. Kingen also doing a wonderful job. It feels so funny to see him actually alcove gaming. Because it was what made the difference. Because there was no vision, and because Perfect had neither a ward, I think, nor an ability to hop over the wall.
Yeah.
He could just stall, and then the moment that Lucid shows up, obviously they have to CC. This is a mini Gnar. As we take another look here.
Yeah. So he dashes.
Gets
Flash
over the wall.
야, 나 이거 천천히 봐줘. 할만해, 할만해,
And he
할만해,
also
할만해,
doesn't
할만해.
get the
나를
hyper
봐줘, 나를
proc.
봐줘.
We can win, we can win about 8 times.
Yes, cooldowns are back up. Lucid doesn't waste any time, and with Aatrox in
야, 할만해, 할만해,
particular,
안 죽어.
I
the moment
won't
you get
die.
that kill,
He says, I won't die.
천천히.
Slowly.
나이스.
Nicer. And the giant Nicer scream in the
I'm
background.
pretty sure that was Showmaker.
I feel like we heard it through his mic from Showmaker, who was sitting 2 seats away from him.
It might have. It has to be. I don't know who else is that loud.
What it sounded like. Okay, well, this is the combo, guys. This is the Kaisa Leona. They get on in. That's a very nice solar flare. And now with POG here, maybe they make something of it. But Beryl is actually the one that is lowest. He nearly goes down. And the bouncing autos from Aiming.
BDD.
Up he flashes forward. He's looking for the kills. And he's going to get the one. As here comes BDD. As you mentioned, flash forward. Immediate stun from the side of Lucid. And yes, Aiming goes down. But he saves his teammates. And he picks up a kill.
Aiming wants blood. Flashes forward, gets himself the kill. I think they could have also just made it out, but wants to go for the 1v1 instead, as Perfect says. Thank you for the leash. Payback, King.
You gotta emote him in that case. That's like the
really
perfect
have
emote
to.
spot.
Oh. Barrel trying to go for a repeat of game number 2.
This time, they didn't get 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Does feel a lot better.
He is
doesn't
the
have
support.
flash.
But the Wallop's gonna miss.
Yep. We did that one, and that's the moment Barrel shows up. Should at the very least be a dragon. As we take another look here, the level 6 all-in of Zeri really is something that needs to be feared. Deft, crucially, actually ends up being in range of the knock-up, which doesn't allow him to do a whole lot of damage. And then here, they're chasing because PDD is arriving on the other end. And then I think because of the knowledge of that, like, oh, I'm dead anyway, might as well try and trade for a kill. PDD doesn't actually get to go on top of Kellen, so Lucid stands guard. And Showmaker also realizing that nothing was going to happen, just picked up a plate, picked up a wave lead, and that is, didn't go for Dragon with Barrel showing up, but instead just said, it's free real estate. It's a free turret, Valdez.
It's a free turret, and the biggest gold gap on the Rift right now is the support role. Kellen's feeling pretty good about his situation in this game. Obviously, aiming is very close.
Kellen on Chanters, man.
Who could have seen it coming? And you know, we were talking about the Renata Glask as well. That's actually a big Kellen pick. Would have been cool to see it. But the Lulu definitely doing just as good a job, if not better. The polymorphs have been really slick, the wild growths on time, and just winning lane. I mean, just
Lulu,
remember that you're able to do this.
Lulu is so win more as well. Like when you're winning with Lulu, because basically it's going to force your opponents to make desperate plays where you can either keep your carries alive when they overextend or polymorph people and not be too bothered one way or another. As that's Mega, Gnar, so Lucid is going to say hello and then or a Perfect Redder is going to leave. Should be able to set up some grubs here. Not really that important, but obviously denying 6 grubs I think does have some value. As Barrel again trying the match. Yeah, so they won't dive perfect, but they will still at the very worst get a plate. And I imagine the grubs, Piercing's making his way over as well, but
yeah, still hanging around the top lane. Lucid just going to start these grubs. And yeah, it's a bit of a swap. They'll send their bot lane top after taking the bot turret. Meanwhile, Deft is running to mid. And might just stop here for a moment and then go top, because right now it's Perfect and Barrel laning together. Kind of an interesting duo there.
And we do see the grubs getting taken. I forgot if it was Dispatch or 14-4 where the Rel Q interaction got removed, because she was a little bit way too good.
Next patch.
Yeah, it's not, I think it was live patch. A little bit way too good at killing all the Krugs very, very quickly.
Grubs.
Oh, yeah.
Bubs.
Well, I mean,
Bobs.
you kill Krugs quickly as well. It just doesn't really relate to the change. Bobs, Kevins, Mites. Or is the Mites only the tiny ones that they summon?
Yes. They can both be Mites. Some Mites are bigger than others.
Or they're like full grown versus...
Yeah, maybe.
Sure.
I'm not an expert myself.
Herald fight? Could be an angle, but the STP available. KT want to get into the back line. They're pretty far behind already, and Deft only has a Shiv. Wonder if they actually want to try and contest for this. As that's a lot of played gold, Valdez.
Yeah, the bottom lane for KT doesn't really exist right now. They have fallen very far behind. The Zeri is huge at 153 CS and counting, the most in the game. And Deft is just kind of catching waves, so you don't really have any opportunity to fight for objectives at this point. You just gotta try to hope you scale with your Tristana and Kai'Sa. But it's not like they're up against a, like a comp that doesn't scale on the side of D+.
No, they skill pretty exceptionally. Aatrox once upon a time, I think, was more of a mid-game pick, but we have kind of abandoned that school of thought. He's just an everything pick now.
We've gone full profane.
We have gone full profanity. Showmaker has built his one item that does direct damage and will now only do items that allow him to use that one item more. Don't know how many grass procs he's sitting on. Did obviously have a somewhat of a tough time in the early lane phase, but has bounced back ever since BDD went for a play towards bot side, which didn't work out. And then there's Zeri, which Zeri by herself, we've seen struggle every now and then at actually doing enough damage. But he has Lulu as well. Kellen went for Mikhail's first as well.
I feel like,
your one win condition is finding one target and blowing them up, so Aatrox doesn't work, as we know. Lucid is Rel, Showmaker is Tankazir, and then you have Zeri with Flash Cleanse, a Lulu heal, a Wild Growth,
2 cleanses,
and Mikhail.
Yeah. Which also heals.
Yeah.
And Slay. No, I mean, it's pretty oppressive for sure, especially from ahead. And it was designed to get ahead, especially in the bottom lane, so I'm not sure what else we would have expected, to be quite honest.
And we've had a lot of fun with it, with this series, particularly game number 1. But this is a really important match because this might end up being what decides a 4th versus 5th spot. Because, frankly, I don't think either of these teams are looking likely to
But if you get
beat
4th,
any of the teams above
face
them.
off against the 5th place team.
So
right?
actually,
And 3rd place
it actually,
against 6th.
So it actually doesn't.
It gives you side selection, potentially. Also, if you want to go on a big run and somehow challenge Homolife Esports for 3rd,
They're gonna go on a run.
it's, you know, cardiovascular health. It's very important. No, I mean, if they start to win a bunch and actually challenge Homolife Esports, let's say they have like kind of a rough end of the split, it's still possible. Mathematically, it's not too out of the question.
Hey, don't get me wrong. Either of these teams has enough talent to make it happen. Just about peaking at the right time.
Yeah, it feels like the consistency for these two teams compared to our top 3 teams, even our 3rd team, right? It feels like there's like top 2, T1 Genji, then there's Homolife Esports quickly behind them, and then there's like a decent gap.
You say consistency, and I ask what consistency, which is your point.
Yeah.
Because there's none.
There's none.
Both
That's
both
the
in,
issue.
Both in drafts as well as in gameplay,
Yeah.
which is what kind of baffles me. Usually, teams have got a solid grasp on one or the other. Let's see what it's Chemtech, isn't it?
Hell
Are you
yeah.
kidding me?
Hell yes! I love Chemtech so.
Ox!
Big fan. You know, Ox is off today, Sush. He's got some extra time to troll us. Not surprising, to be honest.
빨간팀의 포탑이
And
Okay, you have Lulu though. It's kind
all right,
of
where are we going? Just gonna send a bot lane. Just force a response eventually. Have seen this from time to time. Especially because there's no other outer turret. There's really no point in like trying to go on a little cuz drive that we've seen from time to time. So just gonna send a bot and perfect.
Oh no,
Get it?
we're gonna watch Perfect take her down? Oh, not even. Wait, you want the last hit though? There you go.
You got it. 25 GE.
Boom.
Didn't deny that many minions, but that's fine. Was about to go down anyway, as we almost have Frozen Heart complete for Showmaker, who is playing into 2.5 80 carries in this game that do love their attack speed.
Yeah, we didn't really discuss that yet. I do hope Deft goes for a hybrid build and goes Nashers next. Because they do, it's still going to be somewhat mitigated. I would have loved the new AP build that has come up where, I don't remember the exact order, but you go Muramana as well. And then you just try to play for the big Ws the way that we have often seen with the AP Kaisa. But at the very least, hybrid is basically a necessity here, which right now is looking good, right? Like you don't go for Shiv and Ginsus to then pivot away to a Kraken. So that'll be something, but he's still going to be relying on autoing into double Frozen Heart, which they don't stack, but you will always be frozen.
You know,
good cancel.
Yesterday we did have some kind of lopsided drafts, but we had like a couple of our lower teams, and then we also had T1 versus Bro, which is you know, a bit of a one-sided match, and we're not expecting Bro to have like the most genius drafts of all time, right? I didn't really expect to see that many big draft wins today, but this game 3, this game 3 is turning into one fast. Game 2 also a bit.
To be fair
with
though,
the smolder.
So the bot side, I think, was always going to be pretty cursed when it comes to the laning phase, but the top half of the map was just DK outplaying them. And the moment that your top lane loses any form of pressure, like say that they win the 2v2 in top and you actually have a Gnar continuously pushing, that forces responses, means that they can't play that heavily towards bot side. So the moment that KT lost that top side 2v2, it actually took away any form of agency that they had.
But then why go for Tristana when you're already lacking magic damage and you're playing into double Frozen Heart because you know it's going to be Tank Azir? Like just pick a control mage or pick you know, a Yone or something.
Yeah, no,
you know?
I was really only talking about the Gnar, because in theory, I mean, I said topside, right?
Yeah.
So that's on me. But in theory, I think that Tristana, by itself, not the end of the world, although again, I would have much rather seen Deft go for a full AP build here if you do go for the Tristana. But I also don't think BDD really had the early presence that you'd like. I imagine he did go Resolve second, so I imagine he went Demolish as well. Didn't really get to find a whole lot of value off of that. As the mid lane turret is still standing, and particularly with Tristana, I feel like so much of the champions power, which is why we've still seen her banned every now and again against Jovi, is that you need to really pick your timings, and if you do roam from your lane, it needs to be actually worth it, because your main goal is just building a lead by default by shoving and getting early turret plates, and that didn't really happen in this one. And now, yeah, your game state's kind of rough, Valdas. It's not a good time to be playing into a lot of bladed steel caps, a lot of merc treads, McKills, and all the other things that we already mentioned, and no real targets to go on. You have a dive comp position, which it's a great dive comp. You know, you ult the back line,
Yeah.
PDD and Deft go in.
Just don't look at the other side of the rift.
That's the problem. Yeah, Pioshik locks everyone. Like, you engage on Tankers there and he ults you, and then he doesn't
You're
die.
going to do, like, negative damage. I mean, we do have LDR second here for BDD.
Which is good. That's something.
It's a good call.
They can also, because the pace of Drakes has been so slow this game, we also are probably going to get to, like, what, 40 minutes of gameplay? I don't think this one is anywhere near done. So we take a look at the vision controller, because they haven't really lost control of the map just yet. Their ring of inners is still standing.
D+ have definitely been taking their sweet time with this one, which I think is okay. I mean, you have a Zeri, you have triple threat with Aatrox and Azir. But if it does go to, like, Supreme late game once again, certainly double AD carry is still going to be very scary, regardless of what items you build. So definitely something to think about as we do move along in this game. We've kind of just been waffling about, yapping about random stuff for 10 minutes, because nothing else has happened, Chronicler. We're just...
Yeah, DK, I would really love if they just start up the objective. Oh, perfect.
Perfect's like, hey, what's going on over here? Well, I'm just going to hop away. I'm just an innocent little Yordle.
But I would love if they just start Nash, or at least threaten to start Nash. Because right now you have a substantial lead, but the longer the game goes on, the less the lead is going to mean. That's Tank Azir, as they also are like, you know what, no.
Yeah.
Wave clear ult from Pioshik. There you go. Heading towards the top side of the map. Take away the vision control.
Yeah, now that the Nature's Grasp is down, aiming can just run at them, I guess.
Could have done that before with Lucid.
Now you can do it even more safely.
Very true. Is looking to be Nashers here from Deft, which I am happy about. Pioshik is using Juon's skin. Yeah,
we doing the Baron or what?
We doing this or what?
Yeah.
I think the answer is what.
Oh. Yeah, everybody's just backing. I mean, still good vision around the pit for the side of KT.
Out of the 3 flavors of League of Legends, so silly game, Stomp, or nothing happening at all, what's your favorite?
Silly game for sure. 100%.
It has to be.
It's always silly game.
It's always silly game.
Because, you know, sometimes when games are not clean, it's better. Because you get more comebacks, you get crazy plays, very close fights. Yeah, you get a lot of really cool interactions as well, where players like clutch it out in dire situations, under a lot of pressure. It's back and forth. You know. Stomps are, well, you know, quick and easy done. You know, they're clean, I guess, most of the time, unless it's KT. But it's pretty one-sided. And then this one is kind of just, there's no action. So, but they are going to start the Baron now.
That's 1 TP. I think they're looking for 2, and they will get it. So you can just peel off now if you're DK. Don't think they have to go for this.
No action. And Showmaker is doing quite a lot with the picks as well. A little bit of help from the Lulu, which, by the way, helps Azir now. And his soldiers, as the ult comes in, Lucid is very low, and down he goes. Meganar is coming in. Beryl is going to find this engage onto Showmaker, who is quite tanky, but he's alone. Going to sweep away 4 people and dash, but it's Kaisa. You're not getting away from her and from Tristana. As KT rolls there, they find the angle. DK dropped the ball, and KT are going to run at this Baron.
Lucid, mega overextension there. You're so reliant as Rel to actually hit enough people so that you are as tanky as you can be.
Oh boy. Well, they should get this Baron. Absolutely. Does look like Kane wants to do something, but no World Ender, and he's got a Zeri in his back pocket, but 3v5. That's too big of an ask, and now that's teleport down as well.
Oh,
KT are right back in the game.
already felt a little questionable too. When you get the double TP, that alone should have been enough. You got what you wanted. You can peel back off, set up exactly the same play. But they get so overconfident, or rather Lucid does, ends up going in here, and Deft, he's so ready. If he gets engaged on as well, this play might work, but instead, Lucid, also because he flashes in, doesn't actually have anyone to follow up, and he's the main front line. We talk a lot about, yes, the fact that Showmaker is a tank. He's tanky, but he can't stand there and take the beating.
The comps don't matter if the fight looks like that. You know, like you could be playing with anything.
Oh, man.
The jungler just disappears, and then one guy gets engaged upon with nobody else able to help him. Comps won't matter. It's now it's anybody's game, because KT Rolster, they have evened up the gold. And it looks like this one's going to go very late. So the Kais is going to matter. The Tristana's going to matter. The Zeri should as well, but...
Yeah, we might be veering into silly territory.
Oh, yeah.
That engage definitely was a little silly. Aiming also...
It was a lot silly.
For shield bow. You know me, Feldes. I'm not one to go in, but it was very silly. Yeah. And unnecessary. Could have just disengaged there. Lucid letting his inexperience get the better of him, as we do now have KT continuously pushing forward, as they should.
Face check here, but Celestial on position. And yeah, Eclipse is going to just keep it very alive. Leona does not have a care in the world at the moment in terms of tankiness.
Gold. Not a lot of turrets have been taken yet, so this Red Bull Baron power play really only the base gold from the kills that they got is going to get them a Drake. So it is actually just game one. It's 28 minutes in, and it's exactly even. And both teams are going to get 2 Drakes. The Soul is Chemtech, and we have traveled back in time. Comps are a little different, but that's okay.
Game number 1 was fun. We liked the silly games. That's what we preferred out of the 3 options.
We asked.
Nice dash aiming.
And they gave it to us, Feldes.
Yeah. So, we have it. It's only like 300 gold diff, 30 minutes into the game.
I get the thought process behind going for shield bow into a lot of enemy backline dive, but at the same time, there's gonna be a point where you do need enough damage. Obviously the thought of the Atrix is a lot, but you have tank Azir, and aiming going for a tankier build as well. You're gonna run into some damage issues if you're not careful here as DK. We'll see how the fights play out. Right now, though, KT does feel like they have truly retaken control of the game, even though it's even. I don't think either team has a really big scaling advantage as well. Funnily enough, even if Deft ends up going for more AP, I don't feel like with Showmaker being the tank as well, and Lulu being there, they're gonna get that much value out of the Kai'Sa poke, meaning that it'll just be an Elder flip. Again, I feel like we're just on the same track.
We are. It's the same destination, same train tracks, just chugging along. A little bit slower this one. I think there was a bit more action in game 1, but now game 3, you mentioned, is a very close series, a very important one. So both teams not willing to make too big of a mistake, and so they're really crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and their lowercase J's. And just waiting for the right moment to engage. KT found it in the last fight. They got the Baron.
Oh, wow. Okay. Deft just finishing a Void stuff outright. I didn't see him on any components. That is actually going to help out a lot. Cutting through some of these very big health bars and the high amount of MR that's available for mostly Showmaker. Lucid hasn't actually been building a lot, and this is the one thing where Deft does have a lot of carry potential, because on the enemy team, everyone is itemizing into the multiple 80 carries. And not, which I guess in that scenario, Perfect is the 80 carry, because Deft is playing a hybrid build.
Yeah. I guess so. It's kind of what it's going to end up being for a lot of the fights, depending on how Perfect times his Mega Gnar in these ones. Perfect certainly has a decent amount of damage himself.
Oh,
Trinity Force, Black Cleaver.
Probably going to finish Randuin's here, so doubling up on a passive, which we never love to see. Well, my kid, he doesn't have gold. Doesn't get to finish his second item.
They just don't give him any gold, man. The whole team takes the entire map.
In this case, though, I do agree with it. Aining did finish his LDR. That's definitely a much more high impact buy. I just hope that because we're going to, obviously, when everyone has reached 6 items, maybe they can give him so he can tank. No? Okay. Well,
he is the tank jungler. He gets only 2 items whole game.
Doesn't even have that yet.
Excuses. Oh, he knocks him out of the air, BDD! He is not able to buffer that one, and that is a big deal, as now we do not have a Tristana, and the Baron just spawned.
Oh god. So much of the damage now gone. BDD thought he could buffer it. That's why you picked Tristana into Azir.
Didn't buffer, had flash. Showmaker went for it in kind of like oh, he's probably just going to flash this or buffer this, so I'll just throw it out, nothing else is happening. But he gets the pick.
트타 되냐? 트타 되냐? 트타 타? 트타 타? 프리타 프리타?
He has
바로
flash.
바로 바로.
Is what he's saying.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I can force his flash. And Showmaker also, I'm pretty sure, wins the 1v1 just by the virtue of his items and the base damage of Azir. But he didn't have to. He just died, and now
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
they're just marching up the front. What is happening to my silly game,
I guess
Feldes?
the game just ends now.
Okay, they won't be able to push further than the turret, but that's going to be soul point as well.
Yep. Aiming level 17. We got a lot of people reaching 18 now. King and BDD, perfect. But yeah, just the one ward and BDD not expecting it and just kind of desperately trying to hop away. Does not get the timing down. That leads to a massive swing in gold in control of this game. And BDD is definitely going to be kicking himself. We know he is quite the player that would buffer that correctly 9 out of 10 times, but this time it was the one.
Yeah, quite costly. Also a little sad that no one on DK went Koenig Rooker and feel like particularly into the Kai'Sa, you can get a lot of value out of that. And DK is like, yeah, it's soul point, who cares?
It's a Chemtech Drake, who cares about that thing? Just get the mid inhibitor. And it's only the mid inhibitor.
Probably rotate towards top as well.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they even get this in the first place.
Guys?
Aiming, uh-oh, perfect. Kind of alone. Lucid gonna move forward, tank that one up, dissuade them from actually engaging. And BDD wasn't there either, so now just gonna move to the top lane.
Yeah. Shoved in by Kingen, who again, his level 18s have been very early, pretty consistently. Big fan of the old PvE. Now going to make their presence known here towards the top side of the map is DK. They are ludicrously short range though. Outside of a little bit of poke from Showmaker, there really isn't a whole lot that they can do to try and push down this turret unless they want to commit to a dive, which they definitely do not. But they do have Kingen inside, so what you do is you just set up shop here, keep on pushing, and then Kingen probably gets an inner, because no one can really step up to this lethality Aatrox. Perfect is going to match him.
Yeah.
Vision as well towards the bottom half of the map, and that's going to be the end of the Rebel Power Power. So just a mid-inhib. I think KT gonna be as happy as you can be with that one, given that if you make a mistake, could have been game-ending.
Yeah. They also got a cheeky little Chemtech Drake. It's not all that much, but especially as we talked about in Game 1, if you guys were watching that, it's like, okay, everybody's level 18. We're going to have a bunch of health, a bunch of resistances just naturally. So Chemtech Soul does kind of help out quite a bit as the game comes along in terms of just surviving for longer, below 50%. And it's no Poppy Karma comp this time to benefit, and Nami, by the way, to benefit from the healing and shielding power, but you're still getting some stuff out of it. The tenacity that you mentioned in the draft, gonna be nice, gonna be decent. It's not the best. I'm trying to make a little case for it.
It's all right. Healing power is nice for Aatrox. You have Lulu. It's
okay.
It's okay.
Got redemption.
Yeah, look at that. That's what I mean. Deft doesn't have Def Cap yet, which I assume will be his final item. Still doing an incredible amount of damage here because Lucid has effectively no MR. Anyone getting a Koenig Rooker would be quite nice here to ensure that Deft doesn't just get to chunk through.
Yeah, the only issue is that Lucid's not allowed to purchase any more items in this game because he's hit his cap of.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So even if we do go 55 minutes, aiming needs 9 items before
Well, I think
Lucid gets us there.
I think he was on track for maybe getting an item, but then he made that really big mistake that cost him the Baron.
Yeah, and they were like, no.
No. No more gold for you.
Okay, there's the death cap.
Yep.
Deft is going to start booming. Let's see it.
Does need to hit.
Okay, next time.
Next time. Soon. We're still pushing, even without the Baron buff. Trying, I think, to set up towards, in about a minute 50, the Drake that DK really wants to take to deny defense. Or do you just let it go and just go for Elder? You won the first Elder flip. Surely that sets you up for a good second one.
I mean, they have Rel, right?
They do. Yeah, that's actually really big.
Not a bad call, honestly. Although I think giving up free souls is it's not in the DNA of any of our LCK teams generally. I don't think it's much of a consideration. So we're 37 minutes into the game. Top damage dealt is below 10k.
And that includes a Leandris Azir. And a Lafella, and a Poke Kaisa.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't gotten to poke much, and we haven't had too many team fights, so the Zeri, who was on top of damage dealt to champions, hasn't had too many opportunities. But soon. Soon enough.
So I imagine, Aiming's going to get a little farm, right? And then he's going to sell his shield bow for a GA. I imagine. We'll see what Showmaker ends up going. Does have a cookie in his inventory already. Right now, Prio being taken by DK. Both these teams very short range outside of the poke. I don't know what barrel was there, but he didn't enjoy it.
And they get kind of run at pretty quickly. The Lulu speeds you up. You've got a Rel who's pretty fast. He's got a horse, right? Trotting along.
She is on a horse.
Yeah. So what are you going to do? Oh, that poke from the Deathcap Void Staff Kaisa did not break the shield of Aiming. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, Lulu does get a lot of value into poke Kaisa, huh?
Well, let's see. It might have an effect later on in the fights. You see that DK, broke through the shield there. As Meganar is popped. Oh, broke through into the shields. What are they going to do about that?
League of Shielding, Valdez. Yeah, they start this up. Love this. Just force a response.
It's a nice call, but they got to be careful not to get caught in this pit as the damage is insane, and Lucid's in the pit, but he can't get in. He gets rooted, and look at the damage now onto the front line as Kingen is just 100 to 0. He is in the World Ender. They're trying to chase here. As Perfect isn't able to do much on the Mininar. They do want to chase, but now the poke is coming out from the Kaisa as well. Pyosik just going to give himself up for the team, it looks like. Will he even go down in the last case as Kingen is going to help pick him up? But that's Baron for KT on 4 members.
Oh, TPs!
Here we go. Okay. TP's coming in. The sweep. It only gets 1 in Showmaker. He ducks immediately. We officially have our silly game. As now KT are going to flash forward. Here comes BDD looking for the kill on the King, and that'll
Reverse
be free.
TP!
And now we do have the Gnar, as you mentioned, Perfect.
Wait, he's mini.
Oh, he's mini. Oh, that's a Zeri, but they might have the damage. Lucid with a big engage, but he's so low, they take out the one guy as Aiming is gonna blow up to the Tristana. As Solar Flare coming down, BDD, he wants more. One jump should do it. As, the E comes down and Kellen is just dead. The range of the level 18 Tristana, insane. And KT take that massive play.
At the same time, though, they don't have a wave in mid. They do have waves in bot and towards the top half of the map, so they should be able to get some gold. As we take another look here, Lucid not able to make it. Maybe should have flashed forward to try and go for the steal. Didn't want to do that. As okay, I complain about Lafella the Agent being tanky, but you're not that tanky, King, and goes in by himself. And this is where, as we joked a lot, the damage from Deft actually is absolutely incredible. As we do have Deft also getting the Chemtech Soul here, which is a big win. Because, like, look at how many of these Ws he hits and how much it actually boom. And then
this is just, oh god.
I don't know about that one. I do know it was not. It was. You could have just let them leave, and you can get your objective. You have double TP. You can trade, and at least get a dragon out of it, and then hold off. Don't do that, Lucid. At this point, obviously, have to go in. Don't have another option. Aiming. Don't know if they needed to go for the Wild Growth on him that early, because he did have a decent amount of health still left. Maybe if they save that, I don't think it's going to be a big difference maker. And now KT, Camtech Soul, still 30 seconds left on the Red Bull Baron power play. That might have been what ends up deciding this game, Veldes.
The game feels very handily in their favor now. BDD is very large. And as we mentioned, if the game goes this long, then yeah, sure, your double AD carry is going to feel pretty nice. Especially if they get those items, and we have the hyper build from Deft, and they are really beginning to chunk it out, especially in some of those crazy scenarios where we have double TP into them that only hits the Leona,
but
with the Emperor's Divide.
As long as the inhibits stand,
game ain't over.
Game ain't over. And you know what's spawning in 4.5 minutes? It's the Elder. It's happening again, Veldes.
It's happening again. Because as you are kind of alluding to, you know, Baron buff, it dissipates. KT Rolster, they have decent siege, you know, with the Tristana, you've got boomerangs, you've got a lot of peel with the Maokai Leona, but they're not going to overstay their welcome, so we will back off, and most likely, knowing our teams in this match, we will just wait for the objectives to spawn and fight for them. So maybe the game ends on the Baron in 2 minutes, or maybe we just Elder flip it again.
They are pretty disjointed, so the team that picks up Baron probably should be able to get Elder as well, but I feel very hesitant to make any decisive calls in this series. Outside of game 2, that one was that one was easy.
Yeah,
and even that had a little bit of a moment, of which we will not speak further. You see as well the itemization coming through. Jack shows actually for King, and Lucid looking to build into MR pretty heavily as well. Showmaker wants to finish his stopwatch, or his Zhonya's rather, as soon as possible. Aiming hasn't hit the gold threshold yet.
Yeah, when is
start
his,
selling one? I imagine he does want to go for GA. Alternatively, like, I don't think any of the spell shield items you really want to go on Zeri. I imagine just trying to dive bomb into the enemy territory the way that Deft hasn't really been doing this game, which is good because he's.
Let's see.
He is, you know, AP Kaisa as opposed to as okay.
All right. So he sold his Shiv and purchased an Infinity.
I do like that. I do think that if they have a little bit more damage and a little bit more blow you up in seconds threat on the enemy backline, could be the difference maker in this one.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if D+ get one normal engage in this game, maybe that's asking for a bit too much based on what I've seen. But if they get one normal engage and aiming is given 4 to 5 seconds, he will kill them. It will happen. And then he can, you know, he can dash in, he can dash out, depending on the situation. But, yeah, we haven't seen him go ahead and sell his boots yet. I don't think he's quite at the gold to do that either. And jokes aside, Lucid should eventually pick up a third item as well.
Oh, they are heading towards it. He does have the Spectre Scout already. Not sitting on a whole lot of gold. As we both know, teams that until the Baron spawned, we're just going to sit here and mid and poke.
Yep, it's all about the mid pressure. And aiming very confidently, going to move forward. If there's one thing this guy's got, for good or for worse, it is confidence. He will go in. It looked like that W hit someone.
Callan got chunked pretty substantially.
Here we go.
Redemption used.
The Baron damage is bonkers. I mean, this is going to go down immediately. They have to get in, but the slow is on Lucid. He can't quite.
The poke!
Okay, the poke is coming down, and the other's going to give it away. Lucid not going to get into the pit. And now Kingen in an awkward spot here. The team kind of wants to help him, but I think he's just going to have to flash the wall. Very unfortunate for him in that position. They're not able to find the angle on the engage, so he just has to flash.
They can't even try and like go for a desperate bid and hold on because the spawn is so far away and the health bars are so low.
Yeah. And KT have done an excellent job of just saying, okay, we're just never going to fight you head on. We're just going to let the poke happen, and you know what? Seems like a pretty good decision in this game, because the Kai'Sa W's are just insane right now. He has Zhonya's as well, and has transitioned into basically full AP. As now, charging down the mid lane, gonna take out this inhibitor, no doubt.
Well, there are flank wards. Yeah, you gotta find a flank somehow, but it's so hard because we talked about how hard it is to engage on DK. Same for KT, so much mobility for this backline of them. Both BDD and Deft having the opportunity to both self-peel and reposition.
Chronicler, the Elder Drake is spawning in 15 seconds.
What I would love to see is KT to not flip and use their Baron buff to just shove.
On a ward.
But I don't know if that's going to happen. I think they might just instead rely on Maokai, rely on the poke, try to win the game here right now.
Yep. Poke is certainly doing an insane amount of damage right now. You see even Showmaker getting chunked out. He only has the Abyssal Mask in terms of MR. And the Merc Treads, I guess.
They just need to go in. Like, I know it's scary for Lucid, but he's the only one that can do it, and if they don't, they're going to lose the fight by default.
Yeah. After a series of lackluster engages, can he find the one that wins the game? That's really the question. It's going to be up to him, as you mentioned, and Kingen has got this juicy flank, and they don't know he's there. They have no idea. Maokai ultimate comes out, though. The poke is hitting just a bit. And Kingen is still behind enemy lines, but BDD, he still
doesn't spot him. But they have an inkling.
Oh, look at that poke. Did you see that? A massive engage comes in. They combo them! They get the job done! But BDD is alive. He is shelling. He jumps into the back line, and he cannot be touched, although aiming as well. He's just going to blow up to BDD. But it does not matter, as BDD could not quite 1v5 in this game, as he will be chipped away at. It's a triple kill for Showmaker, and the game will just end.
Biding their time. DK just waiting. And as Lucid goes in, Showmaker sees his angle. Kingen not spotted on the flank. If he was spotted at any point, they could have turned. They could have killed this Aatrox. There is still... Wait,
they're not going to end. They're not going to end.
They can't.
The game is not over.
Do they get... Okay, sure, they should get Elder.
They should get Elder. But somebody's got to go back and clear. There's no TP, and BDD is the only one that does have TP in 30 seconds.
They're going to lose. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Wait, no one is backing.
Nobody's backing. Guys.
No one is backing.
Guys, no way. Somebody's got to back.
BDD can TP. In 15 seconds, Perfect can stop them from backing.
Perfect
the Nexus
stop the backs.
Okay, aiming is up in 5.
Okay, they're going to get the Elder. And now they just got to go back, because they just lost double Nexus turn. It's an open Nexus. Oh, no way. Oh, look at this giant wave.
The Winions.
He's going to ult it and probably save that inhibitor barely.
The Baron buff actually the difference maker in this one. As we take another look, this time Lucid, Flash Q, sets up, and they really knock it down. BDD is almost able to salvage it, just autoing freely over the wall, but doesn't have enough damage.
As well, which was a bit questionable.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, I think the fight's already lost, right? Like,
yeah.
They try and go big for the resets. I don't fault them for that. Really started with the engage from Lucid. Follow-up from Showmaker.
Well, there you have it.
And we haven't talked about this yet, but the kind of the cool thing is also Song playing against 3 of his former players that he won Worlds with, while also having Kingen on his side.
Yeah.
Kind of cool there. But it didn't, like, did it matter? Because...
Well, they got the Elder,
so
and now...
they should be able... So this is the problem. So they should be able to chain that.
No!
Hear me out. They should be able to chain that into getting Baron, because KT can't walk up at any point. Because
they won't have it at the same time.
No, but it doesn't matter, because they can take it down immediately, right? And so DK have the threat of Elder. So they shove in the waves, then they set up full vision control, because at no point can KT... They only have a minute, though, so they need to hurry up. They're meandering. They're taking their sweet time. Like, yes, you have a shoving weight and bob, but that isn't going to matter. The wave clear is way too good. They really want this inhib.
Lucid.
We'll get it.
Always threatening. But yeah, he's going to get the mid-inhib. And again, mid-inhib is not the end of the world. They want to try to end the game with this Elder. They have 34 seconds. 34.
Yeah, they're not going to give you the fight.
There's no way.
If they can get a second inhib, though, that would be absolutely huge.
Especially bot inhib.
Yeah, and with Baron coming up in about 25 seconds, they're going to try.
They're going to try to push them off of this one. They should be able to get the inhibitor. And like you mentioned, KT's just not going to give them the fight.
They can't. 10 seconds.
They have to let it go.
And DK.
Inhibitor's down.
10.
They're going to try to push for a bit more. Nexus comes in. The engage is denied, but the damage on a BDD already is huge as Kingen is in there, and he is very deep as a divide comes in, but the 280 carries are shelling, but it just doesn't matter as Kingen is unkillable, and the Elder Drake helps out so much as finally Aiming gets to move forward and shoot some enemies down. D plus Kia will take the 2-1 in a crazy 3-game series.
And in the end, on the tail end of that Elder buff, DK win an absolutely bonkers series. A back and forth. Yeah, Lucid, that's about right. I need to vote for a POG.
Oh boy. And the coaches are very happy. They're going to come out and hug me.
I actually don't even know. I feel like the fight was won, but Lucid, the rest of his game was so bad that I can't vote for him.
It can't be him. It can't be Showmaker TP in the 4P.
Is it Kellen? Is it Kingen? I don't even... You know what?
Be Aiming.
I gotta. He won the one fight that won the game. I know that he was playing so poorly up until that point. Like, Lucid did not have a good game. But that engage, that was what...
Look at his face. He's like, oh, God.
That's what won him the game.
Yeah.
It was that one flash Q. Especially after how much he'd been kind of running it on the rail. That's not easy. Maybe it is Showman. I don't even know, man, fellas. I need him. This series took a lot.
D plus Kia.
They got the win. This is big. This means that they are now in sole control of that 4th spot.
Yeah. I think they're at 7-5 now after that victory. And that means that KT go down to 6-6,
Atlas
tied with
View,
Guangdong Freaks.
The perfect 50-50.
Yeah. No, I mean, the prophecy is coming true for KT Rolster. Unfortunately, they could not get off their own wild ride.
Oh, they are, because it's a 2-1, they are 1 game score away from a 0 game score as well.
Perfectly balanced.
I do want to reiterate, I am fairly certain that KT is still going to contest DK for a 4th spot because of the strength of schedule. And I think it is important to note the opponents that KT has faced up until this point in round 2 and the tail end of round 1, way higher than what DK had to deal with. But at the same time, you also see the power of momentum. Yeah. DK was able to pull through in all the twists and turns that this series had.
In this game alone, we talked about the drafts. I think they didn't matter at the end of the day, actually.
No, not at all.
I don't think the drafts mattered at all. By the end of this game, it was like, okay, even the double 80 carry 50 minutes in couldn't do enough. And yes, Deft was kind of like a bit of a W nuke bot / on hit something. But even the level 18 Tristana that was immensely fed.
Again?
Again, yeah.
Again?
No, just for good measure.
Again?
Let's play that one again. Can we see it again? Like, I don't know, man. That was questionable.
Oh.
But
there's also so many like players making absolutely questionable decisions or mistakes, like BDD failing his jump or his buffer and then carrying this fight, and Lucid.
I said it right before the fight. I'm like, after a series of lackluster engages, can he hit the one that matters? And yeah, he did. And Showmaker was right there behind him, trusted in his little rookie, said, I trust you. You're going to get it. I'm going to follow up. We're going to win this fight. And it was glorious. Like, finally. Like I said as well, I'm like, if DK could just get one normal engage where they use their hard engage with the Rel, it's going to look good. And obviously, if you blow up Deft 100-0, it's always going to work out.
Here looked a little bit scary initially, but Showmaker so tanky. Aiming, not threatened in the backline at all, and Kingen obviously complete raid boss. on the max level Aatrox. Look at that Goldcraft. Look at that.
That's the roller coaster we love. 38K from aiming. It's not even all that high, to be honest, in a 51-minute game in terms of DPM. We had a 51-minute game that was almost 52, 54-minute game that was almost 55. And then we had that second game that existed.
Lucid did less damage than Cal in that one as well.
Very interesting. Well, he hit the one that mattered, and D plus Kia end up with a 2-1 victory. Who could have seen this coming? Let's ask the space if they have any idea what happened in game number 3.
No. And here's Jason with the... No, never mind. We're going to try and dissect it for you. We're going to try and dissect it for you as best we can. Thankfully, I have Hooney and Wolf alongside me, and we're going to dive into the draft first to talk about the most irrelevant part of this game.
Yeah, so in the draft, Atlas and I were watching together, and I was yelling for the Leona. I thought it was going to be fantastic here for KT Rolster. Barrel's a good Leona player, right? Has a skin on the champion. And with all the other picks that were banned away, I thought that with Maokai Leona, you could really set up some really nice dives onto the Zeri. Maokai didn't show up in the bottom lane, though, for some reason, so it didn't really matter at all. But the Lulu got sick value. Okay, so in the 3v3 that didn't happen, actually in the counter dives where we saw the Zeri ults coming through and really nice setup there by Lucid coming down. Yeah, the Lulu looked pretty sick. The Gnar pick, on the other hand, I wasn't a huge fan of that. I would have rather seen him on a... but with how the game went, it worked out. I wanted to see Udyr just because I thought it neutralizes that really well, and then you could just focus bottom side with the Maokai. But they want to play around top, and so that's the early game that didn't matter, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it actually matter of like the early game the pressure or like middle game pressure. It's just like the later like since this is like 50-minute game, I think it was like the later of a value having just Azir. He was kind of having infinite value with the having grasp on, and also the Rel with the Zeri Lulu. I think the combinations with them between the three of the members just like synced really well. It's just like as soon as Rel just goes in with the Zeri Lulu, I think it just you can actually just pop the old enemy as an AoE, and that's how they want to supposed to fight, and didn't really actually happen consistently until one time. But that only matter, you know?
Yeah, I think it happened sort of like 1.5 times if you include them just like steamrolling the enemy base. We had a lot of different highlights that we'd prepared, but we had to cancel the majority of them. Let's dive into this one, though, that really did set the tone around the Baron at some point towards the end of the game.
Yeah, so D+ end up losing out here on the Baron, and then they want to try to chase and force this to be a successful fight, but Deft is kiting back. He's got so much damage at this point in time. He's got the poke with the death cap, so it looks like, okay, they're going to get out. And then Showmaker makes an executive decision. And Kingen wants to stay with D+ Kia in the future, I think, as well, because he decides, okay, I will follow you, Captain, on this journey. And it's a disaster.
I mean, if they really wanted to do it, I think Kingen should have TP first, then Showmaker, and it's like they should have TP faster before they actually, 4 people top of the TP where actually they TP located. It's just like after that, it's like the disaster after happened, they could have gone. Honestly, they could have gone just to Drake after just taking a small win and then just delaying just the enemy base tempo since they have a Baron buff. But after this happened, I think it was like so favor to KT.
I feel like you could call it, if you want to put a positive spin on a successful Baron delay. You know, they were able to keep... They put that Baron timer down just a little bit, you know? KT weren't pushing with Baron at that moment in time. No, they were winning a team fight instead.
They absolutely were, and honestly, from that point on, KT regained control. This was a part of the game where, honestly, before this, it felt like the Zeri was going to start popping off. This front-to-back composition was going to work, but then KT turned it around. They identified that the only engage was the Realm. They dealt with it until they didn't.
Yeah, and after Lucid was a liability all game long, he instead, this time, sets up Showmaker for the 3-man after the Magnet Storm. And there's just nothing Perfect can do but watch his team get obliterated. His BDD was like, maybe late game Tristana can kill 5 people. No, it's actually not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like one time hit it like really hard, and when there is a Elder spot right next to, I think it's just like more so the KT also had to get criticized the, you know, like just top of like stacking top of the where actually Rel can reach. And the fight actually just like all the like this whole the 50-minute the fight tempo wasn't really fast, I would say. So like I think the major team fight one-on-one or like so just important just every single team fight.
My biggest issue with that fight for KT was they never knew where Kingen was, right? And so instead of trying to fight and push towards the Elder and push towards the Rel while the Elder is at like 90%, 80% health, just try to find Kingen on the flank, punish him, kill him, and then you win the 5v4. But they didn't know where he was. They knew he was flanking, and they just kind of panicked and slowly moved into Lucid's engage range. I think they could have played it so much more cleanly there. But I think both of these teams showed, especially in Game 1 and Game 3, there's some nerves, right? These teams are fighting tooth and nail to actually try to stay in that upper echelon. And, you know, they're both up and down in terms of their form every single week. And there's a lot of pressure on these players, I think. Absolutely, you could feel it in the gameplay as well.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of KT players that were on the Rift, you know, both this season and the previous one. So to be honest, I think the roller coaster theme is definitely there. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. It will be Lucid for 1 engage.
And KP 100% at 14.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like there was not many. Probably there was some play he kind of make a little bit of a mistake. You know, like there. I don't think it's gonna be a whole highlight. Like there's a Herald fight.
Here it
there's
is.
a few,
That's
but
the highlight.
That was it. There was the dive bottom where Pyosik wasn't there, where Zeri ended the laning phase with his help, and then there was the last fight. So he was the Alpha and the Omega. He was the beginning and the end.
it actually skipped like 45 minutes, like 40 minutes.
Bookended for the POG. I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And what's the most important part of the game? Getting yourself to the Nexus to kill it. And that's what he was responsible for. And to be honest, it's the most important part. This was kind of the victory lap towards the end, but 7 out of 8, only 1 vote going over to Showmaker in this one. And honestly, in a game like that is that kind of crazy, it makes all of the sense. It is now time to throw it over to Dia, though, for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Aiming and Lucid on the side of D plus Kia. Congratulations! Lucid, this match you guys just played out, you guys was with the 4th place on the line, and you guys came out on top. How do you feel? Today we walked in thinking that it would be easy to win, but in the middle of the game we thought that it went a lot more difficult, but I'm really relieved that we're able to come out on top. And Aiming, this was a battle against your former team, and you previously mentioned that you want to beat BDD. How do you feel? Yeah, it was such a long match against KT. And it was very difficult, but I was really happy that I was able to play such a long game out and win against BDD. Lucid, with your victory today, you got your revenge on KT from round 1. What was the main focus as you prepared for today's match? I think in terms of our playmaking and drafts, I think that's what we really focused on while getting ready for today's match. I think we were just trying to get really focused in game. The Aiming in game 1, with it going over 54 minutes and game 3 going over 51 minutes, was it difficult to play such a lengthy game out physically at all? Yeah, it was pretty hard. We got up at 10 a.m. and it was such a tough match overall, but I think we were able to maintain our mental fortitude until the very end, and we had fun in the end. And in game 1, Lucian had 0 death until the end, and I feel like this is something that we continue to see from you as a player. So is it something that you're wary of? I feel like, I always think about let's stay alive, and my goal is just to continue killing the enemy. I try to maintain my focus as every kill that I get mattered today. And Lucid, your Rel has a record of 7 wins and 1 loss in spring. What makes Rel such a valuable pick for you? I feel like Rel is a really good champion. I feel like, when when Rel is open in the draft phase, I always go for her. So I believe that in the future, our opponents should probably be wary of that and ban her instead. And game 3, you had control of the early game, but KT's team fighting was so strong. So at what moment were you sure of victory? I feel like KT is such a tough opponent, and I think we weren't really sure of victory until the very end. I think I was able to believe that we won the game once we saw the Tristana flash at the very end and during the team fight in front of the Elder. And at the Elder team fight, at the very end of the game, in game 3, we saw Showmaker and Lucid's amazing wombo combo. So what were you determined to do here? Before this, I was picked off from the team fight previous to this one, so I felt really bad. So I think this time I was trying to look for the right angle to go in and then make the right play. And what was your read on this picture, aiming? Yeah, I mean, I think Zeri did really well here. So I would say that Rel and Zeri did really good job in this team fight. You guys will be facing Nongshim and DRX next week. What are your goals? Aiming. From today's match, we were able to secure 4th place. And we'll be sure that we're ready for the next match to make sure that we're able to climb even further. And Lucid, I'm very happy that we're able to win today, and we would love to continue our consecutive victories, so we'll be preparing for our next match. And this will be the end of the interview with Aiming and Lucid of G+ Kia, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely fantastic to hear from both Lucid and Aiming on their victory. And congratulations for the POGs as well, as a swap in positions. D+ in 4th place, KT in 5th. And in fact, that was already the case. They've only extended the distance.
Yeah, so we kind of have S tier and T1 Gen G are likely MSI candidates, right? Then you have kind of A, which is Hano Life, and then on the next tier break, you have D+ and KT, because even though D+ is 3 games ahead now and they have that extra win in 7-5 to the 6-6, these teams are so close that a different Elder fight means that KT is actually in 4th place, and they're both actually equal now in series score because they both went to 3 when they won against each other respectively, so now they're kind of like neutralized at 0 in terms of both round robins. Who knows which team is better? I feel like we didn't learn that today, actually.
I mean, still, I think good to see the DKs is like come up that up. You know, they were. I still remember they were until like last week, like 2 weeks ago, they were at the 7. So it was like really crazy, bouncing back. So it's good to see like getting some of the storylines, the rivalry.
We're building up the momentum, I think, is exactly what they were doing. Next up, we've got DRX taking on HLE. Speaking of momentum, DRX gonna have to find some of that if they want a chance in that one. A short break. Then when we get back, our second series. We'll see you there.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second series of the night. We got DRX up against Homolife Esports, and this one isn't a 4th versus 5th clash. This is actually Homolife Esports, who are currently in 3rd place, very securely though. They're below T1 and Gen G, but they're way ahead of what we just saw in the first series, and DRX unfortunately currently struggling to get past 2 wins.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, right now, Homolife is sitting at plus 12 in game score. The next competitor, D Plus, at plus 4, if I'm not mistaken. And DRX is at minus 13. So it's a big gap. Homolife, their 2 losses are to the teams that have already qualified for playoffs.
They're so close to each other. Look, 3rd and 8th, they're right there.
They're right next to each other.
It's straight line.
True.
Yeah.
It's a big problem for DRX because Homolife, for all of their faults and I think how lackluster they look against T1 Gen G, I don't have a lot of faith in them beating those teams specifically. They've also been pretty relentlessly dunking on everyone else. They dropped like a game to Fox, for example. There's been a couple of moments, but it never really did feel like they have the instability that kind of plagues DK and KT or Kwangdong. We've seen really have a lot of ups and downs. So DRX here truly, even after them getting a win with Yehu coming back, like, it's cool, it's important, but for this series, it probably is not going to be the difference maker.
It probably won't, although I will be curious to see how Yehu is going to do up against Zeka, who is a man of raw strength, as they call him. He is a guy that will pick Yone and just 1v1 you or 1v9 your team if he does get onto those melee carries, or Tristana, which has been kind of his bread and butter for a couple of years now. Yehu, on the other hand, pulled out the Hui twice and looked pretty good on it, so curious to see what he'll pull out in this matchup.
As there is an opportunity here for Teddy to get 300 wins, equal prey, and from that point on, catch up to Ruler, who obviously is currently not here, to our dismay. Miss Ruler a lot. Great player.
Falling behind Deft. Shouldn't have left.
Really has. Yeah. Obviously, Deft also left for a little bit and then came back, so hopefully Ruler will do the same. Teddy's still very far behind him, and unfortunately, when it comes to wins, being on DRX isn't necessarily super conducive to the goal. That said, FearX showed that individual matches can be taken off of Hanwha. There is Peanut in this roster, which means that at times he will just give in to the voices, and he shouldn't, but he does. And he walks in, he ends up dying. Doran is another one who we have seen this to many a time. But the expectation is that if they play a clean game of League of Legends, pound by pound, the players on Homolife are just exceptional and have been, at the very least, contesting for top tier within their own region. As we do see Teddy's stats, they are popping, because he's all they got.
He's played quite a lot of games of Senna because he's getting banned all the time, so his damage per gold is way high, also damage percentage. Definitely one of the players that he also started off slow in this season, but has turned into the main carry of this DRX roster, I would feel like. Whereas on the other side, Viper is pretty similar. I think a lot of the time, you know, you might have Zeka popping off, you might have Doran or Peanut doing something, or Delight even, but at the end of the day, it kind of just all comes down to Viper. He will be that late game carry, and he does it very often. He's extremely reliable. And so, obviously, between 3rd and 8th place 80 carries, Viper currently sitting in a better spot, but feels like a similar vibe from the two of them.
Viper is also one of the very few 80 carries that actually has been able to get POGs. Just to put it in perspective, it is mid, jungle, support, top. Then you have Viper, and then we continue right after Viper. Jungle, top, mid, jungle. Then there's bot, which is Bull, who had the freshly subbed in, picking up a couple of POGs. Sub jungle, then aiming, and then at that point we get into like the 200-300 POG range. But it's not a great meta.
It's 80 carry in 2024 KEKW.
Yeah, but nonetheless, Viper is able to actually get a lot of them.
Oh, look at this! All the signs! There's so many SpongeBobs as well. As, well, we can't quite read all of these, but we see the, it's the Year of the Blue Dragon. Obviously, the blue colors here for DRX, but a lot of support shown from the fans and from the staff, no doubt, trying to cheer on the players when there is no audience at the moment, of course. And we'll see if that helps out. It's a good gesture nonetheless. They will start on blue side, which does feel like a lot of the times our red side teams have to ban Senna, and then they almost feel inclined to ban Lucian a lot as well. We don't necessarily feel like that is a necessary, like a 100% necessary ban, but it does happen quite often, I've noticed.
Wouldn't mind it if Homa left it open. Do have faith in Viper. But I imagine a lot of AD carries are also like, I just don't want to play into it. I'm able to deal with it, but it does really limit you in how you can play. Need to, at any point in the game, be really, really careful about getting dashed on top of and getting blown up in a few seconds, as the peanut tax being paid here. Are they going to ban Poppy as well? Hey, you already got 2 out of 3. Might as well.
Yeah, or you could target like a Zeka top pick, like an Azir. The other ones are kind of weird to ban in first rotation, to be honest, like Yone or Akali. Kalista is definitely the other kind of tier list one, if you're not looking at a specific player. But obviously Viper can utilize the Kalista very well, and they do not want to first pick it. So they take it away.
Varus ban? B1 Varus is the one that is at the forefront of my mind. And here they're going to make him choose either pick up an early Azir, otherwise that is probably what Zeka is going to go towards. Even though we love him on melees, Azir is extremely highly prioritized. Still, Varus is the pick that really has been at the forefront of the meta. But no, it's going to be one of the remaining tanks picked up for Sponge. His comfort pick, and his team continued insistence on making sure that he has champions that he can perform on is pretty remarkable, because I feel like he's been fine. He's had moments, but hasn't really been the one that it feels like is keeping this team together. More so Teddy, who now is going to have to play into Viper, who outscaled Smolder on Lethality Varus. That did happen. That was a thing that we witnessed, Valdez.
If this were a different team, I wouldn't mind to see like a Yone Aatrox or something like that to really utilize your Sejuani, but instead they're just going to pick their bottom lane, which is also fine, especially with all the focus down on the bottom side already. Zeri Nautilus, though, pretty interesting lane to pick up here into the Varus.
Not the best combination between the two of them, but is something that I am sure Hanwha would have loved to pick up, given that you have a guaranteed way to lock down the Zeri. Poppy's a no-brainer, right? Like I already talked about it. You have a Azir already. Gives you a way to lock down Zeri. It's kind of a no-brainer. He does pick it up. Might be looking for some early dives here as well. Now, is DRX going to ban Rakan? Because the laning phase of a Rakan is really not something to worry about. I also think that the dive threat is pretty much mitigated if they do go for Rakan. But at the same time, it's Delight. And he loves Rakan.
Yeah. Wouldn't be oh so bad, but if you do go cleanse Zeri, the Rakan does lose a bunch of value.
Oh, yeah.
You do have a lot of CC outside of that, but a Vi would be nice, or a Nautilus would be nice, but both of those are currently unavailable. The Udyr is going to be taken away. Another thing to note is that they're really choking out the mid lane pool. We've only seen Hui out of Yehu so far. 2 games, 2 wins. But now he's going to have to play something radically different because no Hui, no Orianna, no Talia, no Azir.
Oh no, he has to play a melee mid with Sejuani.
Well, can he is the question, you know?
Not only can he, but also it's playing into Poppy. So I don't think it's going to feel as good as in a lot of other situations. Satep we knew, even though it wasn't successful, would be very happy to pick up the Akali. Rakan did end up getting banned away, which means that it is technically not 100% locked in, because it could be Peanut on Rel and then Poppy flex towards top, but realistically, what this is looking like is a Rel support to go, and I do like that for Delight. Delight on a champion has the ability to start team fights is always going to make me happy. Karma, not necessarily exciting, but would certainly do the job of applying some counter pressure to this Azir.
Yeah, and you get some shields for your Zeri. You don't have an Enchanter support this time around. And Jack's blind, and potentially into Poppy. Also, just generally into Poppy and Azir.
But you have Sejuani. It's the 1-2.
Yeah, well...
You do have to you do have to cover for bot, though, as Sejuani, because you're playing into Varus, Rel, and Poppy.
Remember this guy? He just wasn't in the first series.
Yeah, he was just glossed over for some reason.
He's back.
No, that's Jax that says that, right?
Does he?
Yeah. Surprise, I'm back. Is that not Jax?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Anyway, I was talking about Cassante.
Well, he should
back.
He should not be back. He should have never left. Should have been there the whole time because the pick is very busted. The Sejuani Jax, quite good. Sejuani combined with Nautilus as well. I like that, but I still feel like this composition, it feels a little bit disjointed to me. You have some parts that really want to go in, you have some parts that want to try and kind of sit, poke back. Obviously, Jax can do both, do a decent job as a team fighter, but really wants to be just in a 1v1 scenario. But against Cassante, it's really hard to actually pressure him at all unless you get a huge lead from Life. It's a front-to-back comp. It's not exciting.
It has an orange in its mouth.
That is
the dragon. It's eating the Life Esports orange.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Trying
the last
to make
time
it not orange day.
The last time Hanwha played, they had an orange in the stands, and it was just an orange with a smiley face drawn on it. It was very cute. DRX, a lot of power, but I'm a little bit curious to see how it all comes together. Whereas for Hanwha, composition has everything. Frontline, great damage, a lot of CC.
And Cassante. Well, guys, we're ready to hop on the Rift for game number 1. DRX, 하나, 둘, 셋.
DRX, fighting!
Life Esports. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Life Esports, fighting! Woo!
Yay!
미니언 생성까지
Little invade action.
This is gonna stick with the accent.
And Rascal. He's over here spotting the counter ward party.
Didn't go lethal tempo, so isn't really going to have the same level 1. I truly do not care energy that I love to see with Jax, where you just walk into Doran and Peanut and it's like, I'm here. What are you going to do about it? And the answer is nothing, because you're lethal tempo Jax level 1. Not going to be the case, unless... I feel like with Grasp, it really doesn't carry the same weight. The Light actually backed, picked up a ward. Did take it, though, which is horrifying. Doesn't get the maximum amount of gold.
And Sponge is clearing the blue on a ward himself, so they know exactly where he's starting.
I don't love Second Wind in a lane against Cassante. I just don't feel like that's necessary.
I think he might be taking a lot of cues, though. You know, melee versus melee.
Yeah, but...
In terms of, like, the all-ins, it's not
Think
good,
of the conditioning value.
Also that.
It's so good.
Conditioning would be nice. Conditioning, overgrowth. He didn't go in flinching, right?
No, he did go overgrowth, which is why.
Nice.
I love just cute little combo. It's just good. Zeka, not having the best of time. It is Karma, so this is definitely what is supposed to happen. Yeo going for Airy, as opposed to the common that we've seen a lot of as well. And Zeka, he's not one of those fancy newfangled tank Azir guys. This is classic Azir.
I do damage.
Yes.
Grasp stacking in the top lane. That is the way. See how this bottom lane turns out as well, because it's not going to be Zeri Lulu in a free lane this time around against Kaisa Leona with no jungle support. This time it is just going to be an honest day's work down here. The Nautilus taken away, but Life Esports just said, okay, we'll just play support Rel, which can also have some very nice synergy alongside of the Varus. Doesn't have the point and click in the way that Nautilus does, but still very powerful engage.
Do really trust Hanwha Life as well to be able to consistently find backline access, get on top of Teddy. They have been one of our best teamfight teams. As Rascal does take a little bit of a gamble there, but it does end up working out. Really, the only team that I think out teamfights them 10 times out of 10 is either Gen G, because they're just Hanwha but better, which is funny because there's 3 members of the old roster. But that is really how it feels. Or T1, but they don't really teamfight, they just beat you down, so you never get a teamfight ever. Also, we have confirmation from G-Sun that it is in fact Jax saying that he's back. So it should have been him, not Cassante.
Well, maybe I said it ironically because he was going up against Jax. You ever think about that?
No, that's I'm very sorry. I should have.
That's not why I said it.
That's me. No, hey, I don't have any evidence that you didn't mean that, Veldas. So that was presumptuous.
We can say that that's what happened,
and I apologize.
It's okay. It's not the first time. I'm
used to presumptuous.
No. I'm surprised that when we see Cassante take over games so many times in a row, teams will just willfully ignore it. And, you know, those drafts were in certain spots, but
at least Senna didn't make it, so we get to play the game.
We've learned that one. That one took a little bit less. Teddy was just, you know, wandering into the river, decided he was just going to use this wall here to dash away, but then they said, we're not going for you, Teddy, at all. We're just going to engage on the Nautilus. Ends up working out nicely.
It's a good poke to come through from Yehu. Has not been able to keep up with the farm as much as I think he would like to. As Rascal, he's slowly showing to start signs of being back, which I'm really happy about because I missed good Rascal. And we didn't get to see a whole lot of them last year, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time the player just kind of goes into hibernation when he's on a team that is really struggling, but individually just hasn't looked that good up until recently, and slowly we're starting to see good old 2022 Rascal.
Yeah, and you know the games, or the game rather, the game 3 that they played in their last series, when he popped off, he was playing Jax. So
yeah.
Maybe just feeling really comfortable with this one, as we are not going to curse him.
No, sir.
Just not able to do much about that.
Definitely not. Little worried there, Veldas. I thought he was going to walk to the wave and die the moment I give him any form of praise.
And Analysis Esports, meanwhile, they had this Rel in the support role, which is kind of funny because she can just come down here and smite the dragon, even though she is a support Rel. Or at least just help out in the damage. So securing the streak is very easy. 3 first buffs did go over to Sponge, who has just been full clearing the entire game. And just having a great time of it, as have the rest of the players on the Rift.
A thinking man's game, Veldas.
Yeah.
Slow and steady, with every move carrying the utmost weight.
Every little maneuver.
A chess-like back and forth.
Yeah.
Any second now, it will cascade into a beautiful, I don't know, things happening. There's not enough game, Veldas.
A beautiful cascade of cascade. No, I think that we could have seen Peanut try to get aggressive on the bottom side. I wouldn't have minded seeing some of that rather than just, you know, letting Zeri chill out. Could have also seen Sponge, you know, he has hit level 6 here. Might try to get on top of Peanut as the smite is going to go the way of the Sejuani. Sponge here, ult comes down and Peanut is in a lot of trouble and he's alone. First blood given over to Yehu, just like that.
Peanut, you're a level down from the get-go. And you don't have prio in either of your lanes.
To be fair, you didn't see him in the bush.
Yeah, but I do feel like he was like, I can stand my ground. A little bit too much.
Definitely, once he found himself caught up in it, there was no real escape, I guess, so he was just like, well,
yeah,
maybe I get the scuttle, but didn't smite it. Sponge just got everything.
Should have been a bit of a giveaway, though, when you see the Jax. Like, yeah, I guess with level advantage, wasn't really a way for him to get out.
Well, that's a good start for you. I mean, getting a free first blood He's already looking pretty good in the lane against Zeka. To be fair to Zeka, you know, we talked a lot about how... Might have to hold that thought as Rascal down a counter-strike, and Peanut is here. He is just going to flash away with that ult, and Peanut will not be able to hold him down. So there you go. Rascal will get away from danger.
Successful gang from Peanut. Will be able to get the flash out of the checks. Might set up for a good subsequent play. Also, as Poppy in particular, getting flashes out is always really nice because Jax still can flash on top of you, even if you do have your status presence. That is not going to be a risk. Downside of that, obviously, that Peanut is going to fall even further behind as Sponge truly has just been power clearing through his jungle. Has really building up.
That's all he's done.
Yeah. Well, I get to kill him, Peanut.
So he got it. We actually did a space segment where we just followed Cuz's farm path and how he got like 20 CS ahead.
Love
it was
that.
basically doing this, just full clearing into objective, full clearing into objective, full clearing into kill, and then he's just back to like full clearing, and it's so efficient that you get 20 CS ahead.
And right now, he skipped his Krugs, which were up, because he wants to be on the next cycle of Grubs. So he's just going to run straight to Grubs now. There is absolutely zero way that Peanut gets to contest, because Peanut is currently clearing his Grom.
Yeah.
That's just 3-6 Grubs coming out from Sponge, all off the back of that one kill in the jungle. Pretty nice.
It's 6 grubs for the team. It's 6 grubs for him as well. He gets all this XP, all the gold.
Unless...
well, maybe
the lights here.
Maybe not 6, but...
It might still be. We see Plata roaming as well. Don't think they can actually contest. I don't think they want to contest this.
Oh, he just picks up a ward, and then he goes back to the grubs. So efficient.
And you know what? The moment these grubs are done, you know what he's going to be doing? Clearing his jungle.
It's going to start from the Gromp.
Oh, man.
Or maybe the enemy Raptors. They are available.
Raptors?
I don't know if he knows about that. Could also you look to utilize his ultimate ability that is off cooldown now, although he is immediately spotted.
All right, he's wasting precious time, Veldas. I'm getting... Okay, there we go. Back to farming.
Back to farming.
Love jungle pathing.
And of course, Peanut, you know, he was doing a lot of full clearing himself, but he did go down. He also wasted some time in the top side as Rascal's in a lot of trouble here. He's just clearing the wave. He knows he is mostly dead.
Unless?
Although he's going to hop away, and now we got a Sejuani coming in, and all of a sudden, this could be turned around. It's the permafrost. Not going to matter to Cassante, but it does mean that Jax and Rascal, they do survive.
Ooh, could have maybe looked for an angle to kill there as well if they wanted to play it a little bit more risky. If Sponge invests his Q and you get the double passive proc of permafrost, could have been enough. But if Doran still has his W, then that's just never happening. Not 100% certain if that was available. Oh!
Nice try, Plata.
I am happy he went for it, even though it was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
yeah.
missed skill shot.
It's Hax Flash.
The play is fine.
Well, he has Hax Flash now. No, it was a normal thing.
Yeah.
No, it definitely was. But he has Hax Flash available, so. And, hey, DRX, if this game goes relatively even into the mid to late, I think you'll struggle with Humble Life because they're really good at team fighting, but your comp is great.
Yeah, maybe, you know, a bit of confidence building from the last series that they did win. Rascal feeling better. Teddy on a carry, a hyper carry of Zeri. Maybe they'll find the angle. It's not Chemtech Soul for the first time in my entire life.
Oh my god.
Infernal Soul.
Oh, Infernal Soul with some of these threats. Love to see it. It's always fun. I love Infernal Soul. Everyone is so fast as well. Just running around the rift, picking up fire. Which I don't know how that works thematically. I guess you run very quickly when you're on
fires. Yeah.
Well, no, because you're walking on embers, right? That's gonna hurt. You gotta speed it up.
I'm sure that's part of it.
Thematic consistency really is the most important thing in my video games, Feldas.
Yeah. Certainly. Especially because, well, nothing's happening, so talking about thematic consistency is also important to note, since we have the time, you know.
How are you doing, Feldas?
I'm doing great.
Yeah? Nice.
Yeah. Things are good, you know, just hanging out.
Had some banana bread?
Had some, yeah,
that was
great.
Awesome. Yeah.
Nice and soft. Ate a burger as well.
Nice.
Just feeling in my zone, you know, unbothered.
Where's my banana bread? Jason asking. It's a very good question. I didn't make it myself. My partner made it, so I could.
The real streamer.
Could bring more maybe. I don't know. It's probably going to be done by the time I get home.
Pleta is getting very close with every hook.
Next time,
none of them are actually hitting the targets. And it's important when you're playing Nautilus to land the Q. That's what I've learned in my time. Been casting this game a while.
He has grown old and wise. It is time.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the zoning though, Valdez? What about the fear you strike into your opponent's hearts when you...
Oh no.
Hey, that's just more vision, man.
It's just more gold for Hanwha Life Esports. Peanut's like, yes, thank you. Might look for a play. Delight certainly wants to force something, but pretty difficult onto the Sejuani that is well farmed, well fed.
DRX are doing a whole lot of not that much, and they are falling behind in CS and in plates, which have of course now dropped. I echo their sentiment that they skill pretty well. You have Rascal in the 1v1, you have Teddy with the support of a Karma as well, but I just wouldn't risk it against Hanwha Life, trying to just go into the mid to late game on even footing. I don't think that's how you do it. Maybe killing Peanut though!
He is pretty fast, and they're not going to chase into the jungle as we do have Teams of Corruption trying to slow down Pleta. That's a big two-man ultimate coming in from Delight, going to catch one. And now the chase onto Sponge, who does flash away from a big Keeper's Verdict. Could have kept him around for longer, so overextending their nice response from Hanwha Life Esports.
The Peanut that died in the river earlier, not the same Peanut that stands before you. Easily able to stay alive. Oh, Teddy.
Uh-oh. Caught pretty deep into the Sejuani's face.
Doran?
And so Doran's just going to run away. He's like, wasn't that cool when I pressed my R button? And then ran away.
Yeah.
Couldn't lock me down because I was Cassante. Haha.
It doesn't matter because Zeka is 1v1ing Rascal. I'm not too sure about that lane assignment. He has his Nashor's finished and he's 50 CS up, as well as 2 levels, so they just lost a bot lane turret for no reason. Take another look. Peanut unbuttered by the attempted engage. It just doesn't care. Unfortunately
like
for
no
Pleta,
butter?
Yes.
Oh.
There's no butter for Peanut. As I don't know where it went. I don't know if he used it in his banana bread, but he doesn't end up going down. Great extension there in the play from Delight. And fortunately for Viper, yes, Pleta hooks away, but he still gets the chains, meaning that Pleta does end up going down nonetheless.
And like you were saying before, Chronicler, it does feel like things are just kind of leaking, you know? It's like a leaky faucet, you know, one drip at a time.
They really are.
One slow drip at a time.
It's like, oops, a wave here.
Yeah.
Oh, a turret there.
Half a turret, and then a quarter turret, and then I finished the turret. Now I've got my Azir turret up. I'm getting this plate. I'm getting that objective. We got this kill onto Pleta that one time. DRX started off well, but you know, if you're not very crisp about really enforcing the lead that you built for yourself, it can just kind of fall away from you.
They're just getting punished in the rotation every single time. Oh, the cans.
Okay.
That's quite big.
4v4, potentially 5v4, as Engage comes in once again from Delight, but that's only on to Sejuani. Peanut's going to miss his Keeper's Verdict, but so will the hook go wide as this 4v4. You see Doran is trying to stop his TP into this fight and should eventually be successful. If he just keeps following him, Rascal might
But he doesn't, does he know? The TP!
Oh, this is going to come in the TP once again, as it will come down to a smite fight eventually. Big sweep from Zeka, but the damage is there for DRX. And now Teddy has his moment to dash forward and totally sweep up the rest of Hanwha Life Esports. It's a triple kill, and you can stamp that very moment immediately. Teddy is 3-0.
Get Wolf on the phone! Stat! We know he's in the space! We need to stamp! Zeka! It's like, oh, well,
drops after that
like,
one.
Well, guys, this is going to be a longer and tougher game than we thought. Even without Rascal getting the TP off, after trying to get rid of Doran for so long.
Did Doran eventually stop him, by the way?
Yeah,
or did Rascal actually get in there?
No, Rascal did not TP. It didn't work out because, like our earlier game today, it's a little bit silly. We go in aggressively. Hooks are missing. chains are hitting, but it doesn't matter. But crucially, the health bars on DRX stay pretty good. And you see the hesitation as well from our life here. And then Peanut gets taken very, very low. Plata actually with a really good job getting onto the enemy backline, finds the CC, and then Teddy living his best life, untouched in this fight, as Zeri. The fact that they didn't even need Jax.
So we gotta watch. I was watching the minimap that whole time.
It was so funny.
Just watch him chase him all the way into the river. He ghosts! And just ults and runs away.
Neither of us gets to join!
Yeah.
Neither of us gets to have fun! 0-0-0 and 0-0-1.
Unfortunately, as we know now, maybe you should have just let him TP, because I don't think it would have changed much. They still would have lost the fight.
No, he would have gotten the turret for it instead.
Yeah, he would have been able to like get top positioning, but either way.
He done. This is they remember up. Guys, just let it go. They remember up. It's fine. Just get the turret.
DRX, you're in a good spot. It's fine.
Sponge!
Sponge! No. What? Okay, well, he flashes away. He lives. Okay. He could have stolen it.
He just had to go.
It was a good hustle.
Lil Bobby trying to get the Herald. Don't have to, kid. Just
Lil
let
Bobber.
it go. Just let it go. The sponge in him said yes.
But the Bob is telling him no.
The Bob is telling him no, Valdez. Oh, Teddy might go for the BT or Black Cleaver build rather. So I've seen that before into double front line. Kind of love it. Triple front line, arguably, but Delight is going for a more supportive build with the Zeeks. He was also the one who picked up Herald, which is quite funny.
Yeah.
But right now, Valdez, they're up 2k gold. They have a fed Zeri. And I imagine every DRX fan is like, oh, come on, guys, please. Just keep it together for long enough. FearX got to win. Why not us?
I mean, Teddy, he's trying to play for his 300th win in the LCK.
Yep.
And I know that sometimes we love to celebrate it a bit more than some of the players. I'm not sure how Teddy feels about it personally, but maybe we'll get to hear from him. If he can win in 2 games and maybe get an interview, might end up happening that way. But
ooh, BT instead, it looks like, for Teddy here. So just going for the maximum amount of damage available to him. Not going to be able to really get through these health bars, though. Zeka still on the PvE. That's lethality Varus. That doesn't have a cooldown.
oh, it's already back.
It kind of is.
Feels that way.
It's level 11 as well. So
Yeah.
Level 2 on the ult.
It is quite short in that one. But yeah, Hololive Esports really have to be careful about diving very deep into Karma Zeri, because they're really difficult to hold down. Like, I'm sure the space, if they do a highlight on that fight, they're going to show, like, okay, well, Peanut and Delight went so deep to try to lock down Teddy and Yehu. Yehu flashes, Teddy dashes, and then you're down ults, you're down engage, and they barely burnt anything. And then DRX were able to get the follow-up fight afterwards, so really got to be careful about that. Might have just been some overconfidence from our quote-unquote better team, at least
Well,
standings.
they're 9-2. I think we can say that normally they are the better team. In this game, though.
In this game, though, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Right to have some reservations, Valdez.
Who's playing better right now?
In what way? It matters, you know? Because it can be like in a macro sense, when it comes to team fighting, when it comes to individual performance. There's a lot of parameters there.
We've only had one team fight.
Yeah, which was won by DRX. So
Yeah, so I guess they're playing better.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Oh, it's Gastante. Everybody run as fast as you possibly can. They're not going to threaten him. And Rascal, he's been pretty good about just kind of sitting in the side lane and not being too bothered. Yeah, who's got to be pretty careful.
Man.
It's Karma.
Look at that. Thorin, building only armor items, still doesn't take damage? Who could have known? Wait, Rascal. Oh, boy.
On the flank, but they might just be able to flank him as he gets knocked up into the Varus and dies. So the flank doesn't last for very long.
Don't do it, Sponge. We learned from last time.
Sponge.
Guys.
He's got that bob in him. He might just do it.
He's not.
He's gonna run.
It's
away.
fine. They could lose Nash if he does it here.
Yeah.
And dies.
Doran, he is unfettered. I don't know why I chose that word.
He is, though.
He's just gonna run away. And you see that DRX 4v5 really trying to set up in mid. I don't know if this really works.
They are down a couple of ultimates, but he can just ult the wave.
Really
Another zoning hook. Let him really striking the fear into the hearts of Hanwha. That's soul point though. Really big win for Hanwha Life, as they do get themselves to infernal soul points.
Keeps getting so close. Everyone is like hitting the model, but not actually hitting the hitbox.
Which normally never happens with Nautilus.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
It's got a little lollipop on the end for sure, but it's just not landing for some reason. He's got to recalibrate after game 1.
I, for one, think it's cool that Rascal is showing us the dangers of flanking. We always only talk about the advantages. Oh, he got a sick flank. But this is what can happen if you don't flank responsibly. You just end up getting blown up.
Yeah.
Get found out. Yeah, they use 3 ultimates on you, but... Or 2, I think. Zeka's and Vipers, but it doesn't really matter. There's no angle for your team to then go in. Now every Drake fight is a must-win for DRX.
Yeah, it definitely is. And their first
IE.
one looked good, at least.
Okay.
IE for Teddy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I know.
He's taking some risks, but
Kinda has to.
He says, okay, I'm the hyper carry in this one. I'm going to try to deal as much damage as I possibly can. And he might pay in terms of some survivability going for this instead of like a BT or a Black Cleaver that you mentioned
Just
before.
started. Just started DRX.
Hey, you've got a Zeri with IE. She just got it.
Force a TP from Zeka. Wouldn't be bad. Could work. There's an angle.
Okay. Teddy about to engage on this one. Thinking about it.
That's not Teddy.
Decides against it.
He wouldn't do that to us. He wouldn't Zeri in the middle of 5 people.
Well, he's certainly looking for the angle with his team. There's no vision right now on this one. They're going to engage on a Peanut. He's in a lot of trouble. 100-0 maybe, but not quite, as Peanut will flash away and does survive to live another day. But DRX, now they get that big pick onto the jungler. They don't take him down, but...
Oh, if they got that cancel there with Teddy's W, that would have actually been absolutely massive. Could have led to them at very least.
I think they could have started the Baron, though.
Yeah, now they can't anymore.
Now
there was an angle there, which we knew. They did not go for it. It's going to be the end of it. We do see, as mentioned, Peanut is not going to go that down that quickly anymore. There's also no one that actually does damage to tanks.
Yeah.
There's no armor shred, or no MR shred rather.
Yeah, we saw in the first series, KT had this comp with the Rumble, right? Sponge, I'm gonna hold that thought. He's in a bit of trouble here. He's trying to run away from the Karma.
Is Yehu, yeah.
Just to save Yehu, and you know what?
Dash?
He's gonna flash over. Dash is over as well. And they fight Viper! Jesus, how did they find that angle?
What's happening?
I don't think it's going to matter, though. There's a lot of low health bars here on the side of DRX. Rascal not able to join, and they're just going to knock Yehu away. That is a dead support, and Sponge might just be following here as he is on a merry jaunt into the enemy jungle.
Run, Bob, run!
He's
dead. He's gone.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of the DRX jungler. So a very, very strange position on the map there. But now Hanwha Life Esports a chance to start up the Baron.
Rascal, Yehu, and Teddy gonna try their hardest. I don't see this succeeding though, but looks like they're gonna give it a go. Maybe Teddy can find a miracle. Is it gonna be enough?
I mean, there's a chance. There's a lot of ults available, though. We still got All Out as well. Tries to flash on in, and that's a big burst on a Viper immediately. But Yehu is going to get isolated as well, as now the ult comes in, the All Out from Doran. But very nicely peeled here from the side of Rascal. Teddy's got a little angle, and now Hanwha Life Esports running away from them, as that is a stunt to come in. Pleta, he's going to finally hit a hook. He gets one onto Doran, and he continues to fight his down on Teddy. And a massive divide comes in from Zeka, perfectly timed to win the fight for Hanwha Life.
They were so close, Valdes! Almost DRX pulled out the miracle win. Sponge, I'm so sorry, my man, but you don't have...
Dragon.
You don't have the damage. You can't do it alone.
Wow.
Truly, again, a game for the silly. It's... Yes, Sponge is on vision, but there's also just Yehu heading towards the top side of the map. Very quickly they realize how many people truly there are here, and even with all the damage that they throw into Sponge, it doesn't actually matter that much. If they TP a little bit earlier and they kill Viper here, which actually looks like it almost might have happened, that could have been the end of it. Instead, the chase comes through, they're able to take down Sponge eventually. And that's where it gets kind of... The game goes off the rails a little bit. As we get the full chase down for the Bob.
They just got Infernal Soul, by the way, but we do have to light in a really awkward spot here in the front. He's taking a ton of damage as now the Zeri with the ults here onto Poppy, but it's not quite enough, and now Blood is being kited out. Doran gonna get on top of him. Down will go Sponge as well, and Teddy is left alone. That might just do it here for Helma Life. They take the Baron, they take the Elder, or not the Elder, we've had too many Elders today, the Infernal Soul, and now we'll look to push into that bottom lane.
This one has got a sting for DRX because it feels like it was within grasp, Valdez. They were so close, they just couldn't figure out the combination. And now Humble Life have Infernal Soul, and they're probably about to end the game.
It's looking pretty likely, especially with the Baron, but a ton of damage coming out from the Karma. The Mantracu's doing a nice job. Rascal gonna catch the wave behind. What was that, Zeka? Not 100% sure, but trying to just frontline for the team, perhaps? As a bit of damage going into that Nexus turret. Rascal with a big flank, immediately just gonna get blown up. Does not exist. This Jax, not this time, says Humble Life Esports, as another route is gonna go into Sponge here. A lot of low health bars on the side of Humble Life Esports. Might consider backing away, but Viper looking for the angle. Teddy gonna get over the Nexus. As now we do have the engage coming in. Nicely done from the side of Doran. Bit of burst coming out once again from Yehu, but they create enough space and they should be able to just take down the Nexus. How about a nice little flip for the bonus KDA? And that'll be 1-0 for Humble Life Esports.
Truly a game of all time. DRX, they fight valiantly, but then with Sponge getting caught, somehow they're making it look close. They almost take down Humble Life in the Baron pit. Zeka turns it around. They get the soul, and then the game just kind of ends. That's it. That's all I gotta say. I'll leave the rest of the space. I don't want to take away the full analysis of this game.
Yeah, I don't really get how that one devolved that quickly. Just one guy out of place on a ward.
We had a lot of fun with this one. I think DRX, they keep up the positive momentum. Like, yeah, they lose the game, but DRX actually trying to do a decent job and matching Humble Life to a certain extent, that was unthinkable 2-3 weeks ago. So credit to them. Actually getting a win, though, that's a whole nother thing, and it looks like Humble just a little bit too good to let that happen.
Yeah, they had their own set of silly moments in this game, but eventually the goal difference graph fell off a cliff into the red. You can see that Zeka did an insane amount of damage in this game. He did go the damage as your build, and he utilized it to a crazy amount. And you see Teddy and Yehu trying to trade some damage, do a bit themselves, but it wasn't quite enough. Zeka remains on top. So that was game number 1. Humble Life Esports in the lead in this series. We're going to take a break and have the space, and we'll be right back.
하루만 높
라인 끊는다 라인.
하루만 볼게 천천히. 아 라인 있는데 그냥 하면 안 되나?
오케이
라인 있어 이거. 아들만 지켜줘. 괜찮아 괜찮아. 내가 맞아줄게. 좀. 얘 다 나온다 근데 이거.
타 못타.
살짝 애매해.
야 덱스.
넥트로 봐줘.
오 쉣.
나 제리 나온다. 할만해. 제리 근데 노플이긴 해. 나 궁각 볼게 한번. 아
천천히.
세즈도 노플이야.
7초. 말테라 돈다 이제.
아 천천히 보자. 천천히 보자.
나 이속 4초.
나이스. 파워.
쌈 볼래?
보자. 세즈.
넥터스
파워 칠게.
아.
근데 생각하자.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Hooney and Wolf as we bring you this breakdown of game number 1 between Harmolife Esports and DRX. It was a relatively slow one, gentlemen, and there was some certification that happened that was then revoked. What the heck happened? Let's start with the draft. Take us through where it all began.
So even though I'm not a big fan of Jax right now in this meta, I think it really suits the composition quite well because you can buy time for Zeri to come online. You have a split push, side lane condition. You could 4-1 because you have Karma. You've got pretty insane wave clear. You're going to have Shiv on Zeri, right? And also Rascal had a pretty good performance on Jax last time around in their previous series. So I thought the DRX came in with a good game plan here. I just thought the tier list, though, of all the other champions on the other side was a little bit higher. You've got the Varus into the Zeri, right? You have the Azir, and you got Peanuts Poppy, which is pretty reliable. So even though they had a draft that I liked, I always kind of came out of this one feeling like HLE got the better of them.
Yeah, I mean, basically also just the later on the game on the team fight, it's just like there's so many the factor that from HLE could actually just make a different, like, which is like the Rel could easily do it, the Poppy could do it. Like there's so many tools that you don't actually have to be ahead or something. You don't have to be leading the moment. You just win by pressing some ability that can make easy like difficulty.
Yeah, and I also felt like Zekrom on this Azir as well made it difficult for Teddy to really skate around the chaos in these fights because all of a sudden a whole bunch of sand soldiers pop up and push you around and then you get stabbed. And it's not a very good time. But let's dive into our first highlight here because it shows that sometimes you can have a relatively good time.
Yeah, at the beginning of this game, there were some shaky moments, right? Peanut getting out-farmed, having that accident on the top side, and then going to this Drake fight, you have an opportunity as DRX to actually get this Zeri online. Delight really wanting to find an engage angle here on the flank, but is actually just blast coned away. And at this moment, he's at half health. And it's at this moment, Teddy decides, I'm going to have a Zeri moment.
I mean, this is like the play that really play really well. And I think the starting off from Zeri, the popping the blast cone to the put the Rel actually really bad spot. As soon as the Pleta catch the opportunity, just hook and using passive and into just ulti flash. And that was really good for DRX. The problem is like it's just after that, DRX got the huge lead and they weren't be able to use any lead from the Zeri head. Like they were not using any the static shiv Zeri, having 2 items really quick or 3rd item as well. So I think it would have been better if actually DRX were using more so like the Zeri's actual strength after this fight.
The thing for me in that fight too is if like I had to guess what was really going through the minds of the Harmolife Esports players is there were a lot of mixed comms about whether they should engage with the Rel after the teleport was denied topside because Doran couldn't come through. Then Doran is calling, well, I'm going to stop Rascal. So they kind of played it super slow, and that's why that blast cone incident happened. That's why they were able to get Zeri into position. That's why Delight had such a rough time there. I think maybe having some cleaner calls on how to fight that out could have been better for Harmolife.
Yeah, and we do know that Peanut and Delight are both extraordinarily vocal on Harmolife Esports, so it does look like they did manage to tidy it up because we're going to dive into the next dose of chaos that we have here, and this is going to be a long one, gentlemen. Take us through this this craziness.
Yeah, I mean, this is like really big, big trouble. Sponge was just in the brush and he got caught, and then they were trying to just, trying to help as much as they can because like the Baron was up, and if they lose a smite, the person, it's a really big right now. So Pleta ends up just dying here, and it's just still like they were keep chasing with using TP. It's just the chasing wasn't really over. So it's just like as a result why it's like it's just they ends up just losing 2 people, and then it actually opens up for HLE to just the rush Baron.
So they try to rush Baron here, and then Teddy has to have his Hail Mary moment, right? Because he's the one who has the gold, he's Zeri, and Rascal's over here on the flank. And the coordination for this is actually, overall, quite nice from DRX. Yehu's threatening here with some poke. Rascal comes in, gets the counter-strike, and then Teddy flashes for the ultimate, then kites well. The problem is, unfortunately for Teddy, what happens next is he ends up losing a ton of his health, his biggest resource here to try to keep that fight going to the all-out, and then, unfortunately, despite like an awkward skate here and stuff like that, they don't actually have enough ways to get on top of Zeka, and Zeka's just going to do an insane amount of damage in this extended fight. He's just going for that old school damage, and then Sand Soldier just takes him out. He ults the rest of them away, so he lives, and that's the end of that. And that was basically the game-winning moment. And Teddy, like, he was so close. If he had spaced against that Cassante a little bit better, maybe he lives long enough there. The Rascal engage, the flash ult from Teddy, both of those parts were so fantastic. And it feels like so many games for DRX, they've been this close to winning and getting these upsets, but just not able to cross the finish line.
Yeah, not quite able to get there, not quite able to turn in that certification letter. But let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. It will be Zeka. Not a lot of doubts in our minds over here with this one, moving up to 700 points, only 200 behind the leaders here in our POG rankings.
Yeah, I mean, he really played, the performance he's shown is like, it's really, solid, and it's like pretty well deserved. It's just like, I'd like to also shout out to the Delight. I think he had a really good performances as well, around the fight, especially around the team fight. But I think this moment actually just kind of make the game, and that was just cause a nexus. So I think it was like really fair enough for going for Zeka.
Yeah, I think we skipped the part where he goes in and just Zonias, and then we'll watch that part there at the end instead.
So not quite able to catch Faker or Chovy, but might be able to get 100 points behind with another POG, possibly in game number 2. This one was unanimous. This one was relatively simple. We'll see whether it's going to be more difficult as we move over to game number 2. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Spacers. The gentlemen are here to bring you through game number 2. Game number 2. If DRX can get another lead like that and try to utilize it once again, it'll be pretty interesting, because I would imagine after DRX do lose, they get side selection. Perhaps they go back to blue side, and if they could run it back in a similar way, maybe take away some key picks and like an Azir or something like that, perhaps DRX will have a chance.
I like your optimism, Valdez. I am always one to lean into pure optimism when not a lot else remains. We'll see if it is gonna be the case here. I do think it's very funny that within the course of this split, and I have no doubt that it will happen infinite times more in the LCK in general, we've gone from B1 Azir is actually really bad to just B1 Azir again. It just it keeps happening. Like they're B1ing Azir, and I'm like, oh, that's a little rough. You might get countered. They get countered, and then it dies out, and then it slowly starts coming back up. It's just a never-ending cycle of what if we just get away with it, and then people keep getting away with it, and then at some point someone picks Akali or Yone, and everything falls apart, and we're like, oh yeah, that's why not.
Oh yeah.
But maybe Tank Azir really is just a way to ensure you pick Yone, I am grasping, and you ain't killing me.
Well, the bans are going to be the same, and Sponge is going to pick Sponge again. I actually wrote that on my sheet. You can see it right here. Sponge.
Sponge, yeah, that is...
I didn't write Sejuani, I wrote Sponge. And why not? I'll just do it again, because those two guys are pretty much interchangeable at this point. Varus and Ashe going to be pulled.
We're running it back!
In, and by Ashe,
Let's
I
do
mean
it.
Azir. Zeri, Nautilus, and Pop.
You could walk away from the previous game and be like, nothing that we would have rather gotten. I don't agree though. I don't think it was just draft.
I think maybe look for a different top lane matchup. If you're DRX, everything else seemed okay because the lanes were going pretty well in...
So it's still 100% identical, right?
Jungle and bot, right? So, yeah.
So we banned Talia. Come on, commit. Commit! Talia and then... What was the final ban? TF?
Maybe they'll ban Karma instead? Nope. Talia and the final ban was... Rakan.
So ban Rakan.
There it is.
That's the change we wanted, though. Love that.
That's what we were asking for.
Now we can just blind Aatrox, which is fine. And will not be a problem at all.
Or just play Alistar instead.
Like that for Delight. I was a little worried when Alistar is the sole form of engage, but it's really good follow-up this time around, so not too worried.
Well, they're going to get a different top matchup in terms of what the Jax is playing into. But the Jax and the Karma will be exactly the same picks, and we will have the exact same draft from DRX. Outside of one ban.
Pick the Gragastoran. Do it.
Pick the Doran, Gragas.
It's gonna be Aatrox. I don't know why I'm asking for a champion that doesn't exist. It's not real. It's Aatrox. It's always Aatrox. Has always been Aatrox.
Can it? Excuse me?
That's not a champion. It's not Aatrox, so I chalk it up as a colossal win.
Yeah, and if 4 out of 5 members on the side of DRX are just going to run straight at you, Slicing Maelstrom is pretty good. Also, if the Jax goes into Counter-Strike and you want to go into an all-in situation, just press R. And although a lot of your autos will be blocked by Counter-Strike, and that'll be very annoying, the range versus Jax matchup, if you're going to go into it, Kennen can be one of those picks. Now, it isn't very meta. We don't see this very often at all.
Didn't we only see it when Zeus builded AD like week 1?
I think so. It was that and like maybe one other time that was just kind of not noteworthy, but
maybe, yeah.
It's probably just that. We don't have him on this patch.
Yeah, because it's
we don't have
only
him
this
on
patch.
the sheet.
Yeah, it was like week 1 or week 2?
Something like that. Probably like week 2. Sounds right.
Didn't they pick that into Genji? Which was week 1.
Oh. Yeah, that was actually the first match of the season.
There you go.
Okay.
I don't think Kennen's great. I don't know if it's really going to matter. Humble Life, seemingly happy with a very similar draft. Less frontline, though.
Some pretty interesting team fighting, I would like to say, as we hop into the Rift for game number 2. DRX Hana Durset.
DRX fighting. Yay.
I'm alive esports. 하나 둘 셋.
오신 것을
I'm alive
환영합니다.
esports. 화이팅!
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Starting with his E, which he was going to start with anyway.
Still starting Grasp from Rascal was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be proccing that a lot.
Might have just wanted to go for Fleet, which is often picked into these type of matchups. 11 out of 10 from G-Sun for our fan chat. Wow.
Wow, we've broken the record.
Amazing.
Oh, they're going to miss this ward.
They don't know.
Guys, that is like the most common ward spot.
They're also
right there.
We
What?
see the question mark ping, so like, why did you not... Huh?
Yeah. Everybody's confused about that. It's okay. They thought perhaps they were waiting in the jungle, and they wanted to be more safe about that rather than just the ward. Which is fine. Do we see any interesting runes that pop
Here,
up to
so
us?
now second wind is good. Now I get it. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. Also, even though if you do go AD Cannon, and you're going to be autoing Jax quite a lot, you know, the Counter-Strike only lasts for a certain amount of time. Also, you can potentially counter his leap and his movement with your stun and really time it well. If you save your Q and you've, like, stacked up some charges, right? So there's definitely a lot of skill expression, I would say, in the match.
Oh, yeah.
In the matchup, and I think that Doran could even go ED if he would like to, especially because they already do have Azir Varus. And I think it would be fine. Just try to play for the side lane instead.
With the Aerie, we also have confirmation, and it really shouldn't have been. If there is a matchup where you go on hit, it's definitely not into Jax, who has Counter-Strike, so for obvious reason. Not gonna be the case.
It's either AD or AP.
Huh? What do you...
Like an AP build, like a just, you know.
Yeah, no, it will be AP. That's what I'm saying.
Like a proto belt.
Yeah, because you wouldn't go AD into Jax.
Maybe.
It's canon.
We'll see.
He did. No, I
see.
mean, we know he didn't because he went Aerie as opposed to Lethal Tempo. Is this you not having a lot of faith in Doran?
Yeah, you know.
Wouldn't be the first time that we get a little bit...
You're always going to start with the Doran's Blade anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And Peanut is here. He is Poppy, and he's level 3. Guess who's also here? It's Sponge, who has avoided anything. Although that is very suspicious. And now, it is all very well known.
Peanut just dying again would be very funny. But this time around, he will live. Rascal has to catch the wave. Yehu can't join. big win for Peanut. He doesn't die yet. Last time was level 5.
Yeah, who's winning that trade pretty nicely in mid. But at the end of the day, Doran and Peanut, they do get the Scuttle Crab. And Peanut will just go back to his jungle. We have Sponge going back to his jungle. And everything is just the spongiest.
Everything is fine. Sponge doing a good job of covering. Unfortunately, doesn't actually get to take down Peanut. That would have been ideal. It's hard to make work though when Rascal is already that low. As Yale forcing out an early teleport from Zeka. And be feeling good about that. Sponge will get spotted. Oh, he doesn't know.
Smite Seal. Okay.
Yep.
No, Sponge didn't get that. The smite was early from Peanut. He smited at 675. So Sponge just gonna take the other Scuttle.
But he did have to flash, so it's not worth. It's not the best to trade.
Well, it's better than losing the Scuttle Crab and having to flash.
And dying. That would have been the worst case scenario.
Yeah. But none of that happened. He just got it and got away. But might not have his flash for the first gank. It does come through. Top lane doing just fine. Meanwhile, Zeka getting a great trade here against Yehu.
Big thing though is that Yehu hasn't TP'd yet. So every trade that he's able to make, particularly in terms of health and mana, is going to favor him as long as he doesn't die. That's the one big thing. That's always kind of the line you have to walk with plays like this, where you're like, "Ooh, we're gonna trade. I want you to try and play into me." As there, very good example of what Velas was talking about earlier, making sure that if the Jax ever leaps on top of you, he will get promptly punished. Smart management there from Doran.
Yeah. Sponge, he does have Rascal pushing in that top wave, and he's got Azir on a back. Zeka not in the lane, so this could just be pretty free. Not much that Peanut could do about it, as Doran's not even going to look at it either. He'll just go for a back. And the Proto Belt is being built.
That's what you get for picking Karma. Lane pressure coming out from Yehu. Level 6 already hit before Zeka. Maybe even want to look towards a dragon. Problem there, obviously, is that the bot lane situation is not great. Teddy has resigned himself to that fact by picking up a call. He's like, yep, you know what? This lane, not happening.
Yeah, Viper could have done it himself if he'd like, but not going to. Just build as many Dirk items as possible, as is the way of the Varus. The Lethality Varus. Here comes Sponge. He's level 5 without flash.
Doran is 6.
So Doran's just going to press his E button, and he's going to click to the right and avoid any danger at all.
Did do that.
Meanwhile, Sponge on the top side, so Peanut gets the Drake. Also bot lane going very well here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, so yeah, that nice bit of prio. This is very safe for Peanut, even though it is a Cloud Drake. It will do a bit more damage. And Rascal is not having a whole lot of fun in this matchup. I do think that Cannon doesn't really have much kill pressure. So Rascal, although, you know, unless Rascal leaps in and like uses all of his abilities and is way down the lane. But I think there's definitely ways to play it out. Just be safe and farm it, and just understand that you're not really going to be able to do much into the Cannon.
Also picked up an early refillable pot as Cookies as well, so he is trying his best to just persevere throughout what is a very unfun laning phase. Eventually can kind of hit critical mass. Zeka does take a lot of poke, but is still completely fine in the CS department. This game is, again, it's building up, Valdez. I don't know what to what yet.
How many Merc treads are we going to have built in this game? Out of 10.
6.
6? Okay, we'll check in on that later. I'm going to say 7.
7?
Yeah.
Nah, not 7.
Not 7.
So Rascal's going to get Mercs. Yeo already has them. Sponge will. Maybe Pleda. And then Peanut. I don't think Zeka and Doran will.
Alistar sometimes do it. Obviously they have their ult, but if they're feeling a lot of pressure, they might just go for it. Not too common.
Maybe it's 5 then.
There's a chance. It's 5 to 7. It's a relatively sizable number.
5 to 7. That's way too. Those margins are way too lenient, Valdez. Gotta challenge ourselves.
All right, we'll say 5 or 6. You've convinced me. I don't think 7 is actually going to happen. I was getting a little bit excited about the Merc value, but let's say 5 or 6. I think that's safe.
I think that feels a lot better. Very happy about that. Can you catch Zeka, Sponge? He doesn't.
If he's rooted, then you absolutely can. Flash on top. He is going to dash away and be totally fine. In no danger, says Zeka. I was fine the whole way.
Still a win, but not really what you'd want. Yehu also not quite having the damage there. Maybe if he commits his flash, tries to get on top, but I don't know if he actually had a Mantra Q available. Could have been the end of Zeka. Zeka's still going to pay for this pretty dearly. It's going to cost him at the very least a plate. Sponge trading flash. Might have just wanted to accept the flash from Zeka. Not going to be the case, as we do see towards top. Oh, thank you for that, observers. That's a bad wave state, guys. That's if you're a top laner, you've been there.
Yeah.
You know what it feels like, and it's not good. So you just leave lane. Just let it go. Give up.
That's one way to avoid dying, is just don't be there. Don't exist in the lane. Peanut moving forward with Doran, and Zeka makes his way back finally. Is pretty low. But, yeah, they're just going to let it go.
I don't want to risk it, which makes sense.
They got 4.
Rascal can TP behind me if they really want to risk it, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
Will Smite fight? Nope.
Well, he tried.
He did. It was a Smite fight, yes, but no for Sponge.
He did lose.
Smiting it away. I guess Smite still might be better, as now we get Viper in a huge amount of trouble. Nice headbutt away from Delight, but you're not going to get away from this Counter-Strike. Good cleanse from Viper, but flash forward from the side of Rascal. First blood picked up 11 minutes in. They will even get that Unbreakable Will out of Delight. Nice teleport flank. But again, Rascal is well and truly given up on this top lane.
If you don't look at it, it doesn't exist. They kill Viper, gonna ignore the fact that Doran is just catching waves, catching plays, 40 CS up now. He did break the freeze, so that's a win. Kill also went over to Rascal. Biggest thing there for me was that Plat actually was able to hook away Delight. I was really worried that what was going to happen was Rascal was going to go in, try leap strike on top of Viper, and then just get knocked into the turret by Delight, and then just do nothing. Really happy to see Plata actually keep this Alistar away. As we take another look at this, the big thing here is Plata is able to flash ult, Viper flashes away, and then crucially here, Delight tries to keep his carry safe as best as he can, not going to be given the opportunity to. As they gank towards the top lane, Doran does have his ultimate, but this is free people. Free Merc Treads!
So much value, as a Slicing Maelstrom is amazing value against the dive. Sponge is going to get tanking on this turret, but it looks like Rascal should put the last bit of damage in, and it was pretty close. But it's still a dive, they get the kill, and that puts Rascal in a much better spot than he was. As I spoke too soon. Here's Peanut, going to get on top of Plata. It's now Rascal coming in, trying to help out against this one. And yeah, that's going to be a double kill now for Peanut, who does follow up on this one excellently.
Guys, could have just walked it off. Didn't have to go for the back there. And because Plata shows on top, Teddy is, oh god.
Oh boy. Well, Counter-Strike is going to make this annoying, but it's really difficult to get away from the Poppy. That's going to be a third kill for Peanut. He's 3-0 in this game. And Doran's going to get some very nice alone time with this turret.
I'm just going to go and put get my little paper. I got my little paper, as we do see the value of Merc Treads comes through here. Really big is that Sponge, before he goes down, is able to just dash out. Thankfully, does have the necessary tenacity. They can just leave. They can leave. They're fine. Just leave. Just go away. They don't. Plata not able to.
Well, they do. Go into the death chamber.
Yeah. They leave eventually. Peanut holding his W to make sure that there is no leaving. And then this. Oh, Rascal. That was... I don't know if it would have made a difference, but it definitely took him a second longer to see the angry Poppy walking towards him.
Yeah. Well, just like Sponge.
Hey, Chemtech!
Stole away a Drake, or took a Drake?
At the very least, with Peanut being on top, I'm pretty sure they just ran towards bot side and just got it. But it is...
Stole it from Summoner's Rift.
Is Chemtech, so yay, it's back.
Yay!
We get the one game.
Yay!
Yay.
I love Chemtech Soul. All the buffed plants that were already done.
I actually like the Rift a lot.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people remember old Chemtech Rift. That was interesting. That did exist for a little bit.
Yeah. Didn't exist for a very long time, but
no.
it wasn't that long ago, so most people would probably remember it, at least. If you were following Pro League at the time. But yeah, this game has entered kind of a weird spot where it was somewhat slow until Sponge decided, hey, I'm Sejuani. I'm going to start doing things, right? So he went mid, tried to gank, got a nice lead there, tried to go top, and then all hell broke loose. And Tama Life Esports, about 2,000 gold in the lead, most of that being on Peanuts, and looks like Viper and Doran ahead on CS, so some more gold there.
Heist Master Sponge.
The Bobbyist. Is still going to throw an ult in there into Peanut, who does have Merc Treads and ults, and is Poppy with Steadfast Presence. So again, you know, Sponge is really trying to make a difference this time, though.
He's also showing how hard it is to truly make a difference in this world, which I think is very inspiring, and I really commend him on his bravery. It's easy to look forward.
Well said, Chronicler.
Right, it's
easy to just sit back, do nothing, accept the world for what it is. The Summoner's Rift.
You're gonna look silly. You're gonna make mistakes, but
you're going to fail.
What matters is that you try. People that don't do anything might look at you and go like, "Pop, look at that guy failing." But you know what? You're trying. That's what matters.
And that's better than doing nothing.
Exactly.
So shout out to Sponge.
So what are you doing this weekend?
And the Sponges of the world. What am I doing this weekend? Playing board games.
I set you up for the nothing, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, it is basically.
I do actually.
It's the equivalent, you know. So.
I don't think it's nothing.
Well, are we making a difference in the world by playing board games?
We're spreading joy to our friend group, which
ourselves. I guess it counts for something.
It's good. It's good enough. It's not great.
Yeah.
How do we get here, fellas? I think this one is on.
Well, the game, like I was saying, you know, Sponge is trying to make a difference, and everybody was just kind of wagging their finger at him. And then he was like, you know what? They're right.
Oh, no!
I'm just going to stop trying.
That wasn't the lesson, Sponge! Oh, he's not.
He's
not giving up. He will never give up.
He's just waiting for his ult cooldown to be back.
They are going to lose an inner, which is not good.
Maybe. Let's see how much damage they can get on this one. Yahoo. Yeah, it's only about half for now, but with Peanut and Zeka here, no Rift Herald and an ult away as well, just committed to. Peanut really wants to take it down, and it's worth, especially with the lack of action and no objective at the moment. Might as well just push him away, get the turret. Nicely done. Peanut making a difference in the world.
Well, he already was. He was capitalizing on the mistakes of his opponent. Which is funny, because normally that's what people do against Peanut. Very proactive jungler, Peanut. There, though, just able to reap the rewards of Doran staying alive for much longer than was expected. Rascal, due to the kills, not going to feel completely out of the game, but still not in the best of spots. 40 CS down. Did also lose first Turblood to Doran. But the game does feel of a very similar pace as to what we'd had before, as Zeka is like, are you collapsing, guys? They're not.
Yeah, he's just hanging out in bot. They were thinking about it, trying to set up some vision maybe for the Drake that is about to spawn. See some mid-prio here going the way of Life Esports. Rascal.
He's down.
Okay, the E is down. Proto Belt is utilized, but now Doran has to flash away. Rascal over the wall, even down a level, looking for this one. The stun comes in. And another rush away, and it looks like he just barely gets out of there.
Oh, I get wanting to make that flash over the wall, but that alone is enough, because if you hold on to your flash and Cannon doesn't have his, you can set up a situation where you can probably take him down later on. Rascal, though, he wants the immediate payoff. Doran, oh, he finishes Side of Flame and he's on his way.
Into Corruption utilized in the Sponge. He's in a rough spot here, and down he will go. A huge amount of burst coming out from Viper, who's got a massive front line in front of him. Down will go Zeka, though, as the Zeri, Teddy here, is also quite threatening.
Doran's here too.
No slicing Maelstrom, though.
He made it over.
No flash either.
I don't know when, but he TP probably to like the Tri-Brush ward?
Maybe the bot turret.
I don't know. He joined the party, though.
He's here.
That's what matters. Better late
As
than
Shadow
never.
Flame.
They win the fight. They get the objective. That's...
You know, nobody went Exhaust into Cannon. It's like one of the best summoner spells into AP Cannon.
Would have been great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, instead Plato went for Ignite.
Sponge again is learning that doing things is a terrible mistake. That's ulted ends up going down.
Accept the status quo.
They do get a lot of damage down onto Zeka, who goes a little bit too far. I do think it was the teleport to the ward. I didn't actually check again, which shame on me. You don't stick to the status quo, but that's you quoting High School Musical, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just
No, I'm very aware.
Well, I didn't know. I never know with you
classic
and movie references.
of the Disney Channel.
Really? That's where you... That's where you're like, it's a classic. Of course I've watched the Chronicler.
Well, I have.
Well, no, I believed. I obviously...
Just not a lot of other things.
Otherwise,
but
you
I have
wouldn't be
seen
quoting it. Seen a lot of Disney movies?
A decent amount.
Well, like Camp Rock.
Maybe. Camp Rock?
Yeah.
Not School of Rock?
No, I mean, that's genuinely...
Camp Rock,
an incredible
sounds familiar.
movie.
I probably have seen it. But it's probably been a long time.
It's with,
so.
it's with the Jonas Brothers.
You know what? Probably, yeah. I'm going to say, yeah, I think you're almost, maybe, probably.
Maybe, yes, kind of,
Yeah.
possibly. Huh.
So, Hollow Life Esports, they got what was a nice trade in mid, although it was a 1-for-1. They had higher health bars, and Zeri didn't have her ult anymore, and Dorn was there first. So they got the Chemtech Drake, we traded 1-for-1, and now we're chilling. Although, never mind.
It's Doran. He is. Doesn't have flash, but doesn't have his either, so not going to be able to invest anything. Rascal just off by himself in a side lane, not bothered by a mean squirrel trying to throw stuff at him, which really has been his lot in this game. To see the latest Doran, yeah, it makes sense, right?
Guys.
Guys!
Guys.
What's up with our games today, Valdez?
Uh-oh. That's a different Yordle. This Peanut's getting to work here onto Rascal. He's got that steadfast presence. Can't take the... Yeah, he's just in so much trouble now. Tries to hop to a ward as Zeka and Peanut go forward. Might be in a bit of trouble now to Teddy, who could kite this one out. No ultimate for Peanut, as that is going to be Viper helping out with a nice change of corruption. And now it's Sponge who's in trouble. And this nice little skirmish in the jungle will go the way of Hama Life. Picking off 2.
Position is a bit awkward, but they might turn towards Nash here. No real reason not to. 20 seconds on these death timers.
Teddy doesn't have ult either.
Yeah, Sponge doesn't have a quick way to get back here. Rascal can TP. Oh, they're still going.
And he's still going to get in on this one. No change of corruption. Steadfast presence, though, is going to make this much easier. And now Teddy's left out to dry as very much desperate. Not going to work yet. Who not able to join up with the 2 of them. And that's just 2 more kills.
I don't think that's how they wanted it to go, Valdez.
How about a TP?
What? No, Rascal.
How about some more?
Wait, Sponge. The Heights King. He's making his way over.
He's coming on down.
Do this. Just as long as the light doesn't zone him. The light's getting low, though.
Damage into this one. He's going to have to dash the wall right now. Nope, he's late.
No, it's not happening.
And that's going to go the way here of Hama Life. And now Sponge, he is the Steel Master sometimes. Not this time. He's still trying to make a change in the world. Good effort, good hustle.
Peanut, no. We've already learned enough lessons today. We don't need more.
Uh-oh. We got an Alistair. Hex Flash over the wall. It's a double knockup now. The turret goes down, and Peanut is on the follow-up. But now Teddy's got some potentially free fodder, although Zeka and Viper are healthy enough to take that 2v1 if necessary.
DRX, the game felt like it was hard, sure, but it was still doable. Side lanes were not going great, but they weren't a complete disaster either. Objectives, yeah, leads for the opponent, but it wasn't the end of the world. But it all started here, with Rascal dying. I'm gonna ignore that. Let's go back to the replay, please.
Okay,
go back.
Back to the replay.
Teddy doesn't have flash anymore, which isn't great with the amount of threat that is on Humble Life, particularly with them fed. So they take down Rascal. It's fine. That alone is not enough. But Sponge, heroically trying to save his teammate together with Teddy, gets baited in by Peanut. Backfires immensely.
Chains. And Pleta nearly dies just to Viper. And we got a nice little siege going on here. Lethality, Varus, and Azir pretty decent at that. They only have that Karma for the wave clear. Doran trying to flash away. Now Rascal down 2 levels. He's still getting on in there trying to take him down, and he should be able to, although super low on health. Doran's still on the run.
Come on!
Oh man, this is...
He's not getting it. Oh!
Bad. Oh, that feels bad.
Every top laner knows how that one feels. We could hear the Korean casters let out like a painful groan as he was getting away.
Yeah. Not much to do about that one. Pleta's like, oh, you were all there. Okay. Not a lot of damage between the two of them, as now Peanut trying to get on top of Teddy here and look for the bonus kill. Might be a bit overzealous, though, as he's going to get frozen up. And we got big shields coming out from the side of Yehu. Bit of trouble as now Delight is going to engage and get in on this one. Zeka looking for the angle, but they do disengage out of here. 5 members of How Life Esports on the push.
2 flashes, though, being utilized. Humble Life, they might try to, at the very least, push for Inhib here. They don't have a wave in mid. Don't think they want to push for End. Peanut taking rep buff. Should be able to set up soul point here. But this game, Veldas, unfortunately, I think, has passed.
They're going to be like, I guess we do the Drake. I guess.
Fine.
Like,
Red Bull Parent Power Play, it's only 3.8k. We wanted to go for that nice 4-0, but not going to be the case.
I guess we'll take the Chemtech Drake. It's fine. Better than no Chemtech Drake. That's what we can say about Mr. Chemtech Drake. There'll be another one in about 5 minutes if we get that far. All Life Esports, pretty sizable lead. You see they kind of pushed that lead at around the 22-minute mark. They had a decent lead before that. And were able to jump ahead, took the Baron down. Teddy just, you know, didn't get his moment to pop off in this game. We did not see a triple kill for the Zeri in this one, like in game 1. And so, just kind of really struggling to get in on these fights, especially against Poppy, Cannon, and Azir. Pretty much everything on the opposite side is very good into low range. And although Zeri does have some range, it's not an easy game to play out for him to try to 1v9 this one. Hide on bush.
He is waiting. A man alone. I guess a Yordle alone? It's not as imposing.
A Yordle. Alone. And Teddy's Zeri, though. That's the end of that epic, legendary tale.
The wave clear is really good, though, so it might take them a fair amount of time to actually get something going here. Can just clear waves basically continuously as long as Yehu is there. Keep on poking. Rascal is looking for the bounty, Veldas. Possible turning point for DRX.
Viper. Chains. Will miss. Sponge just trying to provide a front line for the team. Very nice headbutt into Flash Pulverize as Pleta gonna get the double knockup, but we do see that Teddy is left out to dry, and so is Sponge. There's the push from How Life Esports. It's clean. They don't have the Baron, and they're not going to stick around for too long. They might go for this second Baron, but they're going to go for it back first.
Don't have a wave right now, otherwise I wouldn't be surprised if they just straight up try to end the game. Not going to be the case. Just get a back in, leave it at that. Viper starts up, gives them a false sense of security with a missed ultimate. Even though that alone, not enough to turn it. This is where Hanwha, I think, realize how truly ahead they really are. Delight does a really good job of getting on top of the enemy backline, meaning that Teddy just unceremoniously gets completely blown up.
Yeah.
Doesn't get to play the game at all.
It's like, what is he going to do? If he's any farther away, he's doing 0 damage, you know? So if Delight's going to be that clean with it, there's not much that Teddy can do.
It's also, in a lot of situations, I do truly think that Zeri benefits from the opposing team having a front line, because you can get your lightning into the back line. It's great. You don't get to do that because everyone that you get close to murders you, or in case of Delight, pushes you into the enemy team.
All right, Teddy. Gonna dash over the wall so they don't even bother with him.
Hit and run.
Getting on in there, looking for a knockup potentially. That's a double sweep coming in from Zeka. Now Sponge, it looks like he's gonna collect his 6th death in this one. Now Rascal gonna send it after the front line dies. And Teddy over here is getting soloed by Peanuts. Down will go Yahoo as well. And it looks like it's just Teddy who is on the run. Everybody else, I guess Rascal as well, on the top side of this fight. Not in a great spot. Teddy might be the next one, as he will take the blast cone. Thankfully, we avoided another kill. That would have been horrifying to have more action in this game. Hanwha Life Esports will just group up in bot and look for the win.
It's okay. Zeka is going to use the power of Mega Cone.
Oh boy.
There's your action, Valdez.
Counter Mega Cone with Mega Cone, just like that. Argument countered. Okay, well, Hanwha Life Esports pushing in the bot lane. Pleta and Sponge desperate, as they might just feed him a 7th one. Sponge stunned up by the cannon, but he is going to flash into the fountain. I don't wish that he goes down again, but Hanwha Life Esports, regardless, it looks like they will be pretty clean today with a 2-0 victory over DRX this time around.
Game 1 felt like a tense situation, a little more back and forth, some actual moments for DRX's Peanuts, just like, oh, that's some silly ones. Not today. This was not or rather, not in this game. This was Peanut just completely running over his opponents. DRX, I think they fell back into some bad habits as we got into that game. I think game number 1, they looked cohesive. Obviously, it wasn't good enough to take it on Hanwha, but that's not the end of the world. Game 2, though, it really felt like, you know, week 2 DRX, where they're just like, what if we just went in?
Yeah.
After the top dive, man, after the triple from Peanut, you could feel that
the spirit was crushed.
It was taken down by a Yordle with a hammer. By that man right there.
Yeah, just sticking around. I mean, it was a nice dive. It was a nice couple of very proactive plays from Sponge. Trying it out early, and I'm sure the coach is talking with him about it right now. And, I mean, that's what you have to do on the Sejuani, especially with the Jax, really try to utilize that synergy that you have between the two, even bringing the Nautilus up there to join in the gank. And, yeah, it was a pretty nice job early on, but just a couple of mistakes. And Hanwha Life Esports are a very strong team. It's not going to be an easy win by any means, even to pick up one game. And
only truly strong teams like FairX managed to do that.
Yeah.
As with this, Hanwha Life gonna end up being a 2-0, 10-2, plus 14 when it comes to the game score, so even further solidifying the gap between them and KT and DK, who are some of their nearest competitors. It all works out, and we were like, what if DRX actually managed to get it done? A great dive, cleanly coordinated, and then they back. All right there.
Right there. Flash, charge, big hammer.
This already feels bad, but the fact that he kills Rascal as well.
Yeah, we didn't show that one. That wasn't safe.
That was not okay. It's just a really big team, Div. We've joked around about this series a lot, and I think that for DRX, I do want to echo again that game number 1 a couple of weeks ago. I don't think they would have been able to make that work. Wouldn't have been possible. But in this one, as soon as they started to slip, it went downhill very, very quickly.
Yeah. A couple little skirmishes like this where Peanut is just unkillable and he finds a Jax, and yeah, Peanut's not going to do it himself, but he can keep him around forever, allowing his teammates to get over there, and then some desperation plays from DRX trying to stop the Baron. Those don't work, and then Life Esports just begin to dive them as Delight has 1, 2, or 3. I think it was 2. Really nice engages, this one being another one with the headbutt into Flash, into Pulverize, onto 2, and namely the very important Zeri, which they 100-0 with no summoners
미드하고 바론 가야 할 때.
that
갈렸거든. 여기
were
갈렸는데.
utilized.
With this, DRX also 2-0 go down to 2 and 10 for the triple tie with Nongshim and Brian. They're in the middle with minus 15. Nongshim is sitting at minus 11, one above them, and Brian are sitting below them with minus 17.
미드 가면 깽 끝내냐? 갈수 있어. 테넨이
Yeah.
좋고
Yeah.
우리 미드 가면 못
Yeah,
끝내.
there does seem to be some tier listing going on in spring.
Spring really is a tier list season in the LCK Veldas, but this is
does happen often.
It's getting kind of comical.
근데 어차피 서포 정글은
I mean, the lines are very clear
잡고 건너가
right,
Very.
on the standings, which we will look at later on
When
after
I-
the interview.
When I look at it, maybe Brion was the only one that actually got wins against teams that are in a different tier than them. I don't think any other, like I'm talking series wins.
Yeah, I mean, Quantum Freaks kind of did that in the first round this year.
Sure. Yeah, because they got the.
We didn't expect that at all.
That's true.
Right? So
That did throw us off. So maybe they're the X factor.
for this season so far, yes, they are sitting pretty comfortably in 6th place, but we'll have to wait and see just how far they can go. But that's going to do it for us on the cast today. It was a wonderful time, but we're going to send it over to the space to break down that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'd like to remind you that KT did win over Gen G, so let's include them in that list as well, as this was a bit of a runback from DRX in this particular game. Unfortunately, didn't quite work, but it was a retry of the same draft, and Humble Life Esports were the ones that had to make some adjustments. Seemed to work out pretty well. Let's get into the draft.
Yeah, so if you run it back, as we did see DRX do, you give your opponent opportunity to adapt. And we did see the cannon pick come out into the Jax. And a lot of this game was about some disasters that happened topside, and Rascal tried his best to catch this cannon. Annoying Yordle running away, speeding away every time.
So many times.
So many times. And it wasn't really about Rascal so much, but it was just about a matchup that Rascal, who I think was a strong point in game 1, couldn't really do much just by the nature of his champion that he was playing into the counter matchup they picked. And Yehu also sticking with his Karma pick. You know, they subbed him in, he played Hui twice, now he's played Karma twice. It feels like DRX is just kind of using this guy for specific niche champions right now. I like to see a little bit more out of DRX drafting-wise than just kind of running it back again in a situation like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like basically the same thing. They have Azir, and who can actually just play pretty easily against these type of the team comp. They're short range. If they come into you, Azir can put the million damage in it. And with also having Poppy, there's a safety tools that you can actually just easy just win the team fight. Also, there's the Alistar is added as well. And as you kind of mentioned, it's just already like from the early on from the lane pressure side. This game was much better for HLE that also adjusted, and it's just like the all other the options got like really close for DRX. They didn't really have any options to be able to generate the lead from all the game.
Yeah, it just didn't quite work out, and I would have liked a little bit more adaptation when it came to the draft, but they did get relatively close in game number 1, so you can kind of understand the thinking here. This game, however, I think felt a little bit more cut and dry for Humble Life Esports. I think they sort of got into their groove and managed to figure things out. Let's dive into our first highlight, though, because Peanut kind of got a lot of stuff in the early game.
And this was just depressing. The Doran Flash was fantastic, and that's a huge part of this because he buys so much time that by the time he goes down here, Peanut shows up And as was mentioned on the cast, don't back here. And Rascal was kind of trolled by his jungler and his support because now Peanut's going to come over here and then he's like, well, I got to try to save this. And he's also unable to get the plate on the turret as a result of this. Or actually, though, it does barely just get that there. But either way, he then dies as well because he's like, all right, I lost a bunch of extra health. I wasted a bunch of time. This buys time, of course, for Doran to respawn. Peanut will chase him down and kill him after the teleport comes through with a Hex Flash over the wall. I think he's just so frustrated with the situation. They just kind of forgot that this was even a possibility that could occur. And this was just such a huge moment in the game because the top side was so over at this point for his agency. Peanut became so incredibly tanky from this. It was all just off of just weird mistakes from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, basically they invested 3 people over top side. It's like that was a super over invested because like this Jax, the lane phase was not going well, and also that matchup was especially I think Jax into Cannon. It's like if you just kill once, or like dive once, especially that was a stick wave and losing so much experiences for Cannon. Like Jax, there's a big potential. Jax could be like really huge carry and has become a big threat, but if you keep to just jungle like triple kill, like it's just like. There's no point.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially with the fact that after this, we saw Rascal get this close to killing Doran time and time and time again. And maybe if he'd been able to stick around there, maybe get it back a little bit earlier instead of dying to Peanut, maybe he gets those little bit of extra resources to get those kills and then the snowball starts to roll. However, that is in a different universe. This is a little bit further on in the game as we jump into Highlight 2, and this is where the screws really start to tighten.
Yeah, or come loose, depending on your perspective.
Yeah.
As, this is just really good coordination from Zeka and Peanut, but then as Rascal dies, Sponge, I mean, the casters pointed out very well, he was going to be doing things no matter what, and if it made sense or not, it didn't really matter to him. He was going to be trying to make proactive plays, he was going to try to turn stuff around, but I felt like sometimes just didn't really read the state of the game, and it almost felt like sunk cost fallacy where he's like, well, we lost somebody, we have to force here, we have to go in, but if you go in like that, then it's really difficult to contest this upcoming Baron, and they didn't have the damage to follow anything up there, and just some strange mistakes. And it felt like you could feel DRX's frustration in this second game with the run back.
I feel like it's just like pretty similar mistake that made it, which is just after 20 minutes, just losing 2 people, and it's like they become like more desperate. But obviously, getting caught after 20 minutes, especially if you have a smite, if you're a jungler, it is like really big blunder. But I think just DRX was not really able to concentrate after 20 minutes, especially that was big mistake.
Yeah, didn't quite work out for DRX, but huge congratulations to Life Esports, who really are confirming that they are definitely top 3 here in the LCK. Let's have a look at who picks up POG. Give it to the nut. There he is. Peanut on 500 points now as well. 5-0 and 9. 100% kill participation at 14 minutes, and a lot of those were kills that he picked up himself.
Yeah, I mean, the read here for Peanut is good as well. He comes over, is able to see, okay, they're there. The Hex Flash here, very confident. Rascal just decides he wants to back here. He's super frustrated. This was just such a great moment from Peanut, but such a frustrating situation for DRX. And then with the prio and the control he had and how tanky he was, he just walked at champions and then allowed Zeka or Viper to clean them up. In this case, again, Peanut, good proactive play, and then DRX over-capitalizing really comes back to bite them. And this kind of guaranteed HLE the Baron and won them the game.
Yeah, I think the Puppy is still like really strong jungler, one of it, and obviously this has to be 8-out Abe. And I think the Puppy, the presence is like, I think it's gonna be just be upper and upper, just like in the later game is good, and all the game the pressure amount he gives you to laner, it's just like doing incredible well.
Certainly is. And now we've got a little bit of a slice of something different before we jump to the interview. It is time for the best ceremony of the week, starting off with Zeus doing this.
I love it. I like it, Praise Faker, your mid laner. Now, I'm not entirely sure what this one is, but I do like it. Bulls is definitely going to win it for me. He went really hard on this one.
Oh, I don't know. I know what's coming up, and I think that it's going to get my vote.
I like the Bull one.
So far, Bull is my favorite. Let's see what else we got.
Wait, so Carrier does a Tom Kench, but wait for it at the very end. That last bit, almost exactly like the animation. So that gets it for me.
Yeah, let me watch one more time.
Very end.
Yeah.
See, at the very end, he's a bit sheepish about it.
Oh,
but
wait.
kind of nailed it. And this guy, he did it 500. So it's
500.
pretty good.
Still bull for me so far.
I don't think Sponge is going to change your mind.
I mean, he did keep his eyes safe, which I do recommend.
And it's like his signature pose. And Rascal
also
going to do a peekaboo.
Oh, okay, the peekaboo's kind of cute.
That is pretty cute. And he has a big smile on his face, and that is definitely great. Let us know who you think wins this one. I think my vote is still probably Carrier, because I'm pretty impressed by doing a Tom Kench live. But let's have a look at the interview. Here is Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Zeka and Peanut on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations, you guys have secured 10 wins and locked your spot in for the playoffs. How do you feel? I'm glad that we were able to get a clean 2-0 victory, and I'm happy that I didn't make a lot of mistakes. And Peanut? Yeah, we were able to secure a 2-0 victory. I believe our next match is very important, so I will have to think more about the next match and plan ahead of time. And in Game 1, Becca, the enemy Zeri was on a powerful momentum from start, which could have been troublesome for you. So what was the plan to deal with her? I believe the enemy comp has really good engage, and Zeri and their comp actually has really good they were definitely a threat, but given that our comp had range advantage, we were able to sort of play with a good positioning and distance. And there was a highlight in front of Baron where Zeka sweeps the enemy. You push the enemy out, secure the Baron, and maintain composure to pull off an excellent Azir ult. So yeah, it was a 3v5 when the Barons started, and I believe that we were able to get some good trades in the beginning, and I saw a really good angle for Azir ult. And did you know that you would get a triple kill here? Yeah, I think I scaled really well in this game, so I was pretty confident. And in games 1 and 2, you had an amazing Azir performance. What is Azir good for against Karma? I think Azir is just a really good champion currently. As long as you can actually sustain and maintain and go even in the earlier stages during the laning phase, he's definitely a really good pick against Karma. And Peanut, you got a unanimous POG votes for Game 2, and with the similar comp but except for the top and bottom in Games 1 and 2, what changes did you make in your play? I actually didn't really have to make a lot of changes because our comp had a pretty similar playstyle, so I had to just play defensively in both games. And in Game 2, Doran locked Kennen in the top lane for the first time in 3 years. I think Kennen just happened to be a really good pick against Jax, and that's probably why we ended up locking him in. So there were moments where Doran was in danger, but we noticed how well you covered top to counter the dive. So let's take a look at the highlight right here. So you drove straight to top to cover Doran. So I believe that we were able to secure Dragon and the bot side, so I went to the opposite side. I think in the end, Doran was able to sort of react and respond really well against their dive, so that's why it went really well in the end. And you will now face the second place team, Gen.G, next. How confident are you guys? I believe we lost helplessly in round 1 against Gen.G, so I believe we were able to fix a lot of our problems, and we'll make sure that we win this time around. And Peanut, we didn't do so well in our past match against Gen.G, but we will come back stronger against them, and we'll make sure that we do even better this time. And this will be the end of the interview with Zeka and Peanut of Hana Life Esports, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the fantastic translation. Great to hear from both Zeka and Peanut. And let's dive into our standings. Harmon Life Esports confirm playoffs. They needed just a victory of any kind, and they managed to get it here with this 2-0, moving up to 10 wins. Unfortunately for DRX, unable to clinch a victory. And that means that they're joining Nongshim and Bro once again. Not exactly optimal, but it is what it is, as FearX pretty close to them as well. Let's have a look at what's happening next week. T1 versus Gen G, I think, is going to draw a lot of eyes. KT, with a little bit less pressure on them this time around, might be able to string some wins together, as we're having a look at the Bros maybe being able to create a gap between themselves and DRX if DRX's performance continues. Challenger, also a couple of days for you as well, as of course our co-streams will be happening on the Monday and Tuesday. But that is all we're going to have for you. Make sure you stay tuned to the LCK social media for any updates on when the show is going to be starting. No real new information there, but make sure that you check out, Twitter and things like that to make sure that you stay up to date. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week for more LCK. Good night.